To die like this? You played like this? To die like this? You played 2 hours, 2 hours, you played 2 hours to die like this? You played 2 hours, 2 hours, you played 2 hours to die like this? Again. Don't resign. You can resign again. Don't resign. You can resign. Don't resign. You resign. Don't. You can resign again. You can resign again. You can resign. You can resign. Don't resign. You can resign. You can resign. Don't resign. You can resign again. You can resign again.
Holy crap, chat. Holy crap. Hello everybody. Welcome. I'm ready for the day. I don't know about you. But as I said yesterday at the end of stream, even though I was a lot more tired then, today was going to be a great day. The lineup's there, the potential for drama's there, which is exactly what we want. So, hello. Big shout out first off to Lord Rochester for going crazy again. Lord Rochester, thank you so much. Pretty sure we're getting close to the point where like 2 or 3 chatters have contributed to 2 or 3 of these giveaway goals. Thank you, Lord Rochester, so much, man. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Thanks for being here early as well. Hello, everybody. Hello, YouTube chats. Hello, Hamp. Hello, Looting Bear. Hello, Calco. Hello, Mythos. He says, wow, is that the official TTL5 hoodie T90? Please tell me more. It is. You know, and what I could tell you no, I'm not going to go too crazy with it. But yeah, it is the official TTL5 hoodie. And if you would like the TTL5 hoodie, you can go to the site and, you know, you can look at it yourself. We've had people do that. Thank you very much. Hello, Vapor Trail. Look at that badge, dude. That's so sick. Look at that badge. We've got some orange on there, guys. 92-month sub. So we're getting close to the 9-year territory for someone like Vapor Trail. Also, Harsh Yoshi, thanks for the 57 months. He says, today I'm supporting my countryman, Dragonstar. Let's go, Dragonstar. And he says he wants to see some wins from Viper as well. Yeah. If you want, like, drama today, you want Dragonstar to get the wins. And most other players have gotten the wins against Dark, so that's kind of the narrative. But I don't know. Dark's got nothing to lose. There's a lot more pressure on Dragonstar. And while Dragonstar has shown a lot of promise in every single one of his games, I think it's also clear he can get the leads and then not finish the games. Dragonstar said, I'm seeing now we just hit 6K subs. Holy, thank you so much, guys. Dragonstar said after his previous set where he lost 3-0 against Mihi, he was like, he was ahead in every one. Like, he was exactly where he wanted to be in every one, and the games fell apart. So that's a real issue for Dragonstar. The openings and the strategy are there, but like, is the level there to stay consistent to get the job done? So, and Dark, I think, is very dangerous in this scenario because it's like he's already out. He's just going to send it. And Dark's ability to be aggressive with like 1 TC, I think could potentially be problematic for Dragonstar. So we'll see. But yeah, welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Just fixing my scoreboard. Someone asked, did your fiance buy a sword yesterday? Yes, she did buy a sword. So for those that missed it, at the end of the stream yesterday, my fiance drunkenly showed up in Twitch chat and said something like, "Pick me up. I'm ready to be I'm ready to be picked up." She was with her friends. I was picking them up. And she said phope. What was the message? What's the phope? Is this in mod chat? The mods took a screenshot. At T90 official, I'm drunk. Come over, LME, pice me up. I guess that meant pick me up. And then there was also a phope. What was the... I'm so drunk and I bought a phope sword. I think she meant to say dope sword, would be my guess. And I will agree, the sword is very nice. I didn't bring it up to the office because I am worried about... Well, first off, it's huge. I got a lot of equipment around. It's also very sharp. When I took it out of the case, I thought it was, you know, they sold it at like a Renaissance fair. They did have it wrapped, so I guess like they wrapped it significantly so no one who was there could like take it out. But I thought it was going to be kind of like his dull, crappy sword. No, it's legit, man. But I don't have it with me right now, chat. Sorry about that. I don't know how to... I'm not a sword guy, but it's got... It's not just like your standard sword that's just one blade. It's like one big blade that widens out at the end, and then it like kind of separates into 2. So you could like, if someone were to swing their sword at you, you could like catch it. You know what I mean? Like with the fork area. I don't know. It maybe that's called a phope. But it looks cool. As I said yesterday, she likes swords. And she's got swords. We don't have anything. They're just sitting in the closet. We don't have like a sword display area or anything crazy like that, but she's got a couple swords. I I think for a present for her 30th birthday. Hopefully she's not listening to the stream right now. She might be. Anyways, I'll take the chance. If for her 30th birthday, I think I might get something for her that's like some type of like little display for her cool sword. So all right, enough of the sword talk. They're about to start the draft here. I'm gonna reset my scoreboard here in a second. And 1 sec. They're doing the maps as we speak. T90, you're planning that many years ahead? Yeah, she's about to be 30 in a month, so I'm really bad at thinking ahead on gifts. So yeah, she's gonna be 30 soon. I'm a little jealous that she's turning 30. I remember that day. How old do I sound, chat? How old do I act? How old am I as a person, if you had to guess? I think this very moment, maybe I'm sounding a little bit older, a little bit more mature, maybe. Because if you call me old, that just means I'm mature. That just means I'm wise. Okay, 34, 35, 73? What? 90? Okay, well, that's because T90. That's fine. Positively ancient, at least 65. How dare you? How dare you? I shouldn't have asked this question. This is my fault. I should have known better. High Tides, game 1, and then Northern Crossing and Slopes for the other maps, guys. It's Dragonstar on the right, by the way. I'm just resetting my scoreboard to get the side set up perfectly. In Age of Empires years or real years? Yeah, true. Age of Empires years are pretty fast. So if you say someone's like 100 years old in AoE years, that means they're a toddler or something, right? What's up, Emperor, excuse me. Sorry, good morning. Welcome in. How many subs to see the phope sword? You guys really want to see the sword that badly? I don't know. I mean, we could add it to the sub goal. We have a sub goal on screen. If that's what we have to do. I mean, she told me, so she was drunk when I picked her up. And she told me 7 separate times on the drive home that she bought a cool sword. And also told me 7 separate times about how she haggled to talk them down on the price. And also 7 separate times said, I spent too much money on a sword. I was just like, it's all good. It's all good. It's fun. Yeah, and then she had the hiccups. She was trying to order food on her phone as I'm like driving home. So her friends were in the back seat and they're also like kind of struggling. So like everyone was struggling and I'm the driver, right? And at a certain point, I was like, I was worried they were going to order the food like 3 separate times. It was an absolute mess. So funny though. Any signs of hangover today? Nah, she's good. She's good. I actually, so I tried to catch up. We got back to the house and we're hanging out. So I had worked all day. So I was like, oh, I'll have a couple drinks. And now I'm the one, my head's kind of like, ugh. Because as we established already, I'm old. So, all right, there's the civs. Finally have the scoreboard set up. There was a poll. It says, do you want to see T90's sword? 92% of people voted for yes. Okay, that's kind of weird phrasing. I can get it. If you guys want, you guys are here already. We don't even have any games. I can go get it, provided she's cool with that. I don't think she'll have an issue with it. All right. Let me go get the sword. All right, I'll be right back. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. What, chat? What are you doing right now? What are you doing? Why are people saying a word that doesn't exist? I really hope she pulls up chat right now, because I just asked her if I could show chat the sword. I really hope she sees it. Oh man. Hold on, let me text her. That's so funny, chat. Civs are coming in here. We will get serious mode today. I just texted her to pull up the stream. We'll see if she gets it. I'll show you the sword. I currently have it. Kind of awkward. I mean, it's very large, so to be sitting here, it's definitely not something I want anywhere close to me. It's got a case on it though, so don't worry, I'm safe. Won't have any big issues here. No hospital visits. We've got TTL. Black Wolf, thanks for the 2 months. Keej, thank you for the 26 months. Why doesn't she present the sword? She doesn't want to deal with a bunch of trolly people. That's why. Actually, that's probably not why. She's chilling. Haven't seen her say anything in chat yet, though. So, what's up, M-Chill? No, M-Chill, you didn't miss the sword. Phope's a new word, eh? All right, phope. Phope. It's like dope, but really fun. Fun and dope combined. Oh, she's in chat now. Hun, I did not tell chat to do this. I just came back with the sword, and everyone was saying phope. And if you do not remember, I'm going to pull up your chat history and read what you said in chat yesterday. First, you said, I'm drunk. Come over. LME pice up. Then come pick me up. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. I love you with 15 U's. Hi in all capitals. And then I'm so drunk I bought a phope sword. And now chat is saying phope. All right, so here's the sword. Here's her phope sword. So here look at this bad boy. This is the phope sword. Look at this bad boy. And like I said, like this thing, look at that thing, man. I don't know what that's called. It's also super sharp. So if I were to just, drop it, which I won't do, that'd be a problem. It's cool, right? Is it phope? Is it phope? Yeah. Well, I gotta really focus here. There would be one crazy clip if I were to just prick myself with one of these. And yeah, there's the sword, guys. There's the sword. So stand up and show it all in frame. No, we got Age of Empires. We got Age of Empires. You guys saw enough of the sword, right? It's a really cool sword. So yeah, that was the storyline from yesterday. Let me put this aside, okay? I'm gonna remove this from the area, just in case, you know. Okay. So someone said it looks like a. Is that a scimitar? It looked like I did actually have the thought of like a Mameluke when I saw that, but Karambit? Okay, you know what we'll do today, chat? Today, we will zoom in on every single weapon that looks remotely similar to that until we find it. Sound like a plan? People who are not aware of why I will be doing that will be very confused, but I think we can get away with it. It should be good. All right. It's a scimitar with a split end. Cool. Well, welcome in, everybody. Thanks for being here. Again, all the support's been amazing. It all adds up. So if you support the stream with a sub on Twitch in any capacity, it will go towards our sub goal here. Every time we hit a new milestone, we will be giving away something. So I have DLC keys. I have some of the merch that I've been modeling today. And yeah, I just want to give back and also pump the numbers up because it's been a big event with a lot going into it. But yeah, today all these sets kind of intertwine, overlap, and it should be a pretty dramatic day because we've got storylines in every single set. So let's look at the probabilities here. Look at the numbers and see what we're working with here. So at the moment, this is how things stand in Group D. We will conclude the group today, starting with Dark Dragonstar, which is about to start. Now, for Dark, he's already out, right? It doesn't really change much. Technically, could somehow, with a 3-0, steal 5th place, which would mean a prize pool increase. But realistically, he's relegated. For Dragonstar, he needs to pass Viper, basically. And the good news is other people have been able to get lots of wins against Dark. Bad news is it's a lot of pressure, and Dark has nothing to lose, and Dark is obviously still really good. So if Dragonstar were to win like 3-0 here, and then Viper were to lose to Mihi, then things get interesting. So, and of course, in Viper's case, even forgetting about losing, Viper wants to win to go into the top 3 and go into the playoffs. He would need to win big to do so. It also depends on what happens with Satau and Vivi. So all these sets overlap. This is what's fun about TTL in the group stage. And my gut right now is that Satau and Mihi are definitely the favorites in their sets. Satau and Mihi fighting over first place. That bye is going to be huge, man. Like, just so huge to be separate from the other big players in the bracket. So, and on that note, I'll show you what the playoff brackets look like at this point in time. We basically got half of it, right? Because we have 2 more groups to complete. But this is what that looks like. Is this scene working, by the way? Oh, yeah, chat's working here. Cool. So this is what the playoff bracket looks like right now. Sebastian and Hera have won their groups. So they are in the quarters already. And then Hart and Lewis will be a round of 12 match. And then ACCM and Vinchester will be a round of 12 match. So everything else is going to get filled out over the next 2 days before we move into the playoffs. So yeah. And as my drunk fiance said yesterday, today's matches will be phope. T90 phope emote? I don't know what we would even do. So yeah, it should be good. It should be good. Neoptolames, welcome back. Thanks for the 13. Nervous Carrot, thank you. Thank you, Keej. Thank you, Cole Mopsy, for the new Prime. Yeah, is there anyone, not new, because, you know, the meme, but is there anyone here who's watching their first season of TTL this season? That's a genuine question. If you have, if it is your first time watching TTL, it's been a big project in the build-up to get here. It started off much smaller and less money and you know, just a series of ideas. The fact that we've been able to build it up to what it is, take a lot of pride in. We expanded it further this season to cover even more. So, yeah, thank you. I'm seeing some ones. Thank you guys for having interest in this and supporting me, supporting the team. It's been amazing. All right. Thank you, Fat Fred on YouTube. I don't know if it's Fat Fred's first season of TTL, but I don't know what part of the stream you're at when you donated, but he donated $5 and says, is this part of the stream sponsored by Manscaped? No, it's not. But that's also a nice little segue. I turned down some sponsorships for this season because I didn't want, I don't know, I want to just like advertise to you guys all the time and you know, they have all these things you need to do. And so the support is appreciated, you know, because every penny from World's Edge goes directly towards the production of the event, all the prize pool, and then usually I'm going over in terms of production costs. So the support's been sick. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. That is not a promise, by the way. Maybe I'll do some sponsorships in the future. I don't know. Things change, but it just didn't really feel right. Didn't feel like we had to do it for this season. So, yeah, I just wanted to be able to keep as much control over TTL as I could, you know? So, game 1, loading up. We got High Tides. We were looking at swords, but the civs look very good on both sides here. Dragonstar loves his Koreans. No surprise to me he's picked that up. That should be very good for him on Northern Crossings. I'm assuming for slopes, he might play Malay, Khmer. I'm guessing Georgians is actually going to be the first game because he played Georgians already and he was ahead against Mihi, but Mihi brought that game back. Mihi brought most of those games back. So for Dark, he's got Vikings, Byzantines, Vietnamese, Dravidians, and Portuguese. On High Tides, could go like Byzantines, Dravidians, Vikings. I'm not too sure. I still definitely feel like Dark's, the only Age of Empires he's playing right now is TTL. Especially now, I think. Because I know he's busy with his training for his dancing. He's actually a professional dancer. But also, like, he's relegated already. So I don't think Dark has necessarily been putting like a great deal of time into prepping perfect builds and whatnot. Could be wrong on that, but that's just my overall feeling. He's a very good player, and he is dangerous despite the situation in the group. And here we go. So, welcome, ladies and gents. We've got a very interesting conclusion to this group. We've got Group D, where we've already got Laming here. We've got Dark here in the blue. Now Dark, as he comes over to lame Dragonstar, Dark is already out. He's already relegated. But the thing is, there's no pressure for him. It's still $30 per win. And, you know, he wants to show the fans out there, hey, this is why I was top 4 in the previous season, just because I'm having an off season. So the group is just wild right now coming into the final round. We have a pause now. Hopefully no bugs or no issues. But, I mean, Dark's out. Dragonstar could surpass Viper depending on how Viper plays against Mihi. You got Vivi and Satau there all fighting for playoff positions. So really, the only thing that is set in this group right now is that Dark is going down. That is basically it. Which makes the final 3 sets so interesting. And they will be back-to-back-to-back here. The pause is giving me a bit of paranoia. And thankfully, it's not a game bug. We actually had Dark just needing to pause. But something that Dragonstar has done in a lot of these games this season is he has gone for the lames. He has gone forward to try and get a small res lead. And Dark is going to do the same to him here. So already Dark stole 1 goat. Dark also has these other 2 goats moving around. Will be rather funny if Dragonstar finds a goat with his own goat down here that's hiding. But Dragonstar just kind of has to let that go for now. Dragonstar's going to push in the Zebra, and Dragonstar is the Georgians. We saw him do this against Mihi. What he did was he brought his villager forward, and he docked really early because the Georgians start with the mule cart, and you don't have to spend any wood on it, right? So your dock always goes up faster, and then he got a scout to stop Mihi's dock. Remember, Mihi came back in that game, but I think like if you could do that, you'll be in such a nice position here. I'm curious what Dragonstar does with the scout now. Let's see, because you could push in those 2 other ostrich. That'd be good. That's fine, and you might even be inclined to do it because you lost the sheep. But you also should know eventually Dark's going to send a villager up there. And Dark's already got the villager going this way. But it's interesting that Dark is not headed towards the middle. That's typically where players will go because you have the ability to full wall in your villager on the shorefish, which you don't get to do on this swampy terrain. Or it's not swampy, it's I don't know, whatever that is. I don't know. It's not important. I guess swampy's kind of fine. And here comes Dark. Yeah, so he's just following along this terrain. He will move to the middle now. The scout's not moving for Dragonstar, so he won't get the snipe. Marsh, thank you, chat. And Doc will be up from both. Now, Georgians have the fast start because of the free mule cart. Portuguese, though, very consistent save throughout the whole game. Additional HP on your ships is a great bonus. Foragers getting some wood when you spend so much wood on this is a great bonus. All your gold units being discounted is huge. So it's really just comes down to can Dragonstar use the timings, in my opinion. But it's very similar. I think Dragonstar was up against the Italians here. And Italians felt very similar against Georgians, where they're just better overall. But Georgians have those tiny timing advantages to use. The theme, though, guys. The theme has been infantry for Dragonstar. He loves his infantry. So I'm almost expecting him to play man-at-arms, even though Georgians are known for scouts. I think he went forward against Mihi. But man, I mean, you just imagine your Dragonstar's position. It's like, there's so much weird pressure here because you need the wins to survive, but also because everybody else is beating Dark. I've talked to players about that. It's like when they're up against somebody who's 0-9 or 0-6 or something, they feel this weird pressure, like you have to win, and it's like it's unforgiving. Just because the other results are weighing on your mind. So fishing ships are on the way from Dragonstar. Scout's here now, and he'll find what he's probably expecting, which is that Dark has the dock, and it'll be 3 fishing ships from Dark. And Dark just obviously has tons of food. Dark's got 10 goats underneath the TC. And he's got the elephants. And he's got the zebra there. So this means he delays the mill for a very long time. He's not going to need any farms or anything for a long time. Whereas on this side, obviously it's still good for Dragonstar. He's got 4 goats. But yeah, it's just It's a completely different world in terms of the transitions. Dragonstar attacking with the villager. Dark gets the walls down. And we have the nice little wall there from Dragonstar to trap the Vil. Now, the Doc is actually firing some arrows with the garrison. So the Doc fired arrows and it hit the scout from Dragonstar. Not what Dragonstar would want. And Dragonstar will actually be later to feudal age here. So Dragonstar will drop the barracks at a time which would still indicate man-at-arms to me. And another Doc there from Dark. That's interesting. The fact that he's still able to get a Doc down there is pretty telling, but it's telling of his build, and I think that that's kind of okay for Dragonstar. We haven't seen as many 2-Doc approaches on water just because before it used to be 2 Docs versus 1, you kill the fish. Now 2 Docs versus 1, it's arguably too much of an investment because the opponent can just garrison. But obviously, I don't think it's a bad move for Dark. And he also will drop the barracks here. So, yeah, I don't think he's going to produce nonstop out of that. It's really tough to do when you're also going to go for the barracks in the archer range. And here comes Dragonstar. Ramalki, good morning. Welcome. What's up, Tamar? What's up, Knight? Welcome in, everybody. Hopefully we have a crazy day of AoE 2. I know Dark doesn't have the wins in the group stage, but the build's looking really sharp here. He's got the perfect amount on food. He's got the perfect amount on gold to do what he needs to. The only thing for me is I wonder, has he scouted Dragonstar? Does he know that Dragonstar is going to come forward with the Drush? To me, it feels like he has a very strong idea. But there's Dragonstar with his patented forward archer range. And the militia are moving around. And Dark is going to go for the big walls. It's almost too tempting, right? You look at this, you're like, ooh, I can get that wall down. But there is still going to be an opening back here. But I could definitely see Dark planning on those full walls. Dragonstar's getting pressured on water, which he should expect because he could see the 2 docks. Lose the fishing ship. And here comes the man-at-arms. And I don't think that Dark actually knew that this was the build from Dragonstar. And Dragonstar is blocking with the scout. And Dragonstar will get an easy villager kill there against Dark. The Dark might end up winning water here. He still has the Hawks out there. We'll see. But Dragonstar likes to play aggressive on the land. Very nice start for both builds. You have the water lead for Dark. Dark now needs to stabilize on land, though. And he'll have the wood lines walled up for now. He still doesn't know about the forward archer range. Again, economically, though, Dragonstar's having issues because of the lane. Like, Dark doesn't need the berries at all. Like, Dark's still got tons of food underneath the TC. So it's a very easy game for Dark economically at the moment. Whereas for Dragonstar, it's kind of rough. He's got to drop a mill now. He needs the farms quickly. Down here, he's got a mule cart on the food. But this has been common for Dragonstar. Like, his eco has just been a weak point compared to other players. He has food in the bank, and he's just not producing villagers, guys. Like, this is rough for Dragonstar. But strategically, in terms of the attacking, and I'm sure the micro over here as well, that's been half decent. He is pressuring the fish, making Dragonstar really work on his multitasking. And then he's got an archer and a skirmisher on this side. He also has, he's going to lose his scout, maybe. Oh, that'd be such a nice save because he's Georgians. That'd be such a nice save. Oh, that's so good. And he's also got the tower going up there. So there's just so many things. There's the water. There's the scouts. There's the archers. There's the tower. And so many things can go right or wrong for either player at the moment. This is an army Dark needs to respect. And then he's also going to have to leave this woodland at the same time. Really painful situation for Dark. I like how Dragonstar didn't completely forget about water. And I love this tower, too. Because you've got the army here. And now you've got the tower here. And now Dark's like, what do I do? Where do I go? The Dark's losing some archers behind the woodline. Dragonstar's got so much pressure coming in. And it's just so much pressure that the idle TC stats shouldn't matter here if you can get the kills. We have a counter tower from Dark, which I actually really like. With the 1 villager towers, you can just build your own and garrison and shoot that down. And he is on 2 archer ranges as well. So I think with 2 archer ranges, in theory, that should be enough to turn this around a little bit. But some nice control for Dragonstar at the moment, despite not having the water. Again, Dragonstar said in his reviews, in discussions after his previous set where he got 3-0'd, he was ahead in every single game. He felt he should have won every single game. He's got to continue being consistent with the army production here. That's how he gets the wins. I like some of these details. Like the mule cart down here is nice. I like the house on the berries, actually. Looks ridiculous. He's such a crazy player, man. As I said, I think Dragonstar is must-watch Age of Empires when it comes to TTL, at least. But, you know, I still think Dragonstar can adapt... Dark, rather, can adapt into this. He's still not losing that many vills. He'll have a lot of skirms here soon. And that should be able to put an end to the army that Dragonstar has out here. Dragonstar might have enough eco to switch out of ranged units, though, and go into scouts. So there's the stable. My god, dude, this is insane. It's so funny, though. Like, these houses, you need the houses anyways. That's so disruptive to the berries. It's so annoying if you're Dark. And look, right when Dark wants to push out, all of a sudden, oh, look, there's another unit here. There's a scout here. You can't move out. You can't breathe the entire game. And you're supposed to have one water. But you haven't won water yet. That might change just as I say it. He doesn't know, but there will be more scouts coming. That was actually the starting scout that Dragonstar got good value from. And Dark is just taking down the house because he wants an efficient mill. He does do that. Now he can take his berries. And he is also killing off the man-at-arms. But man, this is messy. Ooh, hold on. Villagers are here. I don't know if Dark even remembers that. Because I don't remember that. I, like, vaguely remember him going after the villager that built the tower. But you've gone too far forward now. And now, not only is the villager going to survive, but then 3 villagers are going to be exposed for Dark. Oh, man, that's so good for Dragonstar. Sometimes when you play chaotic players, it just kind of breaks your brain a little bit. And you become chaotic as well, but in a bad way. Dark losing those 3 vills hurts. And now he's stuck primarily on skirmishers against scouts. But he still has the gold. He still has 2 ranges. He still has fletching. So he could just produce some archers. And a mix of archers and skirmishers is very strong against scouts before the upgrades come in. We are 19 minutes into this game. No Castle Age in sight. Does feel like Dragonstar has lost some of his control on water. But he did snipe some fishing ships there. So there's only 1 fishing ship. Armor upgrades on the way for Dragonstar. His skirms dive in to snipe some of those archers. The scouts are also attacking the skirms. And the armor upgrade will be in, and the villagers are still for the taking here. This is well played from Dragonstar. He's just so aggressive, guys. It's insane. And early feudal, his eco is kind of struggling. But what he's doing now is really nice. This is helpful. But look at the farms. Look at the berries. Look at the balance back here from Dragonstar. He's got the market as well. He's got horse collar too, which is a huge upgrade to add for those farms. Resources collected. Dragonstar's got the slight lead. I do really worry about the army because skirm and scout is really costly on food. And he doesn't have the armor on the skirms yet. So high archer numbers could be problematic. It's just still not really high archer numbers though, is it? Yeah, it's just not a very big group. And Dragonstar pushes it back. Dragonstar gets the kills. Oh, that's a huge find. Again, guys, if you're a big Viper fan and you want him to at the very least stay in Platinum League, you are rooting for Dark right now. If you're maybe a Vivi fan, I guess Vivi, I don't think Vivi really matters. I think the big storyline with Dragonstar really is the Viper situation. Because Dragonstar, if he has any chance of survival, is going to need to win and then hope that Viper loses his set. Both players have been really entertaining to watch for different reasons. Viper's completely different storyline, obviously. It's like, for Viper, he's won so many tournaments. He's been around for so long. There's an expectation for him to always make the playoffs, and people this season have been really prepped against him. Then for Dragonstar, I just love it. You have a couple of these players in TTL who know it's like they have to be so well prepped to stay alive in these groups. And Dragonstar's prep has been evident, but unfortunately, nothing's confirmed right now for him. But this game, he is in the driver's seat. He's killed 15 eco. He's got 4 deaths. He will kill more villagers here. Dark still hasn't clicked up to the next stage. Dark had to fight for so long to get the water control. It does have the water control now. But, I mean, that water control is not going to have a lot of time to really pay off here. And in 90 seconds, we'll have Knights from Dragonstar. Look at this economy. Sick, man. A superhero, how dare you? You know that's not what I said. Yeah, just... Like, when was Dark ever able to relax this game? Like, some people will see Age of Empires as a nice way to relax from life. I don't think that's the case at the high level. But, like, the whole game, we've just looking at Dragonstar dishing out pressure to Dark. And every time he would clean up one mess, he'd have a whole nother army appearing. He'd have a resource denied. And, I mean, okay, Dark is on the way up to Castle Age. But Dark, unfortunately, he's making a lot of skirmishers right now, which should be really difficult to utilize if we see Knights from Dragonstar. And there's the 2 stables. He can relax in a minute when it's GG. Yeah, maybe. That's when you relax. Dragonstar's going to put him to sleep. How's that? Oh, nice snipe there from Dragonstar. Another villager snipe. I feel like in this position, I'd love to see a Siege Workshop on the front. Honestly, I would also be okay with a second TC, but that's not really Dragonstar Titans League energy. Dragonstar Titans League energy is full send mode. He's dropping churches in his eco, which increases the efficiency of the surrounding areas. Love how these vills are still down here. Yeah, here come the Knights. If the Knights can't actually run in, though, if the walls are down, this actually gives Dark a lot of time. And remember, Dark's still got the ability to freely fish the north. So this is where you'd need the siege to pressure. I think that Dragonstar thought he was going to be able to keep this open. But as long as Dark pulls vills, like, this army should never... These Knights should never get through. They should never get through. They should never get through. Okay, they're not going to get through. That's crazy close, though. Well played from Dark. Yeah, you have the skirms there just to hit the enemy skirms on the other side. And the Knights are still battering on the houses. They're not going to get in. And, but the Knights get in over here. There was a hole over here, and the Knights do get through. Oh, that's so frustrating for Dark. If he kept it walled, he's okay. But these Knights getting into his gold is just not okay. And then the repairs over here are excessive as well. Oh, man. More villagers going down. 24 eco kills for Dragonstar now. It's at least going to be 25. And the second TC's on the way up for him. I love how when you're watching Dragonstar play his best Age of Empires, you never look at his base. Like, I feel an obligation to do this. But realistically, if we were only following the action, we would never look at Dragonstar's base. It's always at the opponent's base. And then, you know, like, if you ever look at Dragonstar's base for the action, that's normally when, okay, the game is falling apart for him and maybe he's going to lose the game. Yeah, I'm a big fan. Superhero, you called it. I'm a big fan of going Cav Archers in this position. Dark, I don't know. Upgrading Crossbow didn't really feel worth it because he didn't have many archers. So I'm a little surprised with that. He'll go for Cav Archers, which has the mobility to keep up with the Knights and is still very cheap with the Portuguese. But guys, it is telling that Dark has lost 27 eco and is still only 5 eco behind. For all the positives for Dragonstar, this game is still very close. Of course, part of that's the fishing eco, but part of that is that Dark has done a better job keeping his villagers producing the whole game. And Dragonstar, I think, has some monks out getting relics. We might see the relic count go up for him. And just 2 TCs. Knights are about to get +2 armor. And there's just not enough range units right now for them to deal with the +2 armor Knights very easily. Monks, though, are going to be nice. I don't really consider Monk a ranged unit, but technically it is. Yeah, Monks will scare Dragonstar off big time. I still think Siege is a really nice play here. Or maybe your own skirmishers or something, but to me, a Siege Workshop would be in order. Dragonstar's farming eco is increasing. Eco upgrades are solid. I'm seeing a lot of idle time. Villagers standing around. And down here, the villagers get found. And Dark, 76 population. It is 66 population for Dragonstar. Nice job from him to hold, but he's going to lose some monks here. He does get a conversion, but he then loses that relic. I think that's still worth it for Dark because your monks are super cheap. As long as he has consistent monk production, it should be okay, but Dragonstar knows the monks are his biggest threat and has light cav now. Man. Sad mule cart noises. He's lost his friend. There go the Cav Archers. Would love to see the second TC at some point for Dark. Dark has stayed one town center a lot this tournament after he falls behind. When you fall behind, staying one town center is very logical, actually. why invest into the long term when you're already going to lose it? But I think with these resources, realistically, he could probably still be on 2. So we'll see if that changes. Again, he's already relegated, so he probably just thinks, let's just be aggressive and play heavy army. And there he snipes a monk and loses a cav archer. But he has a big army count, but it's all kind of random units. It's very AI-like, right? He's got 7 skirms, 5 crossbows, 3 cav archers, 2 monks, 1 knight, 5 hawks, and a freaking partridge in a pear tree. Like, it's just very all over the place. And Dragonstar's got consistency to his army. He's dedicated to a certain comp. And the light cav just dove through, sniped a monk, and now they go directly to the gold as well. So nice snipes from Dragonstar. He hasn't taken any significant counter damage. More villagers getting sniped. And Dark is annoyed right now. This archer range, I think he's patrolling his army forward. And he's just running into Dragonstar's buildings, which is the benefit of forward buildings. Now, every time Dragonstar wants to know what's happening, you can just look there. And Dragonstar now drops the 3rd town center as well. Yeah, it felt like this game could have led to Dark snowballing with big military numbers. But again, it's just Dragonstar in his base. Dragonstar controlling the game, and Dark just isn't applying the pressure he needs at the moment. And Dragonstar sees the army. There he goes. Light Cav's on the front. Will it do the job? Can it kill the monk? Oh, that's so good. That's so good. The tiny little Cav Archer army goes here. He garrisons, though. So he sees the CA. Monk will probably die. Oh, he was so close. That was his life's mission. It's kind of sad. Another monk just got sniped by the Light Cav here, and that Dragonstar can go right back in, kill this army again. It's not a very big CA army, and this still isn't fully walled for Dark either. And it just... Game number 1, it's feeling like some of these other games we've seen from Dark this season where the opponent hits him early. He doesn't quite have what it takes to keep his eco set up to compete in the long run. And Dragonstar's aggression, I was a little worried for him. I didn't know if his aggression would necessarily work because Dark has played one town center a lot. Dark has actually played high military numbers. But this game is all Dragonstar at the moment. Dark just too late to the timings here. Resources, again, are looking fantastic. But the Vil count's 82 to 56 right now. That's not even the Vil count. It's 44 to 82 with the villagers. The fishing ships are not very efficient at the moment. And, yeah, I don't know what Dragonstar's mindset's going to be. But for me, this would be a big confidence builder. I think this would be maybe the game where you feel the most nerves. Typically, the first game, you got to shake those nerves off. And Dark taps out and calls the GG. Again, guys, Dark is a very fast player. Dark was top 4 in the previous season, but he has not been able to keep up to the meta this season. And Dragonstar's just chaos just kept him so busy the entire game. And Dark was never able to get the game that he wanted. Game 1 goes to Dragonstar. We'll pull up the updated odds. That is one of 3 wins that he's going to need to give himself a chance of survival today. Dark is dangerous, though. Like, I really think Dark on his home map, this next map here, he'll have a very nice plan. But he needs to be aggressive early. That's the thing. If he is the one being aggressive, if he matches the aggression from Dragonstar, then I think these players end up being 50-50. Dragonstar's aggression's just insane. All right. So the home map is slopes for Dark. And there's nothing really too crazy about slopes. I mean, it's a map that you would expect just the meta. And I'm guessing Dark is going to play Vietnamese there. It was either Portuguese or Vietnamese is my guess. So now, considering he already played Portuguese, I'm guessing he ends up going Vietnamese there. I think he did that before as well. As for what Civ could be good there, Dragonstar has some decisions to make. I don't hate Koreans, but I think that's probably a Northern Crossings map pick. Malay, Khmer, Mayans, probably one of those options will be chosen there. Pokemon says Dark is dangerous while the guy is 0-15 or something. What is T90 on about? Okay, Pokemon 00158. Dark was top 4 in the previous season. He's just inconsistent. He was top 4. He beat Tato. He beat Yo. He beat Viper. Like, what he did 1 year ago in TTL is, why he's dangerous. Now, is he that player this moment? Well, he hasn't been this season, which, of course, I haven't tried to hide. But no, like, it's not like Dark is just like he was just promoted from Gold League and he doesn't belong in Platinum. He was top 4 last season. So, yeah, he is dangerous. And, like, in Dragonstar's case, he needs every win. Getting just 2 wins is probably not enough. So, like, it's a little uncomfy, especially when you have that feeling that you have to win every game now, right? Here's what the updated odds will say. So Dragonstar's survival chances go up to 18.8% according to the numbers here. But if you were to get the next win, it goes up to 31.3. If he gets the win after that, it goes up to 50%. But yeah, pretty much needs the 3-0. He has to get as many wins over Viper as possible here today before we see Viper later. We got 10 seconds till we're into the game. Pokemon, are you upset I called you out on that? I didn't mean to be rude. I have to give respect to the players, I get that it doesn't look like a player's dangerous because they're 1 in, what is he, 1 in 13 now? But it's just like the Viper situation, right? Like Viper's got 6 wins, but you can't sit here and say Viper isn't extremely dangerous. So I try and mention, I try and give as good of credit to the situation as I can every single time. But obviously, always things that can be tweaked here or there. Okay. Welcome, everybody. We've got Vietnamese for Dark. Expected. He's done this before. It's a very good civ for him because he likes to play into lots of, he likes to play meta, but this season he's played lots of 1TC with good eco and lots of 1TC imps. I could see him actually trying that here. He goes forward with Vietnamese. Yeah, Dark's already relegated. He still is ready to be a problem. He has the potential to shake things up, and he moves forward with the Vietnamese, and he's stealing that boar. And I think Dragonstar, he knew the boar was there, but he was over here, and he was maybe looking to push in his deer. Dragonstar's like, oh no. Dragonstar's melee, and he's looking to go find this right now, guys, which is honestly kind of ambitious. But let's see, you will always see the boar in the fog of war you've scouted if they go there. So you almost want to go a straight line and hope to see the boar in the fog if you don't see the scout. So that's what he's doing. This would be incredible. So you do the straight line, and he finds it. He actually finds it. Wow, okay, now you need to block the boar. Here's the boar's vision. And if the boar ever doesn't see that scout for even just a split second, the boar will stop chasing. Now, you're happy with getting the scout hits. You don't need this boar right now. So you getting that additional hit and then going for the blocks is okay. Because we're still looking at the boar's vision. You're still doing the block. I mean, Dark has to stay close. And up there for a half a second, not even. You saw what happened there. And then Dark is... Okay, well, I can't explain that. You know how they say sometimes you just got to let them go? Well, that's the same with boars. I can't explain why Dark went back there. Except he envisioned his life with that boar, Now his scout is dead. Now that's not so good because he might not even have his resources. Like there's no way you can reclaim that boar in that situation. I think Dark should have tried to save his scout at least. Dark does come over though. He takes the pigs. He's going to take this boar. So we'll have most of his res. But he won't have his scout now to see what Dragonstar's doing. And that can be dangerous because Dragonstar loves his militia. And so would not surprise me to see Dragonstar consider a barracks here. What is Dragonstar's plan, though? Because his scout's now committed forward, so he might be missing some things. Obviously, he has that boar now, which is huge. Looks like he's just going to mill the side. Milling the side is huge because your opponent can't scout you're doing it now. I think people don't do this typically, but... Yeah, I think if I were Dark... Obviously, I've watched more games than Dark because this has been my life for 3 months. But I'd expect the militia. I'd like pre-wall and stuff. So there's a little bit of threat for a strategy that is not actually going to happen now. But funnily enough, I don't think Dark is playing like he's expecting the militia at all. But honestly, knowing Dragonstar, he might just use this food to fund the man-at-arms. So. Polly says you can feel how T90 is Dragonstar fan, but I kind of am as well. Well, yeah, I mean, a fan of results that make the tail end of the group interesting first and foremost. But also, I'm not going to hide my feelings on it. I love when the whole concept is like, you want players to take it seriously. You want players' preparation to pay off. When I'm casting a player who very clearly has taken this 110% serious and is going to try and take every moment he can to take advantage of it, it's hard for me not to be excited to watch them at the very least, you know? So, I just find Dragonstar very interesting because very frequently you just have like so much talent out there that like talent can stabilize from poor strategy and lack of preparation. But like Dragonstar is one of the situations, I'm not trying to imply he's not talented. That would be incorrect. But he does things that other players would say are not great for like meta play and stuff. And he makes it work for his style. Like he knows, okay, I'm not as fast as everyone else. I'm a bit sloppier than everyone else. And he leans into it. All of his strategies, they are all about the chaos. So yeah, very fun. Here come the militia now. Later than the strategy would typically come in. Dark is going for some big walls. Now, Dragonstar, did he scout this side? He never did, so maybe he thinks that there's a chance his opponent's over here or over here. Obviously, we know that's not the case, and he needs to get the walls down. And this is why the drushing, if you're going to do it, typically comes in a little bit earlier. You can prevent these types of walls, so that's a little frustrating for Dragonstar. It's actually wide open over here. I'm not in love with Dark's eco situation. Having no food underneath the TC right now is painful. Having no scout is also extremely painful to not be able to see what's happening. And luckily for Dragonstar with melee, he can still click up. And he's gone for the other mill as well. So you have about 1,400 food on both of these sides. It is a little bit annoying. You have to click them onto the fish after the rabbits. But that's a lot of free food income. It's very efficient. I don't think that Dragonstar does this if Dark doesn't lose his scout. Floyd says T90 wants Viper to sweat. Yeah, I would love that because it would mean lots of excitement today. So yeah, no offense to Viper, but yeah, absolutely would want you to sweat. No doubt about it, man. We want more of the as I've been saying, must watch AoE too. So it's already crazy that Viper might not make playoffs. Because everyone was implying that this group was going to be the easiest group out there. But I think that Mihi and Satau, Vivi, like they all stepped it up this season. Dragonstar's played really well. And I think it's been a mix of everyone else stepping it up. And then Viper maybe just not being very sharp. Let's be real. But I mean, it's Viper in like a do or die important 5th round series later today. It's gotta be very awkward to be Mihi and feel any type of confidence there. I think Mihi will be more prepared, but I think Viper will be ready to go. So, in the end, Dark just chilling behind his walls. He gets the walls down. He's got a great adaptable economic civ, like we said. And so it has Horse Collar, has double bid axe. The militia haven't done anything for Dragonstar. And Dark's just playing very safe, and he'll play towards Castle Age, where I expect skirmishers and archers. Maybe siege. But this is a nice wall off here. We've got the gold in the back. We've got the stone in the back. Multiple wood lines. The only thing that's disappointing for Dark is because he doesn't have the scouting and he's literally in the dark, he can't like go out here and know about this. Funnily enough, he hasn't seen any of the rabbits die. Because if you see the rabbits die in the Fog of War, you should move out then. But he didn't scout anything else. Dragonstar is keeping a very close eye on him to see what he's doing at all times. The militia are over here killing the rabbits. Sad times. Lane says, in Viper vs. Mihi, who gets to be yellow? Question mark. True! They both pick yellow. Well, usually the way that works is whoever hosts the lobby. So I'm going to guess Mihi is going to host the lobby. But maybe Viper... I don't know what you do there. I mean, Viper's the player that we always associate with the yellow color, but that's funny. Mustache Matt says, didn't they change the fact of seeing dead hunt through the Fog of War? No, I proposed that change. That has never been changed. So if you scouted these rabbits and you see the rabbits die, you could still, like there, you could see that. That has never been changed. I think that should be changed, though, in my opinion. If they're changing so many different things about the game, I really like the fact that you would have to scout to reclaim that information. The thing that shouldn't change, in my opinion, is seeing a boar that's being stolen through the fog. So that would be kind of inconsistent, but I think for laming would be way too strong if you couldn't see where the boar was. So, here comes Dark, getting fletching now. I think Dragonstar, more than anything, is a little paranoid about his villagers on the side. Initially sent his army this way to protect this. And now these villagers are... Oh, there's a hole. Oh my god, there's a hole. Oh, man. Oh, no way. He had so much time. He had so much time, and there's a freaking hole here. Dragonstar needs to damage control. That's extremely frustrating. Again, he needs these wins. Like, he kind of needs the 3-0 and then some help from Mihi. And, oh, man, we've all been there. There's actually... there's a hole in the back as well. But that's not bad for Dark. Again, Dark's played passive because he kind of had to. But overall, it's not too bad. In a ranged unit war, Vietnamese can be very competitive. Dragonstar sacrifices his scout. That's a bit of sloppy micro there. And yeah, just maybe some shakiness there. Again, there's like so many positives to the way Dark is played. It's why the majority, the high-level players will not take the sides. Because it complicates the job you have to do. There's a lot of walling you have to do behind it. Eventually, the villagers have to come home, and you have to balance out where you put them. Here, you just put everybody on a farm, a little bit on gold, and you just keep it nice and simple, and play ranged units. Dragonstar's walled now. He's on the way to Castle H. Will be faster to Castle H. And losing one Vil with melee is no big deal. Wondering what the game plan, what the choices are going to be here. You could play 2 ranges. You could play ballistics. You could play town centers. You could play siege. Normally in a ranged unit war, where players are making skirmishers, you might actually see, yeah, stable. You might actually consider knights in either player's position. Elephants are really cheap with the melee. So yeah, just skirm v skirm. I'm wondering, will we see a stable for Dark maybe? But that Castle H time is going to push Dark back big time. Dark just hoping these 3 archers can separate and do something. Seems kind of unlikely. And 8 to 2 KD for Dark, but still, just don't know. Is this going to be enough for him? He's used the market. He's sold a stone. From a time perspective, too, it's like you're relegated anyways. You're just like, let's just go all in every game. Why not? Second archer range, so I think it would just be full skirm from Dark. It's going to be a knight from Dragonstar. Why are people doing this, man? The civilization's got super cheap elephants. The answer is because the knights are faster. But it makes me sad. I would always go elephant there. But the elephant might not end up catching. And the knight just relieves some of the pressure. The other knights actually... Oh, no, just the skirmishers are headed for those archers there. Second town center there from Dragonstar. So he'll definitely have the superior eco. And honestly, the knights probably paid for itself already. Just in the amount of space and time you have to breed. It's very nice. And Bodcanero is in as well for Dragonstar. So he can still micro down the ranged units. And nice side-to-side micro there. Snipes the spearman. And now Dark will be up. Now, once Dark gets elite skirm numbers... It gets the upgrades. Melee knights are not going to be that terrifying. But Dragonstar's got the time now. Also sees the second range. So when you know second range, you know maybe a siege workshop could make sense. It's either that or you match your opponent's skirms. But that's also kind of dicey because the Vietnamese get extra HP on their skirms. Another game where Dark's getting crossbowmen for like 3 archers. Which, I guess he's got the resources for it here, so it's okay, but it just feels like a very big investment. Like, at the high level, we have to be extremely critical of decisions, right? It's like, was that tiny little move, that tiny investment worth it? And a 200 resources invested into an upgrade is like, just like crazy, right? Because you can do a lot with 200 res. It's been a consistent theme for Dark. And it's just a sign that the player's not quite there with the timings. It's not that crossbows, he's going to make more units now, but it just didn't fit the timing perfectly. A T90, why don't people play melee on water maps anymore? Or more? Great question. I think part of it's just because they're better on other maps, and there's other civs that have better early game water bonuses. So I think if you eliminated 5 or 6 civs from the game, you'd see Malay play a lot on water. Just they don't have an early game bonus. That's the main reason. I think the situation Dragonstar finds himself in is one of the more dangerous situations. You've got 3 town centers to manage. That's a lot of economy to balance out, and your opponent is investing pretty much everything into the attack and saving resources to maybe go imp. So typically 1 TC can beat 3 TC, I would say. 2 TC beats 1 TC. It's this whole conversation, but this could be dangerous for Dragonstar for the next couple minutes. Obviously, if he holds it, though, his eco should be very strong, and Dark is not exactly pushing him, so I think Dark's going to go imp. I think that's the plan. Like, look at his food count. Look at his gold count. He's definitely not building a second town center anytime soon. Feels like fast imp. And if Dark gets Bracer on range units, he's insane. But so far, still only killed that 1 villager because of the hole in the wall, so. Yeah, Dragonstar's eco upgrades are not the best. Dragonstar doesn't see this army over here. Dragonstar's just attacking on these sides. He must know there's going to be a big attack through the middle. But there's the attack, actually. The attack's on the sides, which I think Dragonstar has noticed. Yep, he's aware. But I don't know. His army's not really that strong at the moment. He doesn't have a single armor upgrade on the skirmishers. He also really needs this market to balance out his resources. I could start to see these fights snowball a little bit. He doesn't know he's got a 20-vil lead. Score's really high for Dark. Yeah, the knights won't contribute too much. Is this enough skirmishers to engage? I mean, the skirm numbers are matched, but then there's ballistics already in for Dark. And Dark also has extra HP. There's the market. There's the university. And I think it was good for Dragonstar that he just gave up on the market, relocated from the farms, and Dark is on the way up. Dark is on the way to imp, man. What a crazy imp time. Telling you, he won't be distracted. He doesn't have anything else to manage. It is just produce your army, control your army, and Dark has some incredible micro here. I would not expect Dark to take any poor fights over the next couple minutes. I'm really... Okay, I got scared. I jinxed him there. But he's just so confident when he goes into fights. He backs away to the hill. Dragonstar needs to clear this army before imp, or he needs to get to Imperial Age himself, but he is a long way from the Imperial Age. Luckily, a lot of the eco's in the back, but it's kind of hard to protect everything, especially if you're not mining any stone for towers. And relics are coming in for Dark, which is a nice little addition to the economy, I suppose. But yeah, it's just all about the range units here. Remember that game? Dark was like 60 vils behind Satau in the quarry game, and he almost won with Arbalest and Bomber Cannons. That's essentially what he's going for again. And he sees that Mangonel, doesn't seem too concerned. Backs away, sees the skirmishers here. But Dragonstar needs to engage on this. Not sure Dragonstar's realized that he's had the audacity to go 1 TC fast in because it's so rare. There's the engagement. Dragonstar does have ballistics on the way. Oh! And Dark cuts it a little too close for comfort there. And maybe now Dragonstar can start to find the engagements. Nice engagements so far for Dragonstar. Chasing the armies down. More importantly, he's getting space. He's getting time. And I honestly, I think the second he sees imp, he needs to stop producing villagers in full. Just like full idle and try and click up. Being melee, you can get there so fast. He's got 3 vills in queue right now. Let's see if he produces those and then produces any more. Bracer's on the way. Chemistry's on the way for Dark. Again, Dark's already relegated. Part of it's probably just he wants these games to be as quick and as painless as possible, but he's going for the most aggressive strategy he can think of here. Yeah, no more vills after those 3 for Dragonstar. He's fully idling. Really smart. And then you just wait, and then you drop off your res, maybe use the market and try and click up. And then this space you've had to push forward, you've gained yourself some time, so you could just back away then as he chases you down with the additional upgrades. Dark's got to push now. These units have to be going forward. Dragonstar's now backing up. And Dragonstar's now 2 minutes away from Imp. But you got to keep your army alive. You got to keep your base alive. Bombard cannons can come out. Guys, I'm telling you, this is dangerous. Like, the Vil difference will not matter if Dragonstar loses the whole front of his base. Like, all of his eco is right there. I guess he does have this side eco, of course, which is kind of nice. Even the production buildings, right? Like, this is going to be tough. First Bombard cannon's on the way. Siege Workshop coming forward from Dark. Dark's got 40 military against 20 military, and Dark still has the far stronger upgrades. Damn. Again, the sides just will not matter with how Dark's playing this. Maybe eventually it does, because he runs out of the gold, the wood, or something like that. But, like, no, he's just going full push. Guard tower upgrade for Dragonstar. This I like. Just any amount of resistance is important here. It doesn't help you from the bombard cannons, but it does help you from the armies moving in for now. It drops another tower in the back. This is nice, too. If you can catch out the reinforcements, it's very nice. But, oh, man, big bombard cannon shot there from Dark. Dark moving on this way. He has Imp Skirm. Imp Skirm and Vietnamese Arbalest. Malay are just hoping that they can have the superior economy and make the inferior range units here. The Knights even trying to contribute here. They might do a little bit, but no, Dark's full focused on the military here. He'll never lose that. Repairs come in. He won't lose it. I don't think he'll lose it. He doesn't lose it. He's killing off the skirms. He's got an army over here. He's got an army over here. He's everywhere. And now he's starting to push the town centers with the bombard cannons. Oh, man, this is so much pressure dished out by Dark. And so far, he just hasn't been losing any fights. You genuinely just have to make your own bombard cannons, which you can only do in 15 seconds, and your own skirms, but your skirms are just far worse. It's really complicated. And especially because your siege workshop's here, so now you're like, all right, I need a bombard cannon. Oh, yeah, can't do that. You got to build it from the side. It's just so freaking awkward, man. Dark knows exactly where Dragonstar can expand to as well. He's looking in the north to see if Dragonstar's up there. He'll find he's not there. He's still tracking this army, so this army will end up getting killed off. And he's pushing the main gold from Dragonstar. Guys, I am concerned for Dragonstar. 60 Vils up, but I don't think he can kill this army. Where's the guy in YouTube chat who scolded me for saying Dark was dangerous? T90's exaggerating with Dark being dangerous. Look at this play. 1 TC, doesn't care. He's just killing everything. Archer ranges and villagers going down. Over here, we find a nice clear from Dragonstar. But, like, at the moment, he cannot match the skirm numbers and he cannot match the bombard cannon numbers. I think the thing is, if you clear this, you could just run. Run some Vils up there. If you have to abandon your main base with the Vils, do so as well. You have areas to expand. Cling to life. You're convincing yourself your eco is way better. It's crazy. The score wouldn't tell me that the eco is what it is, but that's just the kills from Dark and the amount of buildings he's destroying with these cannons. He's already dealt 20k damage with these bombard cannons. But yeah, forget the score. Forget, all of that. If you're Dragonstar, you just got to fight today. You got to get that 3-0 here. But, oh, man, it's looking so rough. It's looking so rough. The skirmishers are coming this direction. Dark's got a beautiful economy for one town center economy. I know the Vil count's not there, but it's been extremely efficient. And he's just not losing fights. Mass evacuation here for Dragonstar. While he has 100 Vils, they haven't exactly been working efficiently. As buildings are still going down. I like the counter raid, though. At least now, Dark won't have any units coming forward, any additional units coming forward for a minute. And maybe the last stand for Dragonstar, because he has waited until he gets 4 or 5 cannons of his own up here. Siege Engineers is not in. It's 1 TC for both now. And, okay, so now it's just a huge micro battle where Dragonstar has the hill. For the first time, Dragonstar's actually stabilized and held a position. Oh, man. The micro's got to be insane here, though. And Dark's micro is just so good. That was a beautiful attack round on the skirms and another attack round as well. He takes 2 cannons. Guys, he's still not losing any cannons either. These cannons have been insane. 20 kills, 30k damage. He's also using his ARBs and using his skirmishers against the bombard cannons because there's not enough from Dragonstar. And Dark gets the win. Second win of the season. He goes full on 1 town center down 60 villagers and he just smashed him. Well played. Again, that is dangerous. 1 town center versus 3 town center. If you're not taking the trades against their army, which Dragonstar wasn't able to do, they can find the numbers and they can find the timing. It's extremely rare, but what Dark did reminds me of like Leary. When Leary's confident, Leary's just like, I'm going to make range units, I'm going to upgrade my range units, and you're going to die to them. Well played to Dark. Huge in terms of the storyline for Dragonstar's for survival now. That is not good for him. Has to win the next game. But Dark's like, hey, ka-ching, ka-ching, $30 for win, finally. And he gets the win. And yeah, it was a clean game. It was a very clean game from Dark. I didn't collect as much food and wood, but he didn't need it. And just took perfect engagements the entire time. Guys, he destroyed 14k value. It was just buildings, right? Like the bombard cannons did 29k damage. They got 20 kills. And then, of course, the range units got some valuable kills as well. It was just beautiful. This reminds me of Leary saying, if I never lose units, I never lose fights. If I never lose fights, I never lose games. Yeah, the old Leary quote. Exactly. That's what that was. So, yeah, painful for Dragonstar. We'll have the next game coming up. But with that result, the odds are looking relatively slim that he survives. Basically, what he would need now, he has to win the next game to survive. And then he would need Viper to get swept by Mihi, I believe. Yeah. If Dragonstar wins the next game, he'll be tied with Viper. And then if Viper were to get 1 win, Dragonstar's down. So, I think Mihi sweeping Viper is kind of a tough task. Even though Viper hasn't had the season that maybe he would have had in the past. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll take it game by game. How does Viper end up getting third? He would have to win like 3-0 or something, and then I think Vivi gets swept by Satau. I think that's how Viper gets third. Which is doable. Like Viper can beat Mihi, and Satau I think is the favorite over Vivi. So but yeah, we'll see. We'll see when we get there. All right, it's going to be a big water battle for the next game. Game number 3, 45 seconds till we're in. Welcome in, everybody. Someone says, in my opinion, going imp might have been a mistake. Should have dropped a castle to buy time. It's just so tough. Like, anything you do, anything your instincts there tell you to do, it becomes very complicated, right? Because, like, the castles to buy time is kind of along the same lines of a tower to buy time. And guess what happened to the towers? Like, gone to bombard cannons. So at the end of the day, you just kind of need to, you need a little bit more time for your eco to pay off, which means you need better engagements. So in reality, I think for Dragonstar, he needed to engage against that army before the upgrades came in, like even a minute or two before the upgrades come in. And then I think in theory, if he takes any engagements, it's always going to be easier for him to produce more, but he wasn't able to find any engagements. But credit to Dark, because Dark like was kind of poking around and prodding. Dark was not playing like he was playing passive with 1 TC in terms of his army movement. So here we go. All right. Welcome in, everybody. And someone says, so this game changes nothing for Dragonstar? I think it should change a lot for Dragonstar. If Dragonstar loses this game, he's just straight up relegated. Right? Like, Dragonstar has to win this game, and then he still needs to hope that Viper doesn't get enough wins. Dark, of course, is relegated. But we've got Northern Isles here, and this is the... This is Dragonstar's home map. We've got Koreans. So Dragonstar will play Koreans. And it's, in my opinion, easily top 3 on this map. I think there's arguments for it being first on the map. But I think if you're arguing it's not first, it would probably be because of Vikings on the other side. So both civs have cheaper ships. Just slightly different bonuses with how that plays out. So you got the warships there for Dark being cheaper. You also have the warships being cheaper here with just wood. And Dark again comes forward. And Dark is going to do whatever he can to disrupt Dragonstar's attempt at winning. He moves in, he steals a sheep, he uses that sheep, finds a goat, steals that goat. Does he have the transport ship around? Yeah, transport ship's coming back for that. Steals another goat. Dark is like, you're coming down with me, bro. Oh. Oh my god. I'd be so annoyed if I was Dragonstar. And there's nothing wrong with it, right? Like, you're playing to win, but this means so much for Dragonstar. And Dragonstar's got to be like, you're freaking kidding me, dude. You're already relegated, and now you're like, you're laming, and you're 1 TC smashing people. Like, what is this? I wonder what I predicted on the prediction contest for this series. I didn't predict many good things for Dark before this season because I knew he wasn't as active. I think I might have predicted like 2-1 for Dragonstar. Obviously, I predicted Dark to get more wins than he did this season, but that's really nice. Obviously, there's other ways to get food on this map, and Dragonstar was just pushing in the deer anyways. So probably fish, so it's not as hurtful as it would be on other maps. But if you wanted to go fast castle, that's kind of out the window, in my opinion. And Dark also got some decent scouting, too, because he saw where the lumber camp is, and he sees this gold. So usually, players are going to take the gold right next to their wood there. Mac Badger says, did Viper pay up and bribe Dark to play hard on Dragonstar? I'm going to assume that did not happen, but it's kind of a funny thought. In Silver and Gold League, we had people training and sharing strategies with people they already played in their group, which is like super smart in my opinion. You play someone in the first round, and then you need that person to help you, affect the rest of the group. So like in Viper's case, he could have immediately just trained with Dark and everybody else that he faced early. That way Dark could get wins off of Mihi and Satau and Vivi, right? That probably happened a little bit in Platinum, but depends on the player. Depends. We got different teams and different setups. But yeah, Dark's going to have the food. A Dragonstar is doing the sheep trick. Yes! He's doing the sheep trick. So this is... we saw Blue do it. We saw Stone Please do it. And it's a team thing. Like, those players train together. And the thing about it is your opponent thinks that could be a villager, that thinks it could be a scout, but it's really just a sheep. I'm not sure I would do that, though, if I was already down 3 sheep, but it seems like he's still got plenty of food here. Like, in theory, Dark might see that, and Dark's going to be like, oh, he's going to sneak. He's going to go man-at-arms or something. I think at a certain point, you should just know the players that do that, and then you shouldn't be mind-gamed. But then it's a double mind game, because everyone then thinks you're never going to do anything, and then you do it. Bam. Uno reverse. It is man-at-arms. It is a sneak villager. You just got to wait till a couple rounds later. So I think it's really smart, man. And I talked about it in like 3 or 4 weeks ago when in Gold League and Silver League. But Dragonstar's been doing a lot of training with some Gold League and Silver League players. I don't know who started it. I have to ask around a little bit. We'll probably get an answer eventually. Here comes the scout just to see what Dark's up to. What is Dark up to, actually? Dark's on the way to Feudal Age. Forward dock, which has been really uncommon. But Dark is on the way up much faster than Dragonstar. Dragonstar walling for now, and I think is playing fast castle. Adding lots of fish. Eco's looking kind of awkward, to be honest. Scout could also get trapped here. But Scout is looping around back to the transport. Gate, though, from Dark. And another gate from Dark. That's well played. And when he's in Feudal Age in a minute, he can just kill this Scout. So Dragonstar needs to get out of here somehow. But yeah, I think that if this Scout survives, it's really important. Because Dragonstar needs to eventually know what Dark is going to do with his Feudal Age attack. But he just cannot get free. He almost gets trapped there. He just cannot get free. And the transport's not moving either, which is really rough. There's actually a villager here from Dark. So Dark clearly wants to go aggressive on land. If that transport had looped around earlier, I think maybe the Scout could survive. This is going to be super close. Oh, God. The transport can't make it. The transport can't make it because of the fishing ships. Run! There's a sheep waiting for you! Bam! Survives. Dark's looking at that transport like, why was there a flag on it? That's so weird. All right, transport Saves the scout. That's a big deal. We've got a tower going up behind the wood line on this side. Now, the Koreans have that extra line of sight with the villagers, and that actually gives Dragonstar vision on this. I mean, Dragonstar's already got another wood line. This tower doesn't do that much damage. I don't think Dark played a lot of the new water. I really don't. And maybe been relegated for some time, so maybe he hasn't put in a lot of look into the meta as well. But most players have gone more defensive after the water changes with the back docks and the ability to garrison. But he's gone forward. He's going to go for a galley and a hawk. And obviously there's the tower, but there's not a whole lot else in the way of aggression for him. Oh, he does find that, though. That should be a dead scout. Unless that... Oh! Man, this scout's going through it right now. Saved again. This scout, though. Watch that scout end up scouting something really important. The transport ship is also slightly faster than the Hawk. So the transport ship should be able to survive. Archer range for Dragonstar. He sees the tower. Doesn't seem too bothered by it. Doesn't know there's an archer range as well. Scout is now out. Dragonstar might not have known the math on the transport being a bit faster, but of course there's going to be more ships. Dark wants that kill. Dark kills the sheep. Dark, settle down. You're relegated already. Settle down. Stop being a bully to Dragonstar. No, but seriously, keep it up. That's also really impressive. But stop it. He should keep doing it. I'm just being dramatic. Galleys are coming around. Yeah, it's probably good that the scout got out of the transport ship, but I don't think that scout's going to survive. Here comes the pressure. And Dragonstar needs to click up the castle age here. This is a lot of pressure, man. You've got the tower, which is doing something. You've got the archers. You've got the ships on the fishing ships back here. You've got a villager that's super weak, and that villager's going to be sniped. Dark has got to be more than happy with his start. And Dragonstar can't click up, guys. He's so close to getting the res to click up. It's so messy. If you go fast castle, you really need to just get there, right? And then you can make turtle ships right away, and there's some add town centers. The more you wait, the more awkward it can be here. I think Dragonstar might be a little bit rattled. It felt like the style Dark could get wins today because Dark is so aggressive. Game 1, he was more passive, of course, but like second game, you got to see his extremes. But he's on the way up. All right, he's on the way up. He has archers. This transport is so important. Transport is so important. Dragonstar wanted to transport archers. I'm sure of it. You want to know how I'm sure of it? He did that crap to me twice. He likes to use that, like 2 archers. He goes over to your base, and then he just plays full water from there. Now, you can walk across the land with the archers. There is that crossing, but that obviously takes a lot longer, and you can get found. Excuse me. Overall, I think the economy's looked really good for Dark. He's obviously had no shortage of food. He's had fishing ships. Has the Viking economy with free wheelbarrow. But while there's been some positives and he's been the one being aggressive for once in the early game, don't know if it's going to necessarily amount to enough to break Dragonstar just yet. The Dragonstar will have his berries. Dragonstar still has 10 fish working. And Dragonstar is planning on turtle ships. Turtle ships that may or may not row very efficiently in terms of the graphics, but I've been told that I should stop bringing that up so much. So this is me not bringing it up by preemptively mentioning the oars bother me. All right? Honestly, impressive from Dragonstar. He didn't lose more fish than he did. I think he just lost that one villager, which is easy to forget about on the shoreline. But beyond that, it's pretty solid. Archer gets sniped over here with his own archers. And the galleys are there. But I think he's got the time, and he should queue up turtle ships now. Yep, there's the turtle ships. Dark still hasn't clicked up. And the fishing ships preemptively garrison. And turtles are about to be on the way from these 2 docks. Here go the archers. Oh, we have a chatter that says, I don't know about the oars. Can you explain in excruciating details, please? Oh, well, if you ask, I have to do it right by the viewers. This person really needs to know. Just watch the way the oars move, okay? Just watch them move. Watch them row. It doesn't look right. Something's wrong with it. In fact, they're glitching out now. Maybe because he's re-clicking them. It bothers me. Dragonstar's defended. I mean, Turtle Ships is a great play. It's an epic ship. I'm sorry. I'm really happy the oars actually move now. The crossbows are here. Dark doesn't have his army here because he went range on the front. And he kind of big-time panics there. He pulls 13 villagers to try and stop this. That's exactly what you want to see. You don't want to necessarily... You don't necessarily need to smash villagers. You want a panic, and Dark's got nothing here. Dark has nothing. He was not prepared for this at all. I expected a little bit more in resistance. I thought there'd be skirmishers around or something. I mean, he does have some of his ranged units over here, but he had no defense. And the turtles are also going to be coming in for his fish as well. So he's planning on longboats. But these 4 crossbowmen so far have done so much damage for Dragonstar. Nice shot from Dark, though. You don't really need the food. You have fish. You need wood. You need gold. And he is building a range. He can move to the wood and the gold. And he is still saving some of these galleys, too. Now, the harassment back here isn't going to do enough long-term. The fishing ships for Dragonstar are out there, too. And Dragonstar, I think, just killed 2 more villagers with these crossbows. Okay, turtles find the fish. They find the navy here. Navy needs to be upgraded for Dark, but he also has other things to look at as well, such as these crossbows. Dragonstar's floating a lot of resources at the moment. If he could spend those resources, he would just skyrocket ahead. And there's the second town center. And a couple more turtles will maybe be on the way. Dragonstar's army just holds a lot of value right now in low numbers. So look, it's rowing the wrong freaking direction, dude. I think when you go for a forward like Dark has, you're hoping that in the late game you can deny the gold and you can deny the stone here. So it's okay that things get a little bit awkward right now. With the Elite Skirm, he can clear this. With Viking Economy, he can boom into the game pretty nicely. And then in late game, he's hoping that he could keep an eye on those resources there. The skirmishers are there. Longboats arrive. So we've got unique ship versus unique ship. And the longboats, at least, are much more mobile, right? So they're not as tanky. But I think that mobility is really good in Dark's hands. And I know that turtle ships are strong, but I think longboats are actually superior. If you get... I think it's easier to mass them, easier to position where you want them. And Dragonstar's kind of forgotten about some of his turtles. Like right here, this turtle's just slowly going down. He doesn't see it. There's a 1 range difference, and he doesn't see it. He doesn't see it. Not the turtle. Brother, your turtle. Yikes. I mean, the turtles, they did something, but they didn't get that much value, did they? They didn't kill too many villagers. For Dragonstar, it's going to be more so about the land army. Now, he is making a switch, which is probably a good call. He's getting the warships upgrade. He'll play fires. And this is still a lot of really good pressure. He does still have the docks. He does still have the cheaper ships. And if he goes fires and gets a university up as well for careening, it could be really solid. He's going for another dock in the middle. You do not want to ever lose water control against the Vikings. It will be impossible to reclaim it. And guys, Dragonstar has to win this game. Otherwise, he is relegated. I think he's at 5 wins now, right? He needs to get to 6 and then hope that Viper doesn't win games later. He's got some good pressure here. Fires are on the move. Turtles on the move. Crossbows are still moving through. Still no additional town center here from Dark. And Dragonstar's just going to keep sending armies into his base like this. Unless there's more resistance. Unless there's towers, town centers, skirmishers with ballistics. What a find from Dragonstar. It's a huge raid. It's an amazing raid. And in the middle as well, he's got a fire ship there taking down the longboat. On the backside, he's got the fire ships as well. Just seems like there's too much multitasking right now for Dark, who is pressuring on the backside and slowly taking down this dock. But, man, these crossbowmen have been the MVPs. But more and more longboats will be massed. There's the upgrade. There's careening now, so that will add the extra pierce armor. You get that from the university now. Could also get clinker construction to add the speed. It's actually a bit more difficult to get to those upgrades because you have to invest into the university when you wouldn't normally have done so. But I guess at the same time, you can still produce ships while researching upgrades, which you couldn't before. So maybe it evens out. But I just like these tiny moments for Dragonstar where these fires have been finding really nice value. The longboats are going to be good in one spot, but there's so many different areas in the map right now. And there's clinker construction. So it'll be additional speed and additional armor on these boats. And Dragonstar's killed 20 eco. Look at the Vil counts! It was even 10 minutes ago. Not even 10 minutes ago. Like 7 minutes ago. And now it's 71 eco versus 48. My God, Dragonstar. That was sick. And obviously a big part of that is expanding his own economy very nicely. Great eco upgrades. The 3 town centers being up. And crossbows will maybe go down now. But my goodness. I mean, it feels like a 1 TC imp play again for Dark. I don't know if that's going to be as successful on this map. I don't know if he's going to be able to keep his docks alive either. Because there will be a lot of Navy around. Turtle ship cuts it off. I think the turtle ship also gets faster after clinker construction, right? That's pretty nice. Fires are still back here. Dark's definitely balancing his res to click up. I'd like to see Dragonstar just make more fire ships. The siege workshop's a nice addition too. Unfortunately, his crossbows are kind of caught out, but it just add one more thing that Dark has to deal with while you have the better economy here. So a tower or two as well. A tower right here could be awesome. It's right in the choke point where the Navy's going to be coming. I think for Dragonstar, the imp time should be a whole lot closer here than it was in the previous game. Maybe not, though. He's not melee. It's really awkward to spend that much wood into farms right now. So we'll see. But, I mean, Dark's sticking to his game plan. He's sticking to what won him the previous game, which is 1 town center play. But he's under pressure, right? His docks are going down. Crossbows are in. I don't know where his skirms are exactly, but okay, his skirms are here. But there's also going to be a rocket cart as well. So this is really bad. Really bad for Dark. The Dragonstar adding more fishing ships, snagging gill nets, snagging ballistics now, still spamming in the fires, bringing villagers to now go tower rush too. This dock as well, like the fact that he's fishing over there is very bold, and Dark is about to click up to imp, but he's pushed off of his golds. He's moved down to this gold, but he doesn't have the res to click up. It just doesn't feel like Dark can do this. Not like the previous game where it was tough for Dragonstar to ever match the imp time, or at least match the aggression. Here, Dragonstar's got the numbers everywhere he needs. Water's actually competitive. Land's super competitive, too. Dark is just super far behind. T90, are you able to wall up the crossing? I think you actually can. There's different versions of this map. Some versions don't allow you to wall on the edge. I think technically you can wall the majority of that crossing. But you can't wall, like, on that the terrain. You could wall on the edge of the map, though. I mean, that's supposed to be the town center Dark wants to go imp in. So, it's not even about imp resources now. It's, will the town center still be up? He'd have to sell off his food, get some gold in return. He's just got so much work to do. So we'll snipe a turtle ship again, but there will be more fires. There's more villagers going down. Dragonstar's going to get his win, guys. And it's still, you know, he still has a chance to survive. Just fully depends on what happens in the next set. And I think Dark is going to tap out here. I think he's kind of forced to. He's got nothing. He's completely dead. He's got the longboats, and then he's got the GG. Dragonstar wins 2-1. Oh, man, I think that second game is going to be so painful for him. If he would have been able to get the 3-0, his chances were so much greater, but he gives himself a chance at least. If that is the last series for Dragonstar in Platinum for a bit, it was a great way to finish, to remind everyone how good his strategies and his builds are. But Dark might have just played a little bit of spoilers here today, snagging the 1 win, even though he's going down himself. So we'll see. Let's look to the numbers real quick, guys, before we talk about the schedule for the day. But I think this means if Viper wins any games, Dragonstar is out, right? Believe that is the case. So, yeah, live standings. Dragonstar ends with 6 wins. Viper has 6 wins. So, the only way that Dragonstar would stay alive in Platinum League would be if Viper were to get swept by Mihi in our final series of the day. Viper gets 1 win. Viper is at least safe. Now, the rest of the storylines with Viper 2 still remains, where will Viper get top 3, possibly get into the playoff position to play for the whole championship. So, yeah, good showing for Dragonstar. I mean, you got to control what you can. It was a good series win, but we'll see. Chat, predict the scoreline for Viper Mihi for me. I want to know where everyone else is at. Obviously, we have a short break coming up before we get right into Satau and Vivi. So that's really what we'll talk about. But while we're still on the topic of Dragonstar survival. Okay, I'm seeing some Viper 2-1s. I'm seeing some Mihi 2-1s. I am seeing the occasional 3-0 Mihi from chat. Okay, so there is some belief out there that Mihi can sweep Viper and Dragonstar will survive. You know, it'd be super fun? If Mihi's up 2-0 in that series, we bring Dragonstar in to cast the 3rd game. Can you imagine his nerves? That would be really fun. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what version of Viper we see later on today. I'm also not sure that's fair to Dragonstar. Or fair to Viper, right? To like bring someone in who's basically going to be rooting against him, but that could be fun. Alrighty, Dragonstar wins 2-1 in the first set. We are roughly 250 subs away from the next DLC key giveaway, guys, which is quite a lot. But when we get there, I've got new DLC keys to give away to you guys, as well as keys to the base game. So thanks to everyone who supported TTL. I know that there's been a lot happening. I probably missed some thank yous here or there, but I appreciate the new primes. My usual crew coming back with the resubs. Thank you. Thank you, like Lord Rochester and Nicode and Star Wars, who've been gifting subs in insane amounts. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll have a short break. Shouldn't be too long of a break before we get into Satau and Vivi. But before we do, just want to briefly talk about like kind of what the week looks like. So basically, we finish the Viper group. We finish this group today. We have 2 more sets. But all of this is deciding where the players end up. We know Dark is relegated already, for example. We don't know about Dragonstar just yet. But then also top 3 go playoffs. So this is what the playoff bracket looks like right now. Now, the game plan would be we finish Group D today. We then do Group A tomorrow. And then the game plan is Tuesday and Wednesday are the quarterfinals. The goal is 2 quarterfinals per day. Now, I don't know what the schedule looks like right now, but I can tell you this season has been by far the most difficult season we've ever had in terms of getting games played. It is possible, guys, that I will be casting 4 quarterfinals, or 4 round of 12 sets, rather, all in one day. So I will let you know on that. Once we get that schedule, I will let you know. But there may be a day where we have potentially 20 Age of Empires games because of how some things have been playing out with the schedules behind the scenes. So we've got a lot to come, all right? We've got a lot to come. I'll let you know once I know. But yeah, quick break. When we're back, we'll have Satau against Vivi. If Satau wins, Satau potentially pushes into the first place position. Maybe locks down the first place position. Vivi, he once wins, so Viper doesn't overtake him to go into the playoffs. There's a lot to come. 2 more sets of TTL. I'll see you guys soon.
To die like this? You played like this? You played 2 hours. 2 hours. You played 2 hours. That died like this. You played 2 hours. 2 hours. You played 2 hours. That died like this.
Okay, thank you for waiting, everybody. I am back. We are good to go for the next series, Satau Vivi. I want to get some hellos out of the way to chat, and we'll get into the numbers and get into the sets. Also, let me show you the draft real quick. I'm excited because we got some crazy maps for this series. We have Stranded Game 1, Coast Arena, and then Zimbabwe is the home map. So, was not expecting that many stone walls, but those maps could produce some fun moments. Hello, Driznik. Hello, Dark. What's up, Mr. V? What's up, Link? What's up, EMP? Hello, YouTube chat as well. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We've had more and more people watch every day on YouTube. So, I don't know. People, I guess it makes sense as well. Technically, on Twitch, the viewership's been rising as the event gets more and more important towards the final stages. So, thank you, guys. I know there's a lot of options of things you can potentially do on the internet. So, I don't take it for granted that you guys are here hanging out with me and watching AoE 2. So, thank you, Matt. Matt GPT is his name. Says, been watching on YouTube for 2 years. Have finally made it to one of your streams. Just wanted to say thank you for putting on an amazing event. Thank you, Matt. Salutes in chat, please, for Matt. Good old Matt GPT. It's a fun name. What's up, Chestnut? He says, in a blizzard where I live, this made my day a lot better. Nice. Yeah, I hear in some areas there's going to be this crazy winter storm, which is like the third one for at least some people in the U.S. I don't know. Where's everybody getting hit with the blizzard right now? I can't be in tune with the weather. I'm barely in tune with the weather where I live. Weather all over the world is a whole different thing. But, wow, 30 inches of snow in Wisconsin. Damn. Damn, that's crazy. That's a lot of snow, man. Yeah, I won't tell you the weather where I live currently, but if it makes you feel better, I never experience it because I'm inside with you guys. So stay safe, everybody, with whatever's going on, and obviously, like, maybe cozy up a little bit, you know? and lock in for some games. So what's up, Amal? Thank you. R Knight, Justin, Action Hero. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, Florida Man's got it. Florida Man's got it good right now. But in 3 months, I'm going to be jealous of you guys when it's super freaking hot. So, all right, here's the situation. Obviously, we know what happened with Dark and Dragon Star. Now we have Satau Vivi. So let's look at the potential results real quick. For Satau to lock down first, he would actually need the 3-0. So it's not even confirmed, even with just 2 wins. Because he and Mihi... Basically, if he ties Mihi, he beats Mihi on the tiebreaker. But since they're tied on wins, obviously he needs to get the 3-0 to confirm that that would be the case. Yeah, and then in Vivi's case, Vivi's rather interesting. It's likely he's third, but if he were only to get 1 win, let's say, then Viper could take third place if Viper were to sweep Mihi, I believe. Right? Well, yes, I believe we would have to input the rest of the results, right? Yeah. So basically, Vivi needs wins to confirm third place to be ahead of Viper. Could potentially actually even get into the second place position depending on how many wins he gets. Everything's up in the air. Every game counts. And I think Vivi's like kind of an interesting player this season, man. Like, I think people didn't realize that stylistically, Vivi can match up really nicely against these players. But I think where Vivi struggles is he struggles against players who can find those critical, like, killer timings in early Castle Age. And the players in this group that I consider the best at that would be the 2 players above him right now, Satau and Mihi. I think Viper struggles a little bit in those moments. I think Dragonstar and Dark sometimes struggles in those moments. But yeah, if Vivi has maps where it's not all about like early Castle Age timings and it's all like adapting, which I think a lot of these maps are, I think he's very dangerous. Like Stranded, Zimbabwe, Costa Rica, I think are very nice maps for Vivi to get wins. But Satau has been the best player in the group so far. He hasn't lost a set. And he's coming off of that win against Viper as well, where he won 2-1 last week. So I definitely have Satau as my favorite. I would say maybe like a 2-1 prediction for Satau feels right to me, just based on what I've seen from both players on the group so far. So, anyways, we're going to hop into it here in a second. Non-player Chris, she doesn't have too much of a hangover. Thanks for asking. We talked about it. I actually showed the sword at the start of stream, but my fiance doesn't have too much of a hangover, so she's good. But she was in chat after the Renaissance Fair yesterday, which was pretty funny. So yeah, and she said she got a phope sword, and earlier today we had all of Twitch chat spamming the word phope. So phope is a new word. It's like instead of next level, we say next lever here. I guess phope's a thing now. I don't know how we would do a phope emote though. But hopefully it's been a phope stream so far, guys, and you guys have enjoyed the show. We got a big Vivi fan say 3-0 Vivi, let's go Fat Dragon. I like that energy. Vivi's a really fun player to watch, and I think Vivi's just a big confidence player. So coming in here, having lots of wins, having experience on all these maps, not feeling like down and out and whatnot, it's got to be good for Vivi. But I don't know. I think Satau's aggression, Satau's adaptability is kind of what a high-level player should aspire to. If he can play to those timings today, I think he wins, maybe locks up first place in the group. Game 1, about to start. Get your predictions in chat. What's up, Hot Pepper Pizza? Thanks for the phope. What's up, Dizzy? Thank you, guys. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Kettle Punch. Yeah, let's go, guys. Assuming Capture Age works for me. Here we are. Let's do it. Alrighty, guys. Welcome in. Final rounds. And as we've been saying, a lot to play for. Now, the first series makes things a little bit more understood in terms of the survival story. But the survival story isn't really a conversation with Satau and Vivi. So I'll just briefly touch on it. I think this should be updated now. Yes, at the moment, with Viper yet to play, Viper will be the final series against Mihi. It is Dragonstar at 6, Viper at 6. We know if Viper gets 1 win, Viper is safe. But the bigger story, as these players have diplomacy settings on, they don't have teams locked, guys. They do not have teams locked. So technically, they could ally each other. which obviously they're not going to do, but that's kind of hilarious. Yeah, Vivi really wants to get some wins here to stay top 3. Satau wants to get some wins to go first. Just to look at that one more time, Satau tied with Mihi at 9. Mihi upcoming against Viper. So we got a Civ we haven't really seen played that frequently this season because it's usually banned. Satau goes for the Chinese here. And, I mean, Chinese are typically pretty incredible when you can avoid having any idle TC time. And because you start with the fishing ship and you can get that dock up right away, when you get to the additional vills here with the Chinese, you actually can produce vills right away. You don't even have to get loom. So that's huge for the Chinese. I remember seeing Chinese played here before, and Chinese felt incredible. If there's one thing that I've been critical of with Vivi, it's been the drafting. Also, what happened here? Oh, man, Vivi kind of didn't see this gold. Oh, that's super unfortunate. Didn't see the golds, and then didn't end up placing the town center there. Not going to go back now, but basically we give the players water buffaloes, and we position them perfectly so they almost always find that TC spot. There's a reason I haven't seen a player build a TC like this all season. I think Vivi should know that, in theory, and you should just be like, all right, it's got to be here, but unfortunately just didn't see it, and now he's kind of like, well, crap. But yeah, let me just pull up the draft real quick. So it was Chinese first pick. We had 6 bans on either side. It is first pick for both of them in terms of their civs, but potentially some regret at some point for Vivi because the Chinese lead should stay there pretty consistently here. See if I can remove the draft. There we go. But yeah, so Chad, I'll ask you if you've watched the games with me. What's more important on this map, water or land? I need to drink a bit of water here. What do you think? I've asked this a bunch. I have an opinion. Other people share different opinions. Someone says it depends because they're a legend. You understand. It does depend. I'm more of a lands guy. Like, you can't just fully give up on water. But we have seen games where someone has countless fishing ships with great Navy civs and great eco count. If they do not have this middle hill woodline lockdown, they have massive problems. So that is my feeling, and that's what Satau did very well against Viper, was he controlled the land. But it was after some water harassment too. That was actually textbook what Satau did against Viper. He sniped all of Viper's fish, and then he went full land. The doctor says Hera lost from going too heavy on Navy and leaving the hill uncontested. Yeah, and I mean, Hera hasn't lost. He lost, what, 3 games this season in the group stage now? He'll still be first place in his group and in the playoffs. But yeah, I was critical of Hera in that game. And I felt it was kind of proven right that you really do need to have the land control here. So, but I don't know. Vivi really likes the land. He also likes his sneaky fast castles, so I'm curious what Vivi might try. Unfortunately, if you could see my face right now, I'm like really trying to think hard. My brain is fried, but I don't actually remember if Vivi played any games on this map this season. I remember Satau did. If someone could maybe pull that up on Liquipedia, that would be interesting. Because just because of the weird TC situation and also not banning Chinese, I'm kind of curious. Did Vivi actually play? Yeah, did Vivi actually play this map a lot? Vivi's just not a player I would expect to be doing a lot of prep. Vivi just kind of shows up and does his thing, which at times leads to me being very critical. But this season, he's been very adaptable in the mid game, and he's been very dangerous. Of course, starting off strong against Viper, I think, was huge for Vivi. Like, getting that 2-1 result, I think mentally just made him so much more confidence, and then you know Viper's going to play everybody else. Vivi lost this map versus Dragonstar. Ah, yes. Yes, that was where they both went forward docks, but that was... Ooh, remember, we had that balance change too, right? That was before the water change. So, it's kind of different now. Barracks for Vivi. It's so funny to me that they could technically ally. They have no clue. Guys, we have it in the handbook and everything of what settings you need to have, and we even have the admins usually join in and double check the lobbies, but there's so many different settings you got to look at. No one ever looks to see if the teams are locked. But I doubt they're going to go for an allied victory here. The T90 is champion nerf in here? Yeah. This is on the current patch. So we've still seen a lot of the civs banned, though. But this is on the most recent patch. It will be. Now, Satau's walled in a little box, which I like, which protects your wood lines a bit more from pressure. He's on the way up. We've got 2 docks with 10 fishing ships. Vivi's definitely going for the land approach, making the militia. Again, Vivi's base is just kind of a weird setup. This is very far from what you would want. And already 500 resources collected behind because of being up against the Chinese. The Chinese are just so frequently banned, right? And Vivi, with 6 bans, did not ban them, despite Satau getting the first pick. So, in my opinion, I think most high-level players would agree as well. I just think that is something that, when you game plan, you should not allow to happen. But hopefully for Vivi, he can snag some wins, go to playoffs, and then lesson learned. Then it's a best of 5, and then you can keep that in mind. Here he comes, though. Vivi was kind of like the original tower rush player, the original forward player. He didn't actually see much. He built a lot of outposts. I think he knows the villagers must be there. Man-at-Arms is on the way. The Chinese town center vision change was crazy. Look how far away you could see the army here. Meanwhile, Vivi doesn't have any clue that that's where the TC is exactly. Almost loses the man-at-arm, and now sees it. And we'll go for fishing lines behind this. We'll add an additional dock. It's fast castle. I'm guessing crossbowman for Satau. The Satau does see that tower, but he does still have this wood line. So it's not a lot, but yeah, I kind of like this. I think dropping the tower is nice. We've seen losing these wood lines be just too strong, too difficult to deal with. So nicely played. Forward dock is down here from Vivi. Satau has spotted that, but we do have a Hulk running through to snipe some fish. And the tower goes up for Satau to force Vivi away. Vivi doesn't have enough stone to build a new tower now. You have the economy lead. You just got to hold that eco lead and then go for the army controlling castle age of your Satau. And so far, that's exactly what he's been able to do. Stone walls. He's under pressure. But he hasn't been broken yet. Nice resource balance from Vivi behind this, I have to say. He will also go to stone for another tower. And he's actually going to sneak in here and try and complete this tower, but Satau realizes it and garrisons again. It's so much more micro than you can really notice right now because there's still the water. I think having the houses and outposts in the middle of this map to give you vision and obstruct your opponent long-term is really nice. And I think the man-at-arms taking down houses has given some value too. This would be the second time that Satau gets housed. He has to build another house while he also needs to build ships, while he also needs to garrison. The Hawks kill 2 fishing ships. Nice blocking here from Vivi. This dock just puts you under so much more pressure. You always have to respect that there could be a new ship coming through. It's so annoying. And Vivi didn't really go for any ranged units until now. I kind of like that. Because you can't do all 3. You can't go for skirmishers, man-at-arms, and hawks. That's just too much. And we'll build another tower now because he gets the stone for it. But he is to be careful. He should be aware that there's some army from Satau because Satau's got the range. And Satau's in castle age now. Again, this defensive style is even stronger now that you can garrison the fish. And for that reason, I really like the risk of the fast castle for Satau. He'll go for medium warships to upgrade his navy. He goes for crossbowmen to push on land. And now we have to look back at Vivi's home and think, that, is he ready for any pressure there? Satau still doesn't have the numbers of ships, but he does have nice HP, and he does have the strength now. And now the crossbowmen advance forward. And oh man, there's just so many areas Vivi's going to have to protect. And he doesn't have an army to deal with this. His skirms are on the back. Still pressuring on the water. Satau's done such a good job to keep his fish alive. Snipes the 2 villagers there with the crossbowman. Well played, Satau. Barely has the food income for Bod Canero. But that might change. Because his ships are upgraded and clearing this up on the backside. A 10 to 3 KD for Satau. Yo, Braco, what's up? Welcome in. Thank you for the prime. And Vivi still hasn't clicked up to Castle Age. Resources collected has just hit the point where it's even. But the game has also just hit the point where Satau is the one being, like, basically winning on water and on land. I think Vivi, he just didn't do enough damage here. Villager on the shoreline will go down. Fishing ships are actually going down to the crossbowmen as well. More crossbowmen are still moving around from Satau. He'll completely defend himself on water. And if these hawks move into the fishing eco, Vivi will have nothing there. Amazing start from Satau. The Satau's crossbowmen will be coming from different angles here. And for Vivi, he needs a market big time. Without these water buffalo, I think he's dead. Because he needs to buy food otherwise. But, oh man, it's just such an uncomfortable position to be in right now. T90, isn't this a good time for Satau to switch to War Galley? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Because, War Galleys, I like if you're committing to, like, 8 to 10 more boats. Actually, he has one War Galley here, funnily enough. So, yeah, technically, you're up against Hawks. And so you might want to make a counter ship. But with a ranged ship like that, you do need a lot of them. And you can't really, like, commit big numbers to the water here when you need to focus on the land. I think continuing with Hawks when you have the superior Hawk numbers and upgrades is fine. And I would say a Siege Workshop more than anything. Because your opponent's playing skirms. If Vivi gets to Castle Age, if Vivi can upgrade these skirms, you could have some issues. Yeah, that's kind of another warning sign. You're like, all right, maybe I need to mix in something else. He's actually going for Lancers, though. Lancers seem pretty nice, though. I mean, it only costs wood. It only costs gold. And you have enough food income to get at least the first armor upgrade. I mean, Fire Lancers, I talked about it on stream yesterday. I think the unit's too strong, and I think it's attached to civilizations that already have insane bonuses. That's part of the issue with the Fire Lancer, but really good in low economy scenarios. Still think a Siege Workshop would add a lot of value to take down the buildings and to maybe pressure the towers, but there's not a lot of positives for Vivi at the moment, but he at least is on the way to Castle Age. The eco's looking pretty awkward. He doesn't have much army to defend, and ugh. I mean, Satau's played it perfect. Vivi has honestly given it a really good go. I felt like the mix of aggression could work on a different day, but Satau's just playing too good. Someone asking, why would you not make Hawks? They seem like the only option in Feudal. Well, if it's just a straight water battle, you should go galleys against the Hawks there, right? But that's not what this map is. A hybrid map, you're going to want to go for like low numbers and the numbers that have the highest effect. So I can understand why someone would think, because of how water operates now, that you would want to go war galleys here. But it just doesn't suit the multitasking aspect of the map. So yeah, I like the fact that Satau has stayed on Hawks. I love how he prioritized water just enough before shifting into land. And there's the Siege Workshop now, where he'll now go for a rocket cart. I think Vivi, it's game one. The games are really valuable here. He needs to stack up wins to confirm playoffs. He wants to just get warmed up. But I don't think he's feeling like he has many good chances right now. He gets to Castle Age to go for Elite Skirm, which is great. But then half of his skirmishers get cleared up here. He could barely take wood. He still doesn't have a market. He's going to lose his dock and could potentially lose all of his fish. Satau's not giving him any chances here. And Vivi's just sitting here like, what could I have tried? What could I have done? And the answer is do a little bit more damage with either attack. Needed to snipe the fish. Needed to do more damage with the man-at-arms. Part of this, and it feels a little silly because, like, obviously the player's got to play the game. But part of this is also the draft. Right? Like, so Vivi made no mistakes, and he was behind by 1,000 resources collected because Chinese are insanely good on this map. So, I think for Vivi, he has his tendencies to kind of underdraft, and I think a lot of that, too, is the way he sees the strength of civilizations. Likes to pick Byzantines a lot super early in a draft. I love Byzantines. I think they're very strong. I don't think other people would agree that they're quite as strong as Vivi thinks they are. And Satau wins with Chinese He stomped him in the first game. And Satau pushing for first place position gets the first win. That was well played. Honestly, perfect. Just perfect. You defend from like 5 different areas to start. You still make it to Castle Age. You do that perfect combo of water on land. Water and land, sorry. But then you end up with the full focus on land to control the wood lines. That's exactly what you would have wanted there if you're Satau. So, a 2-1 KD. Big confidence boost for Satau. He's probably like, let's send it. But where I'm concerned for Satau, if he needs 3 wins, is just the maps, right? Because you want you want your home map to be like that, where you can have that exact same multitasking pressure situation. Instead, we're going to have Coast Arena and Zimbabwe. I feel like Vivi's really dangerous on those maps, so we'll see. I'm just surprised. Maybe Satau's got a plan there. Wins with Chinese. Vivi loses with the Dravidians. And we've got Zimbabwe, where we could probably see Burgundians or Turks for Vivi. And then maybe Italians, Georgians, Lithuanians, Georgians. All those options are there for Satau. But Vivi's just... Yeah, Vivi's just a unique player who needs a little bit more time to cook up. Satau's the aggressor here. Damn, 4K on Twitch. How many do we have on YouTube right now? I can't see it. 2,000 people on YouTube as well. Thank you so much, everybody. My God. Welcome. It's been phope. For those that caught the inside joke earlier. Thank you. Yeah, Lithuanians could be really good. We didn't see Lithuanians played at all the first couple weeks, and now we've been seeing Lithuanians played more. So I'm not exactly sure why that trend has changed, but I think that might be more of an option for another map. But all right, hop into game 2. We should have some time. I can answer some questions because it's an arena map, but it is a unique arena map. So all right, game number 2. So we'll see how much time I have to say thank you and answer some questions about YouTube. And hey, the players, guys, they can't ally now. That's nice. They checked that setting. But again, reminder, Satau needs to win 3-0 to lock up first place. If he does not win 3-0, Mihi can steal first place from him. And also, Vivi needs wins to secure the 3rd place position and go into the playoffs because Viper's going to be on the hunt in the final series today. And the map is Zimbabwe. We've got the animals down here. And so I'm not sure if I will be able to answer the questions yet because we have to see, will we have shenanigans in the Dark Age? You always have that one rhino that is kind of your free and easy rhino, but both players know about that free and easy rhino, and so they will go and try and block the opponents in most cases. But look at Satau with the quick walls. That's crazy. Those palisade walls have to be perfectly placed. Villager hasn't taken a hit yet. And now Vivi is doing kind of the old school trick with the house de-aggro. And Vivi's going to get the rhino as well. Should be no issues for Satau. Satau has picked the Georgians, which I think are really nice for the start, but don't normally see Georgians on these types of maps. They don't get bombard cannon, which can be valuable. I mean, their military can be very strong, don't get me wrong, but I feel like Burgundians are definitely the more common pick here. All right, Stray Wind asked, are you happy with the results from streaming on YouTube? Yeah, I mean, when you're streaming, you want to have as many viewers as possible, of course. But also, I want people who watch regardless to just have a better viewing experience. And I think the YouTube offers that for some. There will be some Twitch viewers who are like, my experience is perfectly fine. But depending on where people are from, where they're watching, they might be using a TV or, I don't know, a toaster or something. You don't know. YouTube's typically a little bit more consistent there. The risk of streaming on YouTube, typically, and I'll make a video on this after TTL, but streaming on YouTube is poor for video performance. It can hurt your video performance. So it's like there's a pro, you get more viewers, but it hurts your videos. In this case, I haven't been uploading my videos as much because I've been doing TTL, so that's fine for me. That's acceptable for me. But what I'm still going to look at afterwards is the extras channel, those uploads. How are the views on that? Is if there's a significant drop, I'm just going to kind of compare whatever I have after the season, and then we'll see. But yeah, so far from what I know and what I've been seeing, I'm happy with it. So, all right, so Satau's here. Vivi's also here. And Vivi's going to go for 1 elephant. Now, you can't do the house trick on that little river, guys. You can't build on that because it's water. So this is a dangerous situation. Also, no loom for Vivi. And oh my goodness, Villager's dead. Villager's dead. That's so good from Satau. It's just so risky, man. It's so freaking risky. And I'm so shocked that people keep taking the risks. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, the thing is, Satau now has a decision because his scout is weak. And Vivi's scout's still strong enough where Vivi could block. So this villager's just chilling down here. She's been ordered to bring home some meat. And she's like, technically I'm going to do that with this rhino. So, or elephant. Or not elephant, sorry, zebra. Animal names are hard. Yeah, but now that Satau's scout is super weak, Vivi could get even more greedy. So... yeah, Vivi's gonna... see, that's surprising to me. You come all the way out here, and you just take 1 when there's other elephants around. But yeah, Vivi's not the crazy quick waller type, so he's probably like, all right. Early eco upgrades with Burgundians is always good. And then there goes Satau. No loom. And is bringing in 1 elephant. Just 1. But if Vivi had the scout there, Vivi could easily kill that scout from Satau and block, and that could be a dead villager, so... oh, God. Oh, God. Vivi, careful. Oh, God. The gate's now closed. Oh, no. Open the gate. Ah! Ah! Get it! It's really awkward, guys. There we go. Gets the elephant. No problem. I think Satau is fine. So, remember, you get 2 boars inside your base. And then they both have had additional 2 animals from the outside. So, that's quite a bit of food. Plus, you have the water buffalo. There's actually zebra that you can push in as well. So if you really know the details of the map, you should recognize, come over here and push this in with your scout. Which Satau is doing. Now, Vivi... Vivi... wait, Vivi lost Vivi lost another Vill! Vivi lost another Vill to the elephant. Oh my god. Dude, this is just so Vivi, guys. You don't know what you're going to get week to week. He's just... sometimes he's on, he's playing well, and then other times just a little bit sloppy. Oh, man. Like, wins are so valuable for Vivi. He's had such a good season. He could realistically go playoffs and be dangerous, but you got to get some wins here. 2 villagers down is painful. I was laughing because I think he's going to be confused seeing the house there from Satau. Let's try this again. I don't know how much faith I have in him now. Oh, God. Oh, man. There's 2 types of people. There's the Satau type, who's never going to lose the Vill, and there's no doubt about it. And then there's Vivi, who's just like, man, I can't keep up with these kids. Like, de-aggroing with the house against 2 animals is tough. Just block the elephants. There you go. Block the elephants, escort it. It should be fine, honestly. Like, okay, I take it back. I have so much confidence in Vivi. If Vivi loses 1 more villager to wildlife this game, I will give 20 subs to the stream. But don't get excited, because Vivi's going to play it perfect. Vivi, do not block yourself. Vivi's going to play it perfect. That's perfect. Okay, gate is open. Elephants are coming through. Guys, you can even just kill the elephants with the TC now. So you should never lose the Vill, because it's so easy now. So you can just do that, and there's no downside. Yeah, there we go. I was actually sweating there. Luckily for Vivi, it's a civ with nice eco bonus, and you've had that. Also, the additional scout HP is nice, but then again, Satau's Georgians, and that scout will slowly start to regen a little bit. I think Satau just... with the previous game and this as well, he definitely pays attention to some of those tiny details. Like the fact that he's come out for these 3 zebras, he knows this map well. But what's his game plan? What's he going to make here with the Georgians? Feels like he's just going to boom. Technically could go monks or something. Vivi and Satau on the way to Castle Age similar times. If you want the TCs on the woodlines, you'd probably TC in the back here. And Vivi's currently scouting the back. You know, it feels like Vivi doesn't have a lot of flat ground back here. There's definitely still TC spots, but there, you see that minor difference in the spacing? Could be kind of annoying. That would actually be really bad if he couldn't place a TC, but I'm seeing some areas where he can. Long term, the stone and gold in the north is always the key. But in the early game, it's normally About the relics that are in the corners and on the sides. And the scouts can go out there to control that. Satau is coming out again. Another villager. Still no loom. And Satau wants to bring in these elephants. I mean, the more elephant you get, the more you delay your farms. The more you delay your farms, the more wood you have to spend on other things. So here we go. Whoops, sorry, misclick. It's actually a bit more difficult now than it was in Dark Age because your scout's even faster, which you think is a good thing, but it's easy to misclick it because it moves so speedily now. But yeah, no doubt in my mind, Satau's just playing too clean. Second and third town center at home. See what I mean, though? Like, you can easily just click in front of your vill by mistake. But nice weaving, nice blocking. And Vivi drops TC number 2. Vivi drops TC number 3 as well. Already has good eco upgrades, and Vivi does not know about this at all. This is kind of fun, though. Like, having... Uh-oh. Oh, God! Okay, the scout helped. Oh, no, we lost one. Oh, shoot. We lost one. Well, all right. You know, that's how it happens sometimes, guys. Sometimes the elephants escape. And at the end of the day, that's still fine for Satau. It's kind of nice to have these big boomy maps with the tiny things to talk about in the early game. This map is kind of perfect for me because I already love to break down these tiny intricacies and tell some stories and make some jokes, and now we've got this. It's been a very nice map. But we had to big time balance the hunt. It wasn't always the case where there was that one rhino, which was always accessible. But yeah, 3 town centers now. And it'll be monks towards the corners. I'm assuming Vivi knows this because it's his home map. But he hasn't actually scouted any of the corners to find the relics yet. He knows about this one, which is actually right next to Satau's house. Smart detail, though. Heal up your scout, especially when the Georgian scout auto-heals. And there goes the scout for Satau. Will Vivi see that? And Vivi sees it. And that's really nice if his scout dies. Oh, man, I felt like that scout should have died, but a scout for Vivi's just going to come over here. Satau might think that Vivi has made a stable because that, to him, seems like a fresh scout. But obviously, if you know your opponent has the monastery, you also know it could have just been healed up. Vivi does seem to know the map. Okay, running directly to the corner for one reason only, and that's because the relics are typically down there. And that relic has just been spotted. Well played. And Satau goes to the hill. Satau tries to bait Vivi inside of his base there, I think. But Vivi does not take the bait. All right. Just thinking about this for a second. So, Viper's at 6 wins, right? He plays next. Vivi is 7. And Vivi should have the tiebreak over Viper. So, if Viper ever ties Vivi, Vivi is ahead of him. So, Vivi snagging this win would put him at 8. Viper could then win 2-1 against Mihi and still not go playoffs, correct? So, yeah, just one win for Vivi would be so nice here. If he gets completely swept, then Viper could pass him today if Viper's locked in. Another town center from Vivi. Nice little spot between the stones and the golds. And both players still have their monks just sneaking over to get the relics. No monks have died so far. The only thing that has killed anything in this game has been elephants. So. But resources collected is higher for Satau. The churches in the eco increase the efficiency. Also, obviously didn't lose the villagers. Ooh, and nice snipe there from Satau. Satau ends up killing the one monk. Can he kill the next one? Oh, wow. He kills 2 monks. I mean, that's value right there. That's not bad at all. Unfortunate to lose the scout, but still, that scout has done a lot for him this game. And Vivi's super heavy on stone. Satau sees the town center, and Satau's like, wait a second. Why are you there? He probably doesn't think he should allow that. And now he's going to switch into some army. But, like, is Georgian Cav Archer the play here? It's not horrible. But you don't get thumb rings, so long-term it feels kind of brutal. You do get Parthian tactics. You do get good blacksmith upgrades. Vivi's going to get revenge and kills the monk there. Vivi's monk is sadly looking for the relic that's no longer here. There's also the relic that was up here Satau's going to get. So I think Satau might end up getting 4 of the 6. And then maybe Vivi's got one coming home. I can't tell. But Vivi will drop the Siege Workshop. Does Vivi see the range at all? I don't think he does. No, he does. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, so he sees the range, and so you should expect that there's going to be some Cav Archers from Satau. And he also sees this villager, which is probably just for an outpost. Satau will go for the quick walls, and Vivi's getting the blocks, and the quick walls happen. Well played. But that should tell Vivi that army's coming. This scout's been critical to see the archer ranges, and now you also see the Cav Archer. And so Vivi needs to get the castle up as quickly as possible. Obviously, he doesn't have a lot more than just the monks, that one monk there, but it was just one Cav Archer that he saw, and there he goes for the castle. That is a bold castle. Look at him walk further and further up the hill. Satau, he knows there's probably just 1 or 2 monks. He wants to snipe that, which he'll do. Vivi, take him the other way. Don't take him to your castle. Take him the other way. Bro, dude. Maybe if the scout ran to the left, Satau would have been distracted. Castle's at 80%. There's conversions coming in, and there's Cav Archers. If 3 vills get converted, and the CA are here as well, this might be denied. Okay, it goes up. Never a doubt. Never a doubt. Castle goes up. It's actually a very good position for the castle. The units coming out of the castle are dangerous for Satau. And that position, when we're talking Imperial Age and trebuchets, is critical. A hill bonus is going to be everything here. But, I don't know. From Satau's perspective, the military you're banking on right now doesn't cost a great deal of food, so you can still spam Cav Archers. You still have enough gold for now. That conversion was huge. That kill on the monk was huge. I mean, these engagements are awesome. And, yeah, he just needs to go imp right now. He needs a castle, he needs to click up to imp, and he needs to go for trebs. But where is he going with these vills? I think he's scared to run up the hill, and he feels like he's got the potential to maybe make it crazy over here. Vivi losing the unit to conversion there, and thus losing the scorpions to it, was pretty painful. Oh my god, you're actually castling there? I mean, that's pretty awkward castle, not gonna lie. There is a siege workshop right there. There's a scorpion now, but I think it's probably similar to before. He's got enough army to defend it. He will lose some Cav Archers, but the castle will go up. And Vivi, he's spending his food and his gold on his units right now. Kind of worried for Vivi's economy, honestly. Satau might be able to just ignore the hill for a while. How much gold does he actually have? He's got 800 gold there. If he knows the map, he should know there's gold on this side. Also, there's nothing to stop him from maybe sneaking a town center up over here, too. So, and then it could make some Manaspa, mix it in against the Custilier. Could be very strong. I don't know, man. I feel like for Vivi, he's got a position on the map that he should be pretty happy with, but he'll be under a lot of pressure if his opponent is in the Imperial Age. He's dropping another castle? Wow, and he's making rams here, too, so he wants to go full Castle Age. I think he needs to hide the rams, though. You can't move out with 1 ram. You need to wait for 5. But he's going... Yeah, he'll stay in Castle Age. More Custilier will be spamming from the castles. I know it feels like Vivi doesn't know he's up, but I think Vivi does, and Vivi's just like, I can't go imp now because I'll just lose I'll just lose my castles to trebuchets. This is a unit that could be really good in Castle Age versus imp scenarios because of the charge attack. And like right there, you see that quickly the monks die. Vivi loves this unit. That unit's so annoying to deal with if you're Satau. And Satau's going to make trebs, right? Well, the trebs can just get sniped by the Custilier as well, so... Satau doesn't have that many Cav Archers. He only has 13. And he is limited with golds compared to Vivi, as Vivi will build castle number 3. It's a really big deal. Rams are expensive. It's a really big deal that these rams are going to eject early. This was not the timing he wanted. But now he might need to commit to it and just bring all of his military here. See what Satau does with this treb, too. Because, like, if he ejects that treb right now, the treb could be exposed. But your units need to be underneath the castle, because if they're not underneath the castle kills you. We'll see. Does the castle stay up? I think if that's 5 Rams with consistent army support, the castle definitely goes down. But it's only 4 now. But honestly, I think Satau's kind of struggling. The Manaspa are not attacking the Rams, and he's going to lose the castle. I expected a better reaction there from Satau, to be honest. I thought the Manaspa would be there for the Rams. Well played, Vivi. Vivi still got gold. Vivi still got stone. Vivi can build more castles. And now Satau, importantly, cannot push the castles with many trebuchets. And here comes the spam. It's exactly what we talked about with Vivi. Like, as long as you don't kill him in early Castle Age or early Imp, he is a beast. And he can commit super hard. What a choke point there for Satau, though, with the CA. I love that. Like, most of the units are bumping for Vivi and they can't engage, but the Rams are going to take down the house. The Rams can maybe move after the Treb. The Treb might go down, and Vivi is dropping another castle to protect the gold over here. Rams are kind of, sort of doing something. I can't really tell. And Vivi is on the way to the Imperial Age. At the very least, Vivi gets to save his castle. And Vivi's castle here is going to go up as well. Man, what a game. I think those Rams did way more than I ever expected. The Rams pushed the trebuchets back. The Rams took down a castle. And Vivi's eco has had time to cook this entire time behind this. And the fact that he's been able to get away with this castle too, which makes it so much more difficult for Satau to ever push up this hill, makes it so tough. Yeah, Satau's got, just counting the gold, he's got the 4 relics, obviously. He's got those 2 tiles of gold, and I think that's it. But he is going to make a very wise switch. Georgians do get Halb. So getting enough gold to go for Halb with the CA makes sense against Vivi's spam. And he clearly realizes he just can't take the hill, and that's far too difficult, so he's going to still try to go to Vivi's base. But I don't know, man. Having 1 Treb, it's just going to take forever, and you always need to have your army there, because if Vivi ever gets any units freed up, he's going to run right towards that trebuchet. You could tell Vivi isn't really sure. He wanted to stop this castle, and then he realized he can't. And now I think he's gearing up to go after that Treb, but Satau has his army ready, and Satau's getting Halb in 30 seconds. Vivi needs to raid, maybe. Yeah, he's looking over here now, hoping for raids. That's a good area to raid. At the same time, went in for the Treb, but saw that Satau was waiting, so he's going to move to the side. If Vivi can get archer ranges and play skirms and hand cannons, I think he's got the better situation, but getting to that is still a long way away. Satau is walled on the left side, so there's not a lot of damage to be done there. He garrisoned there, so the TC killed that. Another castle from Vivi, though, and Vivi is in Imp to get more upgrades. But, I don't know. These units are pretty expensive, and Satau has trash units, and Satau also has a healthy amount of cav archers. The big thing for me is, can Satau get gold? And can Satau, can he get trebuchets out again, right? He's just been on this 1 Treb for so long. In hindsight, though, saving that Treb was really well played. And he will continue to save the Treb. And he's not getting distracted. Like, Vivi keeps trying to raid him and just pull him out of position, but he just is always super focused on protecting the trebuchets. Amazing for Vivi, though, right? Like, Vivi is like, fine, I've got stone, so I'll just repair. And I'm going to take this castle down with my own Trebs. Loop my units all the way back home. Realistically, I think should get chemistry and should be dropping archer ranges. But he's got so many golden stone areas up here. He's even going for a Treb over at this position. So yeah, castle will go down for Satau. All of his Halbs run into the castle fire here just because he's so distracted. And as he tries to do damage here, like, Vivi's got castles everywhere. It's really difficult for him. And honestly, Vivi could just use the Trebs against the trebuchets from Satau, and then maybe he still keeps his castle up. The problem remains for Satau. He will run out of gold. He will find more gold over here. But is that really the position you want to protect on this map long term? And now it's elite Custilier as well for Vivi. Castle's still not down. He's getting hoardings as well for even more HP. And poor Satau can't do anything about these Trebs because of the walls. And his army has to stay there to protect. And if his army is there to protect, he's going to lose everything in the north. Man, dude. Vivi just staying in the game. Fighting so hard. He thought he would have lost castles. He thought he would have died against Halbs, but he's finding the area, using the mobility. Look at him try, though. This is so smart from Satau. Satau's walling it up, but Vivi's going to bait him back in towards the castle fire there. It's still amazing from Satau because it's so easy to just instantly lose the game there if you send your Halbs to the north. So he knows he needs to wall it up. But yeah, you need Halbs there, man. Cav archers are not good enough anymore. And Vivi, he's like, oh, your Halbs are going where? Your Halbs are going... Okay, well, he pulls back. But Satau is coming back anyways. This raid is also being checked with some repairs as well from Vivi. And Vivi's trebuchets have finally taken down at least one of the trebuchets from Satau. And these Custilier are just eating, man. You can only make Halbs until the opponent makes a switch. And the second the opponent makes a switch, I think it's going to be over here. It might not even get to that point, guys. The Halbs are getting chewed up. Satau's game position is awful, of course, as we know. And the Trebs are going to get sniped, and Vivi gets a win. Great performance from Vivi. That game was so Vivi. So Vivi! 2 villagers dead to rhinos and Dark Age. And then, how much later to Imp? Like, you know, casual 6 minutes late to the Imperial Age, and he gets the job done. That is such a Vivi game. If he could play to unique units, Cav unique units, he's an absolute animal. And well played. I really liked the Rams. I liked the recognition that he needed to raid. I love the amount of repairing he did. This castle took 27k damage this game, and it never went down. Like, that's incredible. And it's also not something we really look at, but to balance your eco like he did is not so easy. Yes, you have access to the stone and gold, but you also need to have the farming eco as well. And Vivi was able to do all of that. And more of every resource except wood. For Satau, I think he needed the army a little bit earlier. Like, the logic for him was to get the military to block this castle spot. And then once that castle got up, it was always kind of tricky. I think it was actually the correct call to try and push Vivi's main base. But losing that first castle was kind of painful because it took him super long time to get more trebuchets. All right. So what does that mean? This, of course, means big things for the final series. Both the next two players we're going to see these results affected and helped, actually, in some ways. Helped and hurt, depending who you're talking about. So it's 1-1 at the moment, which puts it a bit more likely that Vivi gets that third place position. It also makes it more likely that Satau can lose first place to Mihi. If Satau wins this next game, Mihi would have to 3-0 Viper. If he were to lose the next game, Mihi can actually take first place with a 2-1 win over Viper. And then if Vivi were to win the next game, that means Viper... If Vivi wins the next game, Viper can't get playoffs at all. Of course, there's still like the side conversation of can Viper survive, getting any wins at all just to displace Dragonstar. So, yeah, we'll see. But I said when I saw the draft, the first game is very Satau map. You have the killer timings. You have lots of early aggression. Zimbabwe is not, right? We had the Boomy game. Vivi played comfortably and won. And now you look at Satau's home map, and it's Costa Rica, and I'm kind of like, is that the map that you want to play against Vivi, man? Certainly after coming off that loss, you're probably like, just maybe not in love with that idea. But we'll see. It'll be Italians against Armenians. So two very water-focused civs. Maybe we see some monks here as well. And we are into it. All right. So, Costa Rica. What a map. When this tournament is over, I will, of course, miss TTL. I will miss the daily streams. Yes. Not that I still won't do a lot of stuff, but, I will look back on TTL with fondness, right? And there will be some maps I'll be like, all right, I had enough of that one. But Costa Rica, I'm going to miss. I freaking love this map. I don't know why the players are saying yes to each other right now. I'm guessing we missed some pregame chat where there was some good luck, have fun. It's like maybe GLHF, and then Vivi said yes. And now Satau's saying yes as well. That's my guess. Satau's gone for the Italians. Lovely map. Or sorry, Lovely Civ. Lovely Civ for the map. Super flexible on the water, which there obviously is. And then also very flexible with what they can do on land, too. So I think cheaper Imperial Age is a huge, huge deal. Because so often we see lots of rushes to Imp with Monk rushes, like Trebuchets and stuff. Armenians, I kind of feel like they're great here, too. Mule carts are helpful first off. But then you also get good Navy. And then you also have great Monks. I also like Composite Bowman a lot for these types of maps. So, yeah, I would say that I'm guessing Vivi plays more so Monks, but it's like you're just going to completely give up water. You probably can't. Just tough decision to make. I think, though, if you're going to completely give up water, I actually think it's really strong if you play immediate double Monastery and Siege Workshop. I think it's insane here. Because your opponent's gold is always on the front. And in theory, they're going to have food economy because of fish. But if you just hit them before they can ever get to Lycav or something, it could be a game changer. Scout gets hit there by Vivi, which is not what he wants. And Satau... Satau microing. And they're going to go their separate ways. Greensleen says, is there a way to submit these maps into the ranked pool? That would really be on the devs. I've given this feedback internally before, so as a tournament host, I think it'd be cool to integrate the maps into ranked when the tournament is happening or when the tournament ends, right? Like you guys would maybe like to play them. The issue is, I think I have to submit everything 4 months in advance. That's what I was told last. 4 months! 4! Which is insane. And then it's like 4 months before the tournament begins would have been... The tournament began back in like January. That would have taken me all the way back to like August, right? So I'd be happy with doing that, but I think that is just a little too extreme. Technically, the devs could also just snag the maps and do it themselves. But I think the devs are always a little bit resistant to using anyone else's maps in the game. Which is why, like, for example, in tournaments, we have a map called Cross. Well, they created their own version of it. They call it Four Lakes, right? It's like the same concept, but they just made their own. Used to be Bedouins. Now there's African clearing. So I think what they don't want is someone being like, yo, Microsoft stole my map or whatever. There'd have to be some conversations and all that. And so as you can tell, there's like a lot that goes into it. And then they just end up being like, you know what? Maybe not. So, but if you want to play these maps, though, Community Cup coming up. We've got 250 people signed up already. All different ELO brackets. We have the TTLC command if you want to join the Discord. We also have the image below the stream. You can just click that and join up. Again, your ELO bracket, playing TTL settings with, other people from the community. Check it out. And signups close basically when TTL ends in a week. So, and if you ever wanted to just play maps you're watching in a tournament, you can just search for the tournament name in the mod center, and you can always download the maps, by the way. It just wouldn't be in ranked in this case. T90, sorry, the devs were too busy adding voice chat and enabling it by default. Oh, that's so harsh. I mean, what's funny, I probably shouldn't say this because we have so much sponsorship from World's Edge, but it's just a joke. So they ended up saying that it was a bug. Did you see that? They said it was a bug. They said, fix the bug where the voice chat is auto-enabled for everyone. And I thought to myself, was it a bug? Or did they think it was a feature and then they realized after the fact that people were really upset by that? I don't know. I really don't know. We can only speculate. We can only speculate. But no. Yeah, sign up for the Community Cup. It'll be fun. Last time we had a bunch, like so many people make lots of friends. It goes beyond just hanging out with chat and, spamming emotes and bonding in that way. It's a fun way to play the game. And like personally, AoE is my full-time job, right? So I like live and breathe this game. Personally, I find mixed maps, drafting and like coming up with strats for unique maps, just a whole nother world of Age of Empires. It's so fun. Ranked is cool, right? ELO's fun too, but like, dude, community tournaments, playing some sets, great times. So, main difference here between the builds is Toa's going to be up significantly faster. I don't know what for yet. It could be a bunch of different things, but certainly going fast castle. The fact that he has loom makes me think that he might be leaving his base at some point, going to the middle. For Vivi, it's still likely a fast castle. Just up a little bit later, which is, of course, fine. You have a couple more workers there. Not really sure what they're going to go for yet. T90, if I sign up, can I pick Celts for every civ? No, you'd have to do the same thing as the players do in TTL. So you would do a civ and map draft. So you wouldn't be able to play Celts every time. Also, I didn't know that I didn't know that Huang was watching right now. It's interesting. I thought that was Frederick, but I must be misreading something. Apparently that's Huang instead of Frederick. Interesting. All right. Yeah, that would be unfortunate for people who play the same civ all the time. Not going to be an option. Also, you probably shouldn't say in Twitch chat what civ you're obsessed with if there's a draft. Some people do their homework, man. Scout fight. Vivi takes it. Oh, man, he did not do the math. He did not do the math. I mean, earlier in the game, there was one additional hit from Satau, right? We remember that, even though we've been talking about community tournament and stuff like that. So I'm not sure what was going through his mind in that moment, but he tried to bail at the last second, and obviously it didn't work out. And now Satau's got the map control. The thing is, we're likely going to see some monks that can heal up those scouts. And the bigger thing, of course, is Satau is already on stone, which Vivi could have seen if Vivi had the scouts. So Satau's plan, obviously, castle drop, makes it so much more inviting now that your opponent can't even see it's coming. And when you know that that's where the gold's positioned, it could be very strong. The T90, are you signing up? Yeah, I'm going to play. I'm going to play in the Community Cup. It'll be fun. I enjoyed it last time. People got super sweaty against me last time I played, which I guess is expected, but oh my freaking God. Found out later they're doing like practice sets and stuff, having whole strategies just to embarrass me. But yeah, I had a good time. This is an incredible build from Satau. We're at the 14-minute mark in the game, and he's building a castle in his opponent's face. Like, crazy. And I just love it. Like, you need this type of energy on this map. It's not like he hasn't played into a little bit of Navy as well to protect the fishing ships. And Vivi, Vivi's leaving. What? Huh? Hello? Vivi is leaving. And like his opponent can see he's leaving, and Satau is just chasing him down. I don't know what Vivi was doing there, but okay, he's gonna go for a church. The escapees are kind of important here because now you can maybe steal some relics. Remember that. I mean, that might end up being a big deal because now these villagers could, in theory, take some stone and gold out here. But yeah, and Warrior Priest is on the way to snag some of those relics. That was wild. Again, that's just so Vivi. Like, Vivi just does things and you're kind of like, huh? But now that I look at it, it's not that bad. You got 2 churches. You could take the gold with the mule cart. You do lose that relic. It does still also have some navy, and both players are going to upgrade their navy now. But pretty soon, Satau can be into his opponent's base. Vivi needs to be prepared for that. I guess Vivi also feels like he's going to make it through and get into Satau's base. The Warrior Priest is looking around for relics, but the Genoese crossbowmen are out, which should be pretty good against a couple of villagers and Warrior Priests. And Satau's still got the gold income here. And I'll water Satau falls back, and we'll make a couple boats. Is going to make a war galley. Vivi will eventually make it through this wall, and then could drop more churches here. So it seems like the plan is to just a church rush. And now you got Satau in. He doesn't know what Vivi's base looks like. Vivi has a couple of villagers over here Satau is running to. Action on the water. Satau is holding, I believe. Here, Vivi could actually garrison his dock, which would fire arrows onto the Genoese and the scout. But it doesn't seem to be doing as much as he was hoping for, and that's some good damage from Satau. I like it. When Satau sees value, he just goes for it. No hesitation. And it's always on the back of a really nice build as well, right? Like, the timing on this attack is so fast. Vivi tries to get some counter damage here. Satau garrison's a little late, so he does lose some fishing ships. And we'll lose some navy here as well, to be honest. And he will also have someone into his base soon, but never mind, actually. He dropped the tower there. And the Genoese crossbowman and the scout and the monk and everything are still doing damage here. This is really nice damage. The fact that Satau is also defended with this tower is really nice. I think Vivi's plan, he's clearly struggling. He felt like he was going to be able to at least break in. Wow, Satau even converts the ship there too. And he also clears up the navy over here. What does Vivi do now? He's basically off of all golds because the oysters on the back were his gold income. Got pushed off of that. Woodline's not looking great. These villagers are all super idle inside of the churches. Satau has only 2 relics. There should be another relic out there. The Armenians get a relic for free when they build their church. Kind of funny, but Hawks do very little against archers. So Genoese crossbowmen against the Hawks worked really well there. And what's Vivi's plan with these vills? Where's he going? Imagine if he actually broke through there. Okay, he's dropping another church. Yeah, he really wants in. The churches do construct very quickly. And the warrior priests can kill the Genoese if the Genoese aren't careful. So awkward to have that water and land mix. And the main difference now is that Satau has an entry into Vivi's base, and Vivi doesn't have an entry into Satau's base. I'm so sorry, misclick. Finally, Vivi's going for some siege. It feels like he's been hoping that the churches were going to get him through, and Satau just always added the stone wall when he needed to. And Satau is actually bringing even more to stone as well, so maybe planning on another castle. That's a lot of army from Satau, moving towards the wood line. If he sits in the minimum range of the church, I don't know what Vivi does here. Yeah, like, Vivi, I guess, can move the mule cart and still take resources, but... yeah, the church arrow fire is never enough in this situation. Unless you build another one. Okay. Well, remember, the devs nerfed these, so to get additional range on the churches, you now need to research fletching and bodcanero. Before, the range was just kind of attached to the church itself, so this is a lot of idle time. Yeah, I think this is Satau's game to lose now. He's still taking the stone here, which is perfect. He's still defending on water, which is perfect. Vivi's eco is just completely idle. And ever since his castle went up, Vivi did something creative. Like, he tried to church rush. He tried to do counter damage instead of reacting the whole game. But it has not been enough. And as he's ramming to get into Satau's base, Satau will just drop a castle here. As Satau's also bringing in siege to make a push for the town center. The churches did kill all the Genoese crossbowmen. That's a lot of kills. They did just get 13 kills. If you lose 13 military and I still feel like you're in a good spot, I think that says a lot about the situation in the game. Over time, the castle will just shoot down all these churches. And here comes Vivi. 7 villager and 1 ram counterattack. And 2 warrior priests inside of the ram. Okay, there's the church. Here, Vivi used villagers randomly and took down the mangonel. Okay. And here, his church... oh, his church goes up. All right. A nicely positioned Genoese crossbowman behind the woodline for Satau, though. This church doesn't immediately affect him, right? It's not actually an immediate issue. A couple war galleys being added by Vivi now. This result will make it very interesting going into the final set for Mihi and Viper. Nothing will be confirmed. We will not know who's in first place, who's in... we don't know any of the placements except for last, right? Going into the final series. Which is sick. Every time I look at Vivi's base, his eco's even more and more idle. He's had 2 hours of idle time this game, and he's barely been over 40 eco, it feels like. As Satau adds a mangonel to defend from the ram, so the ram can't push him any further. The church can't push him any further. Satau will add some more navy as well to push on water. Vivi has got to be dead at this point. He's lost his relics, so he doesn't even have that to work with. And he's just sitting here dropping another church. How many churches will he drop before he realizes you do need something more than this? But he has no gold. Like, he has no gold and no stone. All he has is wood. So you could just build churches. That's literally it. So as pathetic as it kind of looks, that's all he could really try. And it's all because Satau was able to get that castle down. That was a really nice build from Satau. And again, it's just Satau was able to find the killer timings. He was able to do it here. And Satau wins 2-1. So, well played. So this doesn't mean he's first place, but Satau actually went undefeated in the group stage in terms of sets. He went 5-0 in sets, which logic would tell you should mean he gets first. But Mihi could still sneak it from him. There's the resources collected. The big thing was the stone and gold. Pretty cut and dry game. I still do think that Vivi is just a menace of a player, particularly in best of fives. He has a tendency to hang around. So depending on the matchup, if Vivi can get playoffs, no one's going to be excited to play him. All right, so let's look at the odds. We'll have a short break before the final series of the day, guys. But let's look at the odds and see what this means for the next set. But Viper wanting to go playoffs. We'll have Mihi wanting to get first place. I mean, the side story, of course, is Viper needs to survive as well. But things get a little bit easier for Viper to do that after Dark was able to do him a favor earlier on today. Let's just pull that up. So at the moment, here are the percentages. I think nothing changes massively here unless there's a 3-0 either side, right? Like if Viper wins 3-0, yeah, so if Viper gets 2 wins, he's still fourth. If Viper wins 3-0, he goes third and goes into playoffs. If Viper were to win 2-1, he is still fourth place, and he's not in the playoffs. If Mihi wins 2-1, he is still second place. Vivi's still third, Viper's still fourth. But if Mihi were to win 3-0, you have Mihi go top of the group, Satau go second place, Vivi go third, Dragonstar go fourth, and then Viper gets relegated. So, yeah, 2-1s on either side. The results stay as is. 3-0 on either side, and we have a whole lot of change, man. So I know Dragonstar is going to be rooting for Mihi in a bit. But yeah, interesting group. I don't know. We'll see. I think the level's close. Like I would put my salmon on 2-1 either side. I think Viper and Mihi are going to come out swinging here. So, guys, support's been awesome. Nixo, I saw you during the Dark Age of the previous game. Thank you for the 10 gifted. I meant to say thank you, but we had things to talk about. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, Harry Slaughter. Thank you, GT Bird. Glad you guys are enjoying TTL. I know you don't want to wait too much longer, so quick break. We'll be back. Final set of the day. Will Viper go playoffs? Will Viper stay platinum? Or will he be relegated? Will Mihi steal first place in the group? We'll see. I'll see you in a bit.
Again. Don't resign. You can resign again. Don't resign. can resign. Don't resign. You resign. Don't. You can resign again. You can resign again. You can resign. You can resign. Don't resign. You can resign. You can resign. Don't resign. You can resign again. You can resign again.
To die like this? You played like this? To die like this? You played 2 hours. 2 hours. You played 2 hours. It died like this. You played 2 hours. 2 hours. You played 2 hours to die like this.
Okay, hopefully no one is thinking those words or hearing that taunt later today. We've had 1 or 2 2-hour games. We had crazy sets, but I don't think on these maps we're going to see games go on quite that long, guys. We have some very aggressive games coming. Game number 1 will be Reverse Acropolis. Game number 2, or home maps would then be African River and then Monocle. African River and Monocle both like full-on send it. We've seen Reverse Acropolis games end very quickly as well. So lots of aggression where Viper will try and get to playoffs. He needs the 3-0, and then Mihi needs the 3-0 to get the first place position. So I think 2-1s either way, and the standings will not change from what we're looking at right now. But a 3-0 on either side. If Viper gets swept, Viper is relegated. If Mihi gets swept, Mihi... if Mihi gets swept, does he actually go third? Does Viper swoop in and take... Nah, okay, Mihi would be second place in that case. So yeah, it's kind of low pressure for Mihi because at the end of the day, you're going playoffs and have had a really good season. But if you sweep Viper here and you end up getting first, that would be sick. And I consider Mihi the favorite. I have not seen Viper playing in tip-top shape this season. There was, 1 or 2 comments, maybe a little bit critical of my words even though I think I was completely fair at the start of TTL. I think part of it for Viper, he was also ill, but the fact of the matter is, it's like kind of been a consistent theme for Viper in TTL seasons is people think he's vulnerable early, people will be very prepared, and people have been able to get wins on him the first couple weeks. Chat, I'm going to call Ornlu, get Ornlu in here for the final set, and then we'll get right into it. Just give me 1 sec. Give him a call. He rushed home for this, apparently. So if he's out of breath, that's why. Hello, Orlu.
Hello, Mr. T90.
Thanks for working your whole schedule around this series.
Hey, as someone said in my chat, I wouldn't miss the opportunity to watch Viper getting eliminated from Platinum.
Well, I think with what happened earlier today and Dark getting that 1 win, I think it is a little less likely that Viper gets relegated here. I know that's like the drama thing, but I still would be shocked if he were to get fully swept, but I wouldn't be shocked if he would lose 2-1. So there's not that big of a difference between a 1-2 or an 0-3, I guess.
Yeah, which means that every single game is going to be super exciting, and I know that I'm really looking forward to it, and thank you for working around my schedule, actually, as I was not able to be here earlier.
No, dude, listen, behind the scenes, it's been an absolute nightmare of a season to get anything scheduled, and you have been the rare exception. So seriously, thank you. I've appreciated your energy and all the interest in all the players we have in the scene and hopping in for the game. So, realistically, prediction after seeing the drafts and everything for this series, scoreline.
Ooh, I don't think Viper is going to sweep Mihi. I do think that, his back is against the wall. I think he can and probably will pull out the win, but I'm thinking it's going to be 2-1.
Okay, so 2-1 for Viper, you're thinking?
That's my guess.
Okay, I'm gonna say 2-1 for Mihi. Which either way wouldn't change a ton with our standings. We'd still have Mihi in second place, and then Viper would end up in fourth. But I think for Viper, I just haven't seen a full, complete series from him this season. And Mihi's been locked for every game. I know Mihi's put in tons of time. So, yeah, I think it's going to be tough for Viper to make playoffs, man. Having to 3-0 Mihi is a really difficult result.
It sure is. And I mean, Mihi himself he's become so much more consistent of a player, and that's really, I think, one of the, struggles with a lot of up-and-coming players is just putting together everything on a more consistent level. And I mean, over time, Mihi is getting on average these better and better results deeper and deeper into tournaments. And he absolutely has the talent to beat Viper and beat him decisively.
Yeah, the thing is, and you already mentioned it, it's like with Viper, the level of importance that Viper might hold to the first couple rounds of this group stage, not near the level of what Mihi would, because I think for Mihi, he hasn't had as much success. He hasn't been around as long. And so he's taken that opportunity and he has run with it. But now you're reaching a point, I know it's not a best of anything, but it's kind of like it feels more do or die for Viper. He can't have this, oh, well, I could just recover later. No, it's like you got to win now. So Viper can be really dangerous. In that type of scenario. So we'll see. I think game 1 dictates a lot. I think if Mihi has a good start and Viper turns it around, very easy for Mihi to be like, oh, God. Oh, God. Like, we're dealing with that Viper. So we can sync up a game number 1. This series was played yesterday. There's been players traveling all over, and we're trying to get all the sets coordinated as best as possible. So Ornlu and I will sync up on game number 1, and I can do the countdown. They do both pick yellow, and Mihi must have been host because Mihi is in the yellow. So I think we have to honor first come, first serve here and keep Mihi in the yellow. I don't know what else to do.
I think that's really the only fair thing to do, and Viper passing the torch on both a metaphorical and a colorful level.
I mean, I don't know what else to do. Sorry, Viper, you gotta show up and be the host of the lobby. Right? Like, that's literally, I remember against Tato in the past, Tato would always get there before him to host the lobby, so.
Yeah.
All right, I'll do the countdown. You good to go?
Yep.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Here we are. So what we know right now is that it is Satau first place. We got Mihi second place. We got Vivi in third. Viper likely to go fourth. Dragonstar likely fifth. Dark sixth. Now, the only way that changes in this final series of the group is if there's a 3-0 on either side. If Viper 3-0s, Viper will go into the playoff position, get third place, and we'll see more from him. If Mihi wins 3-0, Mihi goes to first place, but then Viper gets relegated. So there's a lot of things that can happen here. Dragonstar is going to be watching this, rooting for Mihi. But yeah, Viper's back's against the wall here, at the very least, to at least make playoffs, Orlu.
Yeah, and I mean, it would be so strange to see a playoffs without Viper, just as it is going to be strange to see a playoffs without Mr. Yo.
Yeah.
And I mean, that was already determined, like, what, not a couple of weeks ago, but like a week ago at this point. And it really just shows that maybe we do have a bit of a changing of the guard. Is like, this isn't one of those tournaments where, okay, you get an unlucky bracket, you have a rough series, and then you're out. Like, you have to play a lot of games, and that really, I think, goes to show that it's probably one of the better formats of determining player skill level these days.
Yeah, and I also think, I also think it. Well, you know what? I don't know what I don't know what to think. Sorry, my brain's going a bunch of different directions because I'm seeing the Civ matchup here. But no, I agree. I mean, there's pros and cons to every tournament format, but players who struggle with consistency from set to set have struggled in this tournament. And I think in other events, you might be a Viper or Mr. Yo, and you can underperform maybe the first week or two, but you're up against a level that is much lower than you, and you win anyways, right? But in TTL, you're up against the best competition every single week, and that's been the issue for Viper. It's been better every single week, but it hasn't been like Mihi, where Mihi's just been insanely sharp. His strats are all prepped, and you can just tell he's putting a lot of time and effort into the game. So we've got Spanish here, which is actually the highest win rate in all of TTL seasons over the 5 seasons, which might surprise you, Ornlu. It doesn't have the highest pick rate or highest play rate, but when they're played, they do well. And what do you think about the pick here for Reverse Acropolis?
Well, first, it's interesting that we're seeing Reverse Acropolis at all. I mean, I've casted a fair amount of this tournament, and we really don't see the map all that often, and I kind of thought it would be pretty popular, as it's just kind of a pretty normal land map.
Yeah.
A little bit more aggressively inclined, but you can full wall yourself in, unlike regular Acropolis. But Mihi is going to be going for the Civ that could very easily try and rush Fast Castle, and to your point about Spanish, I mean, it's such a specialist Civ. You don't play Spanish unless you really like Spanish and think that they'll be effective.
Yeah.
There's no, I'm going to play Spanish because I think that they're the best Civ for the map. There really is no map like that. So I think that the people who really like Spanish find those situations where the Civ can thrive and they perform.
I kind of like it because people tend to really forget that you can do other things than conquistadors with Spanish. And it can sometimes dominate someone's whole strategy on the other side, right? Like Viper right now could be thinking, oh my goodness, he could be going Fast Castle, and Viper might not scout for the Drush timing. Viper might not expect what's coming. Now, as I say that, Viper Scout's very active on the front, which you'd love to see. And Viper will see the boar and actually see the barracks. So that's a really good scouting from the Viper. And I've been critical of him just not knowing what's coming his way this season has been such a theme. And now he knows.
He does. And this is not a small commitment, Drush. This is the 3 militia coming in. He actually doesn't even have the gold for Loom right now. So he's going to need to gather 10 of that before he clicks on up to Feudal Age. But is it possible that we could actually see a Drush Fast Castle in the year of our Lord Doubt 2026?
It is. It's
Will
also
Vivi blessed on this fine day?
It actually wouldn't be the first time. Mihi did this same thing, Drush Fast Castle into Conquistadors against Dark in I think like the first or second round. So he was vulnerable. He did get pressured, but it's coming back to me now. It's the exact same matchup that we saw. That was also Wei versus Spanish. And we also had the Wei player going to Feudal Age, trying to play in towards like Feudal Age army. Eventually, Dark ended up going forward with towers. But, I mean, if you wall up here, you've got nice gold positions. You have enough wood. The stone will be available as well. I mean, Drush Fast Castle unique unit, definitely on the cards.
Part of me wants Mihi to just, like, go around the TC. Like, just go for it, man. Go towards the wood line, but no. He's playing it nice and cautious here against Viper, who does have his own militia on the way. I'm not sure if this was always his plan or just a reaction to the very early barracks of Mihi. I think either way, this is going to be fine for Viper because the way Eco is so powerful. It's the reason we see the Civ picked so often. It's such a flexible economy, right? You just get those extra villagers, and those villagers can be used to do anything whatsoever.
Yeah.
So you can just feel that, okay, I'm going to mirror you, and I'm going to be ahead as the way player.
Yeah, now, it's really uncommon to see any type of Drush Fast Castle with any Civ, right? Like, even Drush Fast Castle, like Crossbowman with other Civs, is not even doable anymore. No one does it. So, I think it's important to restate here, because Viper's just like, oh, okay, he's going to go Drush into, like, Archers with Spanish. At a certain point here, there's got to be a little bit of, like, a light bulb going off in Viper's head. If he doesn't see Mihi's in Feudal Age for a while, all the memories of the Fast Castle builds we used to see gotta come back to Viper on how he needs to deal with this.
I think really Mihi's just trying to gaslight Viper. He's like, I'm going to pick your color, and I'm going to go for this strategy that, you haven't seen in years, and we're just going to throw you off your game.
Yeah.
Like, what are you going to do, man?
I mean, normally I say high risk, high reward when you're the underdog, but it's a weird one where this season, I don't even know if it's fair to call Mihi an underdog. And then also at the same time, I think that Mihi already did it before. Like, it won before. It's not like some random strategy he's just doing that he hasn't labbed out. So, by the way, I wanted to address something here, okay? Because we got people freaking out. Viper's not in yellow.
Oh, I see.
Okay? Here's the deal. If you look at the TTL handbook, okay, there is a line on page 111. It is on the third paragraph, second line, and it says, in the event of a color tie, meaning two players prefer to pick a color, the player who is ahead in the group stage going into the series gets the color tiebreak, okay? Go read the handbook, people. I'm sorry. They both consistently pick yellow. They're the only two players who always pick yellow. I know Viper's got the reputation, but if you want Viper to get yellow, he's got to show up before Mihi for once and be the host. Maybe they'll race into the lobby in the next one, and Viper will steal it back. I don't know, but... anyways, we move on, Ormu.
The drama, the tension in this series is just going to the bursting point. Is we actually have Militia here in the base of Viper. He's got an Archer out to help protect here, but Mihi, he is mining stone T90, but it's not really a pretty amount of resources. It's not enough for a fast castle.
Yeah,
It's not really enough to do a whole lot of anything with right now.
Well, and the nice thing for Viper, as you said, is his eco should be very smooth because he gets the additional vills. And it's just a calculated aggression type approach from Viper. If he were to send villagers forward, that would hurt his own economy. But he's forcing reactions. But, I don't know, if you're Mihi, I guess you kind of take this. Having said that, I'm seeing a lot of issues here. He's just gotten housed. So, after losing that house, he didn't plan ahead. Now he's getting Town Watch. His militia aren't really doing too much to Viper at all. Viper could be through this house, which, again, could give him housing problems. So maybe it's a bit of shakiness for Mihi.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a first game of the day vibes. It comes with the yellow color picking. But Town Watch is here. You're getting a little bit of extra gold as the Spanish. And what's really jumping out to me is actually the fact that Mihi is ahead by 300 resources over the way, and that's with Viper getting his eco upgrades. So Mihi, despite maybe a little bit of inefficiency here and there, is still fundamentally the player with the more streamlined economy.
I mean, he is housed again, but I guess it doesn't matter if you're on the way to Castle Age. Yeah, Res Collect is really deceiving here, because it's also, like, what have you invested your resources into? And for Mihi, it's Castle Age, and not a whole lot else, and the castle will take some time. Viper's got plenty of working farms. Viper will only increase in that count. But yeah, if the goal for Mihi was to get to a castle without losing vills, he probably is going to get there, which is pretty incredible.
I know you were looking at that low HP villager,
Yeah,
dragging out the word probably.
Yup. Yup. And now this one as well.
Yep. There's a little caster trick for you guys. If something that is potentially going to make you wrong is happening, just drag out the sentence.
just add a couple extra words to the sentence, you know?
Exactly.
Just give yourself some time to bail.
But honestly, I do think that, in all seriousness, Mihi is accomplishing his goal, which is getting to Castle Age and getting to Conquistadors. And things might not look super pretty, but how many games have we seen over the years where it doesn't really matter because the Spanish player's Conquistador is in a dream?
Yeah.
And that's really all you need to do a ton of damage to Viper, who's going to still be very significantly slower.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, Viper's going to take down a blacksmith. Might be able to snipe some of these weak villagers. It's very difficult for Mihi to perfectly lab this out. And I don't even know how many Conquistadors Mihi is going to be able to make. And if he does make them, will he even have the armor upgrades then after losing the blacksmith? So this comes at a big cost. He buys the stone. He wants the castle immediately. Viper sees the castle age time, has seen the stone mining, so he knows. And behind this, Viper needs to make some decisions. I really would like, he probably won't do it, but I would really like to see Viper use that scout and go scout that right corner and just find a wood line that is not directly in your base where all the pressure is going to be coming, but a little unlikely for Viper. And it may be too risky for Viper to be far away from the base, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that, this is a, close to a do-or-die game for Viper, and if he loses the game because 6 or 7 villagers on a wood line just happen to be scouted by Mihi, that would feel pretty darn bad. So I can't really blame Viper for trying to play it safe. But as you're mentioning, both players have reasons to be unhappy with the game right now. Yeah, Mihi made it to Castle Age and he's getting to Conquistadors, but his eco efficiency is now completely fallen off. He's went from 300 resources ahead to, like 600-700 behind.
Yeah.
Viper, meanwhile, is still a long ways off from Castle Age on a map that is pretty difficult to defend at this point. So it's going to be a really tough mid-game for both players.
Yeah, I think, I'm wondering what the eco expansion looks like on both sides. For now, Mihi's thinking big aggression, but the wood lines are so important. You look at this southern scouting here. Mihi, I don't think you do that unless you're already thinking long-term. That would be a really nice spot for a town center that Viper might not find. Look at the scouting as well from him. Militia in the north, it's all about the expansion with the scouting. Militia over in the east as well. And now the first Conquistador gets to Viper's base, where of course you're expecting Viper to be, but yeah, Viper doesn't have any of that outward scouting. I don't even think that's on his mind at the moment.
And honestly, I love this because this is something that Viper himself was so famous for so long, is just always scouting.
Yeah.
And knowing, okay, this is what the map architecture looks like. These are the points that I need to control throughout the game with castles and army and all that stuff. But he just really hasn't done that so far in this game yet, as he will lose his actual starting scout cavalry, and Mihi making great use of those militia that otherwise have no real purpose.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm wondering if he uses this time to drop that town center. It's tough. Anytime I drop a town center this early with Spanish, and then I can't make any Conquistadors. But if you do see Elite Skirm, there's an argument that making more Conquistadors is going to be awkward anyways. There is a Siege Workshop for Mihi. And Viper's skirms are going to push forward, and Viper drops a town center there. Again, great Ville count. Great town center for now. But this is a for now situation. Reverse Acropolis, you do have to think about the wood lines.
Indeed, and those are not going to last very long. And on top of the wood lines, both gold and stone are tough to come by. You don't have as much as on a regular map in your starting base area.
Yeah.
So both players really need to be concerned about this expansion, which is honestly why I think the map is kind of cool, because it's very easy to defend in the short run, but really tough to defend in like the medium to long run. And we don't really have many maps like that in AoE.
It's also why this map has not been played a lot. It's been banned a lot. It's uncomfortable. It's extremely uncomfortable. Love this from Viper. He's got this little leftover army, which Mihi didn't kill. Almost snipes a villager there, but what a great reaction from Mihi. It would be so easy to lose a villager or two there. Viper just researched forging, by the way, which has to be a misclick, unless he was researching forging for these 2 man-at-arms. That, to me, is a little bit questionable. And Viper will end up losing his little army here, and there's the town center we expected from Mihi in the corner.
Now, he's just prepping for the Tiger Cav switch 290. You just wait.
Yeah.
You just wait. You'll look real silly in 20 minutes when Viper needs coming in with the Tiger Cav, and they need 1 fewer hit to kill the enemy units.
Well, the nice thing is, it's a little confusing because he did get the attack upgrades. So, like, it's not like he didn't get Bodkin Arrow, and so at least he has that.
Yeah, got it extra at the very least.
Yeah. Interesting game. This could be a long one. It's worth pointing out that, like, Viper recently joined Onimaru. All the players traveled to Brazil, and it was a boot camp, which is, to keep you in shape and whatnot. But to be honest, just looking at the scheduling of all this, trying to get the set schedule, it could actually be to a player's detriment to have all this travel and all these new things happening. So Viper's forging upgrade there, feeling weird. Just my first thought is maybe you have an extra misclick or two. Maybe you're not quite prepped if you're not playing from home. But I've been impressed with Mihi so far. I've also been impressed with just how solid Viper's eco has been. It still just keeps circling back to when does he go for another woodline? Because I'm watching these militia patrol the sides. I've seen the approach from Mihi. It's all about getting these town centers up. Ooh, but a nice army here from Viper.
Oh, this is at a very awkward angle. The Haegwang Cav, the random Haegwang Cav coming on in, and it's going to easily snipe those Scorpions. Mihi's going to have to scooch on back, and both players are really going to struggle. But what I really appreciate from Viper this game is just how safe he is.
Yeah.
And this is the confidence of knowing that I'm Viper and I'm Wei, so I have a better eco than you do, Mihi, who spent a lot of resources on stone and castles and stuff that doesn't help your boom. And now, Viper's just getting this TC down with impunity, and he's going to be up on 3 with a comfortable spot on the high ground and ballistics skirmishers.
Really, really well played. I mean, really well played. When I've been critical of Viper, it's been he doesn't have the army, right? He would go like for the town centers, and then his opponent would have the army, and he would have no response. But Viper has gone max army. Now he's getting some eco upgrades that he could have rushed before. That is precisely what Viper fans are going to want to see with his push to playoffs. Now, are the Scorpions a problem? Yes, sure, a little bit. But you can always make a couple more Haegwang later on. I think it's all about just not getting crushed by the initial conquistadors.
And so far, Viper has remained uncrushed. He is a ball of titanium, and the hydraulic press of conquistadors is not sufficient. And, I mean, okay, Monastery Siege Workshop coming in, and seriously, guys, he is playing so safe, and it's almost reminiscent of what Hera does, right? Don't go too greedy. Just make sure that you can safely look to that next step in the game.
Yeah, this is exactly what... In AoE, you'll apply some calculated pressure. You want to have some solid eco behind, lock down the map, add more eco, right? Not skipping any critical steps, not missing the military upgrades like ballistics, not forgetting about the relics. Viper getting housed a little bit, but this is one you're going to cut him some slack for because he's producing from 3 town centers, from multiple archery ranges, the siege workshop, and the monastery. And it's becoming a bit of a map control game. Let's just say that this game ends up being 50-50 in terms of the eco, which I know it's not. How do you think the Spanish fare versus the Wei? Because I just haven't seen this matchup.
I feel like all of the 3K civs will be bad in the late game relative to most other civs in AoE.
Okay.
I mean, a civ like Spanish that has such good defenses and such efficient units in late game, like, what are you going to do? Push, full defense or castles with traction trebs that don't get siege engineers? It really doesn't feel especially impressive.
Okay.
And that's why these civs are obviously much more aggressive, early game focused, and snowballing an advantage, but that's not Viper's style. He still has a huge eco, though, and he's crossing the map with the skirmishers.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just amazing for Viper that he's been able to get so much value even there with the skirms. That's 10 farms that were idle for Mihi, lots of villagers inside of the town center. And Viper's skirmishers kind of on their own here. And, ooh, this could be a nice find for Mihi. He could snipe the mangonel easily. The skirms don't have the support that Viper wants. But there's no ballistics on those scorpions, so I think Viper should be able to run away from this.
Man, those 3 skirmishers did not pay rent on time. They were left behind. They were the sacrificial skirms. Said sorry.
What type of landlord? What type of landlord are you dealing with, dude?
It's a tough market, T90. What can I say?
Oh man, dude! If you need a place to stay, just call, please. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, maybe a slight mistake there from Viper, but I think overall he's still just maintaining this awesome lead. The concern on his map control, no longer the case. And that castle protects woodline, protects the neutral gold. And the weird thing is, they're both on this side with their eco expansion, right? So typically you'd see like a lot of middle focus. That's at least what we saw in regular Acropolis in Season 4. But no, it's kind of all on this side. It's getting to a point as well where we could talk like forward castle territory onto these town centers. So initially I was thinking about Imperial Age, but I think we see huge Castle Age battle incoming.
Well, that is a second siege workshop here from Viper. He wants to go forward and aggressive. He's closing in on the necessary resources for castle number 2, and that will mean more Tiger Cav production is incoming. Not that I actually love the Tiger Cav here against Conquistadors, unless I guess you run into the castle fire like that, that'll help.
Yeah, that's actually huge.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. My statement there was predicated on not losing a bunch of your units for free.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on the numbers, right? And Viper still has some skirms, but it is 2 castles now for Mihi. So the Conquistador number should be much higher, and he does have a lot of siege here as well.
And as is so often the case, the Mangonel Micro is critical, and Viper gets that first 1-for-0 kill. He's got a Ram now coming in, handcart on the way as well for Mihi. But this is going to start to look really tricky as Viper is sort of in between the 2 areas of Mihi's base that he needs to defend, and that is going to be ripe for a castle.
Yeah, Viper just using the Tiger Cav there to snipe the Scorpions. If the Scorpions are out of the picture, it's much easier for the Skirms. Man, the Skirms have been so good for Viper. The fact that he played this patient and played into this many of them has worked so well for him. There is this small skirm rate on the other side, but I think the bigger focus is where Viper's coming with the villagers now. He'll lose his Mangonel to the Conquistadors. The Scorpions are still there, but the Tiger Cav and the Ram are pushing the TC. I don't think Mihi has enough to deal with all this right now.
Honestly, he probably should have done a bit of a better job like jumping in and out and punching down the Ram with the villagers, but now the Tiger Cav are there. The castle is incoming. The Scorpions are getting some solid shots off, but the Conquistadors didn't run far back enough, and they are all going down, and this is a mess.
It is a mess. He's dropping a castle next to the castle and also next to the Rams, but the thing is, Viper's eco is completely untouched. He's clearing up the push. His castle will go up, and that might just be GG right there, because the Rams next to the castle could just take it down, and Viper... Crazy military. Patience against the unique play from Mihi to try fast castle here. And Viper's going to get that first win to make things interesting here.
Yeah, and going back to the Civ matchup, I feel like this is a style that you're allowed to play as the way against a Civ like Spanish, and why we don't see Spanish all that often is because they just don't have the eco to be as competitive these days. You know, we throw around the words power creep a lot in the community, but Way and their economy means that they can just sit around and do nothing and even play, let's say, safer than normal and still be way ahead. And it's just Mihi had so much pressure on him to get damage done that he simply was not able to do with 1 villager kill.
You know what I've learned? You don't steal Viper's color.
Yeah.
I mean, technically it's Mihi's color too. He plays yellow all the time. But, I mean, this is insane. Like, Viper just exploded in population. And I mean, exploded. He was mildly ahead in early Castle Age, but then all of a sudden, he's got, I mean, right now, 165 pop against 90. Just insane for Viper. He's really doing everything. He's got the dock up in the middle. He's going to make a galley there, because I guess, like, why not make a galley there? Because you can. He's on the way to Imp. And Mihi, I think, is going to play this out. Like, I guess Mihi plays it out because it's the first game. Of course, you want to get the nerves out of your system or whatnot, but he is completely dead right now.
Yeah, Tiger Cav not going to be stopped anytime soon. You got the Rams here to help out as well. And you need to make sure that you have the siege workshops for the traction trebs, but Viper already has 2 of them. He's even making some more Rams, interestingly. And Mihi is simply just not getting enough damage done, and those javelins are just flying all over the place towards those conks.
Yeah, Conquistadors are just really expensive, and it hurts your eco to get there, and Viper's had one of the best economic civs, and he's one of the best economic players behind it, so... Sometimes you'll see the Conquistador player lose, and they'll have a crazy KD, because they're just smashing regardless. Not the case here. Viper's found enough to basically be ahead in every single stat here. Only stat he's behind in is idle time, which is, of course, a stat you want to be behind in, and Mihi calls the GG. Viper needs a 3-0, guys. If he gets a 3-0, he is in the playoffs in 3rd position. Any other result from here on out, and Viper will not be in the playoffs. But that Viper, that's playoff Viper right there. Like, that was insane.
There were no real weaknesses in his play. He never took any unnecessary chances. He played it safe. He made his own defensive men-at-arms. He applied pressure to Mihi before he got the castle down. And then he just made sure that he didn't take any unnecessary losses, and that's going to be a great way to win a game with a Civ that has such a better eco.
Yeah. Now, what this confirms is Satau gets first place in the group, so that confirms that result. It also confirms that Dragonstar is relegated. Unfortunately for Dragonstar will be down to Gold League with that result. The only thing that would now change is between Viper and Vivi. If Viper wins the next 2 games, Viper comes in last second, takes 3rd place. If Viper were to drop one of these games, then Vivi is 3rd. So Vivi's hoping Mihi could snag one here.
Yeah, that is going to be big. Vivi beat Viper, right? So that would feel pretty bad that, you win the head-to-head, but because you just didn't get one of those extra wins here and there, then, you're not the one advancing to the playoffs, but that's just how this sort of group system works. And Mihi still very much going to be looking to get as many wins as possible, I think, especially against somebody like Viper. That'll build a lot of confidence going into playoffs.
Yep. So we'll get into game number 2. It's going to be African River, which is actually Viper's home map. So Mihi chooses to go there, which I guess is fine, right? You got to play all the games regardless. And guys, I understand the whole color situation, but I'm very sorry. I can't make everyone happy here, all right? I got to go with what they're chosen. Mihi is known as picking yellow as well. Are you good?
The issue is that Viper is just so much, more famous than Mihi, so everyone just assumes that Mihi isn't as much of a yellow picker when he very much is.
Yeah. Well, now they know. But again, maybe after that, Mihi should give him yellow. Because that was crazy. I'll do the counts on Orlu. 3, 2, 1, go. Here we are, game 2. So let's see if Viper can save himself. Coming to the last second, it would be very, 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 very Viper to come in and get into the playoff position. And it was very aggressive in the first game. But I would say, I'm going to take that back. It was calculated aggression from Viper in the first game. And now Mihi has got Mayans, and he's going forward villagers. So we'll keep our eyes on this. You get 1 Rhino on this map. So I've seen in earlier rounds, some players would come forward with Mayans and try and lame that. Viper just brought that in right away. I believe Viper saw the Vil Orlu, so he should know something's going on out here.
It is going to be pretty tricky. Viper sees the Eagle Scout right there. He sees the Villager. It has Loom already, so that he doesn't have to worry about that. But right now, Viper is just needing to play extra safe once again. And Mihi, he'll probably get a consolation prize with killing those ostriches, but it's not really what he was looking for to send a villager that early over to his opponent's base.
Saying that, I'm kind of okay with it, because you still have most of your food, and Viper's going to want to go for Man-at-Arms, which is pretty food-heavy, and Mayans aren't as good as competing there. So as the Eagle tries to stop Viper from pushing in the Zebra, and Viper dishes out some nice damage, I think the logic's still there, that as long as you can get your villager home or something, maybe Viper will struggle to get the food. But I don't know. The villager seems like it wants to hang around here. We've seen a lot of strategies this season revolve around an early barracks. But maybe... Yeah, well, there's our answer.
Yeah.
It's an early barracks for Mihi. Wow.
Is Viper sending the Vil right to that villager? Or is this just for the dock? I mean, either way, she's going to see him, so... I guess that's going to be a big win. Oh, no.
It's Viper, too. But Viper doesn't have Loom. But Viper's he's a quick walling god, but like... Viper's like, no way, dude. And now he will get Loom, and he is attacking the Eagle, and Mihi's going to complete the barracks in the end, I believe.
I don't know about you, but I actually don't like that. That feels like the Vil should have gone down, or at least been forced to run back to the TC, but... That is what Viper has always been very good at, and that will live to see another day. But the barracks is still in as a consolation prize.
Speaking of living to see another day, though, the Eagle does. And the Eagle can actually slowly heal up inside the town center. So the barracks is up. Mihi's Eagle might heal up a little bit. Viper wanted a dock, but ooh, the spawn's been a little bit weird. With no scouting, you would typically go where Viper did, and there would be the little... the opening of the pond, but yeah, Viper's going to find it now. But it did delay this. I think Mihi as well is going to be surprised by this too. You can actually use the militia to go after the Dockville and the fish, and he's like, wait a second, there's no fish here, and he's got to basically make a decision on what direction he thinks Viper's going to go.
Well, it is a lot harder to punish the fish now that we have the fishing ship able to garrison inside the docks, but
Yeah.
I guess you could still try and harass the villager, who obviously cannot garrison, but the militia going to come to the wood line. A very nicely placed lumber camp there from Viper. Maximum surface area for those villagers, while also minimizing the amount of walling that needs to be done. That is just going to be a very nice, safe way to expand your wood income, which is essential for adding in those extra fish.
Mihi has tried to send all these different factors to throw Viper off here, and it just has not worked. Right? Like, he wanted to steal the rhino. Didn't happen. Wanted to steal buffalo. Didn't happen. Wanted to kill the Vilt. Didn't happen. Deny the dock? No. Disrupt the wood line? No. Like, Viper has adapted to this very nicely. And he has the situation he wants. He wants fishing ships with Japanese. He wants building up towards fuel age, probably for a big attack. The only thing that's awkward for him, really, is the timing on the barracks now. I think he's still going to be a bit late to that compared to your typical builds.
Yeah, I guess that could be the case. Okay, villager there does make it safely. That's it. He's still not especially close to feudal age. We do see people click up a little bit later on this map,
Yeah.
but that actually feels kind of okay. So long as the villagers are able to, I guess, somehow make it to this wood line, Viper's just going to be able to work with more villagers longer in the form of those extra fishing ships.
Yeah, but, I mean, sneaky there from Viper. Sneaks in with 2 more Vills. That could easily be 2 dead Vills if he's slightly off his game. And I think you're right. I think that Mihi's still thinking that there's another follow-up to this. The follow-up would be Man-at-Arms. The follow-up could be sneaking in some Hawks or some pressure against Viper. And eventually, Viper needs to take some initiative here. It's been good to adapt to this, but how is Viper going to be the one to actually take some pressure to Mihi's base?
Well, I don't actually think he needs to, at least for quite a while, because those fishing ships are going to be doing work for him.
Yep.
So as long as he isn't losing water and is doing his best to prevent Mihi from fishing himself, I mean, eventually, yes, you need to cross the map and kill your opponent, but I don't think he necessarily needs to. But there's the barracks for the men-at-arms, and there's the gold.
Yeah, really like the base for Mihi. It's just good fortune, of course, with a random map script, but if you can get a situation where your gold is right next to your wood line, eventually if you need a panic tower, it protects both those resources, which is so valuable. So that's something Viper doesn't necessarily have as easily here. Viper needs more on wood. Viper gets more quick walls down. It must be so frustrating for Mihi. It's like, come on, man. Like, make a mistake. But Mihi, be careful. At a certain point, if you run into these choke points in the wood lines, Viper will trap you. So you definitely do not want to lose the value of potentially upgrading this to Man-at-Arms and pressuring Viper nonstop here.
And it will be more militia that are on the way for Mihi. So we're already at 3. Number 4 is coming up. But Viper, he just doesn't care. I mean, those Vills are able to defend quite easily with some quick repairs. Got Men-at-Arm and Double Bit-Axe on the way. And now Mihi is going to be very vulnerable himself to a counterattack to these Japanese Men-at-Arms.
What a game, though. What a game for Mihi. I know Viper's been doing well to adapt to all this. But the fact that Mihi at this level, at this point, round 5, understands, okay, I didn't see it because I had my eagle with my militia, but Viper's surely going to be going for Man-at-Arms. It's so good. And the wall timing is pretty much perfect here. I'm going to say that, and he's going to have a hole here or something. But yeah, Viper assumes he's fully walled, and Viper will attack the walls. Without those walls, that could be a GG moment.
Absolutely. I mean, you are very far away from your town center on this map with all of your resources. And now Viper's actually having to attack uphill, I think. It's a little hard to say. But
Crazy.
I'm like pretty sure that's uphill. And that's going to be that much more difficult for Mihi to actually or have that palisade wall go down.
At the same time, Viper also gets the perfect quick wall on the berries. So again, incredible. But there's more Man-at-Arms coming in. Viper with more creative quick walling. What is this? Where has this player been all season? We've got the gates, we've got the houses, we've now got a tower for Mihi as well. That's something Viper cannot see and cannot do a lot about. Viper's Man-at-Arms are still not through against Mihi, as Mihi will wait for archers.
And Mihi will get those archers out, but thus far, the defense of both players has been very good.
Insane, yeah.
That said, Viper is in a situation just like the last game, where a game that looks even is going to be way better for him because he has the stronger economy, and he's had the stronger economy all game long. Now, Mihi has some fishing ships himself, but of course, Japanese, very good fishing eco. He was later with his swordsman. That's easier on your economy. And now he's going to have to figure out a defense. And whoa, cancels the tower to build it right there to challenge Mihi.
Crazy, crazy. The Viper was already building a tower on the gold, decides to just cancel it because he sees this tower. He'll bring the villagers to rush it down. His counter tower will likely go up. The man-at-arms are engaging, but the man-at-arms still haven't been able to do any real damage for either player. It's 0-0 on the KD, and we have had so much happening. They're both playing at such an insane level.
Yeah, and that's oftentimes what a lot of these highest level games look like, is that the perfect defense has no real counter. So you're getting these situations where, okay, you're trying to force your opponent to make a mistake, but neither player has made a huge mistake yet.
Yep, but eventually they do. Eventually they do. There's a hole there, and Viper will realize, and Viper will run in. Now, Viper's defending at home on the hill. Mihi has not realized these man-at-arms are in, and Viper is finally going to kill Leville. And he's somewhat holding at his base right now. It's really difficult.
Oh, this is so tough for both players, but of course, you know, as soon as I cast your curse to Mihi right there, perfect defense, Mihi. Oh no, he's gonna lose another vill. That is 2 dead villagers immediately, and Viper will eventually just get enough units here at home to drive away Mihi's forces.
Yeah.
And now Mihi's in a very awkward spot where he needs to get some counterattack damage done somehow.
And he doesn't have a tower offensively or defensively, right? Like now he can't even tower at home because of the forward tower. It does have 2 archer ranges though, and I feel like 2 archer ranges on land is going to be much better than 1 for Viper, and Viper's gold is still going to be exposed because he doesn't have the ability to protect both. So I know that looked good for Viper. I'm not seeing him consistently produce range units against double archer range, and while there is still water to focus on, the water's just another thing that Mihi can use to distract Viper at the moment.
Yeah, and he needs to do that, but he's doing a good job of it. That said, the men-at-arms are starting to go down from Viper, so that could open up the opportunity for Mihi to use the barracks again and start mixing in some Eagle Warriors, as they can just interfere with the skirmishers' pathfinding with the minimum range very, very effectively. And now, suddenly, things are looking awkward for Viper T90. Lots of seesawing here.
Yeah, he doesn't have the consistent production. All time, this archer range is producing 75%, which sounds like a lot, but that is pretty much the only military production building that you have been using in Feudal Age after the initial man-at-arms. You look at both the ranges for Mihi on the other side. Mihi has been producing out of both archer ranges 90% of the time, so it has just been consistent army from Mihi. And for Viper, it's fallen off a cliff. He's gone down to the stone to maybe think about more towers, but if you're not on golds, not only can you not make archers, you can't defend your fish anymore with fires. Or Hawks, sorry, and Mihi in the north building another dock there.
Oh man, this is so intense. Viper has an excellent villager advantage with those fishing ships. All of Mihi's have been sniped at this point, and yet Viper's got no army, man. That archery range is denied a little while longer. Oh, he's just going to be able to finish it, but that's the issue with the very short rush distance, to your point, T90, about not using the military production buildings. It's just, you know, your opponent is making stuff and you're not making stuff.
Yeah.
And the enemy's units are going to get to your base so quickly that those little disadvantages in production add up super fast.
Yeah, Mihi will know as well. He's like, okay, Viper's fighting with villagers. This is a good sign for me. But Viper kind of traps him a little bit here. There is the town center. There's also the skirms there from Viper. Still a lot of idle time for Viper, and things have definitely gone in Mihi's favor, but I don't know, man. I'm looking at 7-0 on the Eco KD. KD's still even. Viper's on stone, and that he's found other access to gold. I think skirms won't end the game quickly. Archers would, but there's not many of them, and Viper could maybe start to balance it out here, but typically I feel like this season, if Viper is no longer in control, and he's like reacting, we have seen players been able to get the better of him.
Yeah, the eco balance isn't perfect. He's got a lot of bills on gold for not really spending that resource whatsoever. I mean, he doesn't really need to make any more hulks at this point. Actually, no, Mihi is still continuing to produce even though he doesn't have much water control, and he's actually going to snag one of Viper's fishing ships, so
yep.
That's the sort of thing you need to do if you want to start getting back into this game, Mihi, although I do like his food count.
Yeah, well, I mean, Viper spent some food on scouts. Viper's spending more food on the skirmishers. But Mihi gets counterattacked by any army of value. He is still wide open. Like, it is really bad. I would like to see him do what Viper's doing and eventually just plan on 2 towers around your base. But for now, he needs all of his resources focused on making the military and going up to castle. What a messy
yeah, and
game.
I wonder if going on to stone might even be an option.
Yeah.
I mean, a castle drop
Yeah.
in this situation could be really, really good, and obviously he's shown a willingness to do that at least in the last game, but the skirms are here. Mihi almost has those resources. There he goes. He's now ready to click up at any nanosecond.
And there he goes. And there he goes. Yeah, so other detail to mention here, Viper, there's no fish where he started initially anyways, and then down towards the south, there's always going to be a dock there. So it's kind of awkward for him to use his fishing ships. His fishing ships are actually surviving because Mihi doesn't patrol in the north. So, oh no, he notices them. Never mind.
I think this is where you say just passing, but
Yeah, pretty much. I think fishing's a nice bonus for Viper, but the bigger thing is he's actually fixed and balanced his economy. He's got some farms, he has the market, and he's got towers everywhere. So Mayans are almost always just going to play archers here. It will be pretty difficult for Mihi to end the game as quickly as he wants.
well, he is going over to stone, which does perhaps indicate that he will think about adding extra TCs pretty soon. My concern is that his food income is so awful right now with 3 villagers on food. Those forage bushes getting denied is huge. That you need to still be able to afford bodkin arrow and crossbowmen. And
Yeah.
I mean, this is a little bit ugly for Mihi.
It is, yeah. I mean, Viper, the weak point there was he didn't go the army numbers. But the second that he was able to balance it out, you're starting to see the bigger focus for him economically. He's got a horse collar in, which is great when the food count's already so low. I mean, the tower idea was just perfect. And then long term, if you still have water control on this map, players are going to want to expand over these little, this river terrain. And it would just get more and more awkward for Mihi. So it's all pointing to Mihi doing some damage over the next minute or two.
Well, at the very least, needing to do some damage, because there is Castle Age in. The Siege Workshop is definitely a no-brainer in this situation, but like we're saying, guys, he just can't get any upgrades. These are still Feudal Age units. There is no immediate timing advantage. Okay, there's some heavy market usage. Crossbowmen and Bodkin are both now on the way, but they're not in just yet, and Viper is absolutely not shying away from littering his base with towers, which is a very good decision here.
Yeah, it still is skirms as well. That's a big thing for Viper. He can always upgrade those skirms. The towers are... The nice thing about an eco so compact is that the towers really protect you. You don't see towers like this on other maps because resources are more spread out. But there's the upgrades. And yeah, for Mihi, it's probably going to be more about a siege push. Now, Viper doesn't know the siege is going to be coming in. And there's the town center as well from Mihi in the north. And he is getting horse collar. He is adding farms. And he is Mayans with the market. So Mayans could do some pretty crazy things with low villager counts.
They have been known to do that in the past. I mean, you're getting a big 20% discount on your crossbowmen at this stage. And I like that Mihi isn't trying to match Viper's skirms with his own. That feels like you're playing into Viper's strengths. His eco's been better this whole time. You know he has a fishing eco and you don't. So his food income is better. So just play to the strength of the Mayans with the cheap archers and then just really try and win with the mangonels. I think that's a good move.
Viper's really trying to track this army right now. He's really wanting this crossbow army, and he's going to find the crossbow army in the back. Just to say it again, because viewers are coming in, Viper needs a 3-0 to go playoffs. He's already safe in platinum, but that's not enough for someone like Viper. Has to win 3 games here to get into the playoff position. Any other result, and he is no longer participating this season. And that's a great start, right? And this is also an area you want to expand into for better wood lines and stones and gold. So it is still the question of, will he expect the castle drop and the siege that could be coming from Mihi? But good start from Viper.
And he's making the transition over into the Cav Archers with Japanese. Those are very good against enemy archers. Nice mangonel hit, though. Cleans up a few skirmishers for Mihi. But I do like that Viper. He's got his defensive siege workshop incoming. He's got the Cav Archers on the hill that he's really going to want to put a castle on pretty darn soon. But yeah, Mihi's actually changing his angle of attack here.
Yeah, a little bit. He had the mangonel in the south, and now he's got mangonels. He's going for the town center. And it's so funny. People just forget the TCs are right there, right? Like, they're like right next to each other the whole game. You're attacking everything else. Great experience for Mihi to realize town centers are still one of the biggest things to focus on in Castle Age. That is actually way easier to push than any of these towers are, as Viper goes for guard tower. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me to see Viper try and drop a dock and think about a sneaky demo or something against the siege, but that town center's almost gone.
Well, the mangoes do eat the TCs, as the legend goes. His skirmishers are here to the north, so he's not going to be able to get castle dropped there. Mihi is really closing in on those resources for his own castle. It's now just down to, can he find that area to get damage done? Viper's actually going all the way around to the north here for a counterattack.
Yeah. Man, I mean, Mihi's base is still super exposed, right? But what a crazy job from Mihi. He didn't use the mangonels until he had 3. And so Viper just didn't know, right? Like, Viper couldn't adapt to it. I feel like it's an underrated strategy we're seeing more and more. You actually hide the siege, and that way your opponent can't just match your siege numbers. Counterattack from Viper is good, but he is town centerless for the time being. But the Cav Archers and the Knights get in as well, and Mihi's got to bring everything back home to deal with this.
Oh, this is such a mess. I mean, there aren't many times where you are a 0 TC gamer and feel like, yeah, I have the better eco, but that was Viper there for the past minute, but he has since expanded his TC over there to the west, so he is all fine, and the most important thing is that he is relatively safe. Oh my goodness, that could have been a disaster.
The most important thing is that Mangonel survived on 1 HP, and Mihi wanted to drop a castle right there. He wanted to clear that and drop a castle, which would have been sick. Viper did get the TC on the back, yes. He does still have the farms. He does still have the towers. He does still have the fish. He does still have the army. But this really just comes down to where will Mihi drop a castle? Can he justify it? It feels like this could be extremely risky.
It sure could be. Treadmill Crane even coming in here for Viper. We really do see players pick that upgrade up more these days now that it no longer costs food, so that's always a nice one to have, especially if you're trying to get your own defensive castle up quickly.
I think Viper knows as well. Sorry, Orlando.
Oh, he knows.
Yeah, he knows. He's like, we're going to do a castle off here, and I need Treadmill Crane. Okay, there's the castle for Mihi. Yeah, and Viper's going to drop his castle there.
Well.
That is an insane decision. It could be so bad, but it could be so good. He builds faster now because he's already researched Treadmill Crane.
I feel the clouds parting and the lights shining on us from the heavens. Guys, Mihi's not all in. He's on 2 TCs.
If that castle's denied, it would be so epic. It's going to go up.
No way. It's going to go up.
Okay, well, you need petards, you need rams, you need everything you can to take that castle down if you're both players right now. It is better for Viper because he's got guard tower behind it. You know, and also I feel like if it's castle v castle, the players are far apart, then the unique units play a role, which is better for the Mayans because the Mayans always want to go for plumes. But here, the samurai inside the rams feels actually very viable. So crazy
Mangonels
game.
are already out, and you know your opponent has the Mangonels, which is why I'm a little dubious of this.
Okay, yeah.
Because how are you supposed to be able to snipe the Mangonels with the samurai and the rams?
Yeah. Well, petards, if you mass enough of them, can be your answer here. Crossbowmen are in the back for Mihi, by the way, which Viper has got to track. What a game. I got to just jump in here and say, because Viper's had the score lead for a very long time, but what a great job from Mihi. His eco was horrible early Castle Age, and Viper was completely defended with all these towers, and yet we're in a state where Mihi maybe has the more efficient economy right now. So well played.
Yeah, and like that's what I was saying in the Castle Wars, that, you know, in all of this craziness, this isn't like okay, you're on 30 villagers and need to win the game immediately. Like, this is just a move for Mihi to take map control. And to your point, T90, yeah, of course, the petards can be good for Viper, but he spent his food and gold on Samurai instead. And
yeah,
I don't get me wrong, chat. I am never going to say Samurai aren't awesome to go for, but I think in this particular situation, the petards might be the play, and that's what Mihi is going for.
You're right, though. It's clear that Mihi knew Rams would come out. He had the Mangonel positioned perfectly and patiently behind. He has spent the same amount of resources, but on petards, and here he goes with 3 Rams. Now, he can actually block his own petards with the pathing here. So that's the awkward thing. Yeah, Viper's there with the Mangonel. But I think once you have the petards, you should be able to take down Viper's castle at the moment. He's waiting for it. I hate petards in this situation because they're so clunky. Like there, you just lost one.
Oh.
But I think you just send them now, and Viper's castle will go down, I think. Oh, God.
Yeah, I mean, it's only going to be probably 4 petards that you need to actually make pay dirt at this point.
And there they go.
He's got like 5 or so.
Viper's castle's gone.
It's Dunzo's.
Wow. Viper's castle's gone. Now, where are Viper's Rams and Samurai? He's got 1 Ram down here in the south. That's the only one he had. He's got another castle he builds right behind this. He also has Samurai in the north. But Mihi will be happy with taking down the castle. It's such a tough map to play. I'm still not thinking there's that many positives for Mihi at home if a ram with 2 samurai inside is about to raid his eco. like what?
This is where I start saying they see me rolling. They hate it.
Dude, I mean, but it's just chaos. This map is chaos, and you have to adapt through it. For Viper, he's had his struggles, but he's killed 34 eco this game and counting. So, I mean, look at that. The Samurai hop out of the ram. They'll move in towards the Mangonel. And Viper's other castle's up. So, I mean, you can't say that hasn't worked. He still has the water control as well. But he consistently goes Samurai here. Is that still surprising to you? He's even making more of them with chainmail armor soon.
I mean, they do have that charge attack thing now, so they can better close the gap onto enemy archers. But you still think, okay, it's an infantry unit versus the archers that your opponent's going for, which feels a little bit weird to me. But I mean, he's doubling down on it, so it's certainly not a mistake.
And whatever you do, you got to commit, I guess. And if you combine them with skirms, it's not like there's a lot of archers for Mihi. And Mihi doesn't have ballistics for his archers, which makes it extremely difficult to pick off the samurai. I think Viper just feels like he's got the better control over the game right now, and that he can eventually get to this dual comp of skirms and samurai. Confident micro there against the Mangonel for Viper. And there's samurai still running in. There's actually a villager from Viper. What the? Imposter?
Where?
In Mihi's eco, there's 2 villagers that are now dead.
I'm sorry. I was looking for villagers in the spot that, you'd expect villagers to be.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a whole lot of reacting from Mihi. He wants to go imp, which is a great call. But his castle has taken some damage here. And Viper is going to build another castle himself. Honestly, could be a whole lot more aggressive if Viper can get some military support here. What a game.
And even Iron Casting coming in. He's got Arson. Yes, he does. And I gotta say, T90, if you're looking for a unit that's really good at just leveling a base in Castle Age, I mean, Samurai are one of them. They just do a ton of damage to buildings. They clean up enemy units quite effectively as well. So if you have at least a few skirmishers to keep the enemy crossbowmen at bay, this could be very difficult for Mihi to even ever consider safely getting to imp, although he is now on his way.
We have not seen Mihi apply pressure to Viper in a while, and it's becoming a real problem. Viper will secure a very nice position with more stone and gold. Viper will expand his economy even more behind this, which you can see in that corner. Normally, Viper's going to be snagging relics in these moments too, and there's already a monastery somewhere collecting those. Like, Viper is locked in. We've got the ram in the north, and yeah, sure, it looks a little cheesy, but the samurai there are going to probably get some villager kills. And it's just really annoying and frustrating for Mihi right now that there's constant pressure. A tower coming for Viper too. Remember, he already has guard tower, so that's a really nice addition too.
And he can grab Yasma if he wants. I mean, it's right there at the castle, so you can just, triple the DPS there for your guard towers. And now you have a tower coming in for Mihi, but it just isn't the same for Mayans. And it's really not going to do a whole heck of a lot to scare away these incoming units from Viper.
I mean, you're going imp for a tech advantage. Your archers will become stronger, which was obviously helpful. You then can make trebuchets. If Mihi can keep his crossbows alive and make trebuchets, Viper is nowhere near imp. So I think, as bad as it looks with all the damage Viper just did, I think assuming the samurai don't take down the imp TC, it's actually still winnable, but it is not looking good. And Viper is clearly locked in, and he's feeling himself right now. Like, he's so confident. You just don't do these things if you don't feel like you got full control over the game.
I mean, the ram full of samurai is trundling forth. And it's going to go right after the TC again, but there is Imperial Age. Now, kind of like with Castle Age, your eco is at the absolute limit as Mihi, so his ability to go for all of those archer upgrades that you want is limited. Yes, you can get Bracer, and Bracer is excellent, but Arbalest and Chemistry both feel very out of reach, especially as you also need to be spending resources on trebuchets.
Dude, this is just like peak Viper right now. This is like classic Viper. There's a million armies all over the place. This is insane, dude. Samurai finding big raids in the north. There's 31 samurai. There's going to be a random demo at some point. I don't even know where to look. I know we need to look at Mihi's army and trebuchets because Viper will start to lose his castles, but everything else Mihi has is just getting feasted on right now.
Yeah, but Viper needs those castles. They are his actual military production as well. Viper's about to click up to imp. He's got 29 samurai, which, no, is not a 70s Japanese movie. It's just his army, but that is starting to drop at this point.
Dude, Ram from Viper makes it to the TC in the north. Is Mihi even going to have town centers? Mihi might not even have town centers. He might have trebs. He might have crossbows. I don't know if he'll have TCs pretty soon. Yeah, he has to fully abandon that TC. And then the starting TC is also going down to the samurai. Mihi is going to be 0. Oh, sorry, 1 TC gaming. But that's barely anything at this stage.
I mean, especially because the villager count is just plummeting at an alarming rate. Yeah, I guess the castle could go down for Viper, but literally everything else is a disaster for Mihi.
Yeah. And Viper, I think he'll understand. The samurai have done their job. I don't need to go samurai anymore. It would be a mistake probably to continue to do so. You got to go back into skirms. Think about the water as well. That's a really nice thing on this map. If you just play full ships at this point, you can just keep Mihi in the middle where he'll eventually run out of resources. So I'm seeing the proper tech switches here from Viper. Losing the castle, thankfully, is fine because he's got his eco everywhere else. The last chance for Mihi is just he's got to continue his push.
He does. Viper's going to try and close the gap there onto the trebuchets. Gee, samurai are awesome. One treb goes down, and it's just every single unit that Mihi loses is so difficult to replace. And, I mean, to be fair to Mihi, even though he's, I think, guaranteed second place in the group at this point,
yeah,
if you have the chance to knock Viper out of the playoffs, you want to do that. You
yeah.
don't want to have to face this guy later on.
No, 100%, man. 100%. And yeah, I guess there is that aspect, though, right? Like, I think the series was played yesterday, but regardless, Mihi would have known, I think, if he didn't get the win versus Viper, that the losses versus Viper wouldn't necessarily change his position from second place. And Viper would have known that he needs, as many wins as possible, which, of course, means he comes in firing. But, okay, Mihi makes it to imp. Or, sorry, Viper makes it to imp. Viper's just upgrading his skirms. I've really liked Viper's scouting this game. Taking the stone and the gold in the south is awesome. Having that one unit on the right is awesome. Like, look at his scouting, actually. He's seen almost all of the map, so there will be no surprises.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's so nice to see players who really try and emphasize that scouting and emphasize that map control and don't just sort of like tunnel vision going for just one straight push at the front of his opponent's base. And I mean, that's just what Viper is known for. And this has been a real treat of a series to watch so far, I gotta say, T90. It's been fun.
Yeah, now it feels like a playoff set, right?
Yeah.
Like, this feels like this should be a best of 5 round of 12 matchup or something. But just because of how
host, you can go in and change it right now. Come on, no one will notice.
I mean, they'll both be in a round of 12 playoff set if Viper can win this game and the next game. So,
yeah.
But the unfortunate storyline for Viper would be if he loses this game or the next game. It doesn't matter how good he's played or how good he's looked today. There were just too many losses earlier on in the season. What does Mihi do here? Like, he's hit a wall, right? Like, this slow push, it just doesn't feel fast enough. Okay, lands a nice shot. But, like, what do you do with no gold, no map control? You're surrounded by Viper. It feels really difficult.
He feels just stuck in this game. Viper is slowly whittling down all the buildings. Mihi's trying to frolic to the east with his plumed archers, but it's just he doesn't really have a realistic win condition at this point, especially as the rest of these skirmisher upgrades come in. So long as Viper doesn't massively throw away his own skirmishers, he should be good to go here.
Yeah, he needs a gold. He did actually sneak to the north. If there's one thing I could be critical of Viper, you clear an area, you probably need to outpost the area or fortify the area. But I don't think he was ever expecting Mihi to go up there. So Mihi's on gold again. I'd say if you had a bit more eco, you would go Navy yourself here if you're Mihi. But I don't think that's super realistic. He's just waiting for his eco to improve. And, oh, wow. Dock in the middle from Viper. He's making a cannon galleon there. And he has a treb already focusing down Mihi's castle.
You have to be careful, as ships have so much less pierce armor now. It feels so deceptive to my AOC brain to thinking like, okay, archers aren't going to do anything versus ships, but no, they only have 4 pierce armor, so they get sniped pretty quickly.
Yeah, but it's just another thing that Viper's doing to disrupt. Now, there is a castle in the south, and a lot of eco that Viper has. Pretty casual there with that castle for Viper. That whole corner is going to be disrupted. He also just lost his Strep and his Cannon Galleon.
And the castle isn't down yet. You got a couple towers coming in. No Katapuruto yet for Viper, which is truly tragic. But yeah, I
don't know. It's
you have
weird.
all of these small moves that are good for Mihi. I just don't think they're enough.
It's weird, though, because Viper's out of gold right now. Because he fully mined his gold in the left corner. He did castle the right corner, but, like, Mihi actually has gold. You're right,
Viper's
though.
got a little bit more to the south of his starting location, so he's got 1,600 there that he can take for a while.
Yeah. And he's got the 2 relics, and the main unit you probably need is Skirm. So it's like...
Yeah.
It's like, all right, I don't have gold, but... And you need that much on food as well. You can sell the food to get some gold. So I think you're right. Viper can probably just solve these problems. It got a little sloppy here, but it's also just because of the great fight from Mihi to try and turn this around. Viper Samurai find the stone miners there. And, yeah, I think the castle... Once the castle's down for Mihi, I mean, he's got nothing left. And he taps. Viper up 2-0. Has to win 3-0 to go for playoffs. My goodness.
Wow, what a treat of a series, guys. What a great one to close out this Group D. 62 Samurai made by Viper this game. We see a ton of Japanese. They're probably the most common civ we see. We don't get to see Samurai win games very often, so I am happy about that.
It worked really well. Like, I kept thinking Samurai died a crossbowman, but the way Viper used the Samurai was almost like you use Knights, where you split them up into a bunch of different groups, right? And it became so difficult for Mihi to react. I think the key difference in this game for me was the tower defense from Viper. It changed the game so much. Mihi never felt like he could ever do damage to Viper, and Viper was protected. And then Viper could just consistently run into Mihi's base and give him some type of headache. And then over time, it just adds up. And even if Viper was, like 8 minutes late to the Imperial Age or something? 5 minutes. But it did matter. And 99% of the map from scouted as well from Viper. Like, literally saw every single corner, had priority everywhere. Viper knows he needs the wins, man, and this is the best version we've seen from him. But now, we actually go to Mihi's home map, not Viper's home map, because Mihi chose to play Viper's home map for Game 2. And, we'll see what happens on Monocle.
This is going to be a lot of fun. I mean, it could be another very aggressive game, but we've had 2 aggressive maps that haven't really been decided in the super early game.
Yeah.
But what I think, T90, is actually the most important thing of all is the fact that Viper, his AI-generated name in the draft is Black Serpent. Like, really?
I didn't know that. Yeah, so they did this since they played this yesterday morning for no spoilers, their draft. It doesn't have their name, and maybe that's like Viper's alter ego. The Black Serpent.
Well, it's theoretically a Mayan ruler, so...
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. The Mayan AI player names have always been pretty darn awesome.
I can't tell you I really know too many myself, to be honest, but...
What, you don't remember Great Jaguar Lily or Smoke Monkey? Come on,
I
man.
know Smoke Monkey, but that's only because Smoke Monkey's like a little unit that they add to some of the maps. So
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Viper's the Red Serpent now. All right, man. Well, let's sync up here. Game number 3. Let's see if Viper can do it. Vivi probably freaking out right now. 3, 2, 1, go. Here we are. So as things stand, Viper needs this win. If he gets this win, he will go 3rd place. We will see him this week in the playoffs. If Viper loses this game, Viper will fall into 4th place, and it will be Vivi in 3rd place and Vivi in the playoffs. Mihi has already confirmed playoff 2nd place. Mihi goes for the Italians, and we have Viper as the Burgundians on Monocle. Yesterday, I was casting. You were in the chat, Ornlu, and you were talking about the Burgundians. Burgundians have lots of bonuses, but why Burgundians on this map?
Well, maybe I was a little bit of one of those people in chat. But yeah, guys, Flemish Militia are a crazy good unit on a map where you have exposed food income and you can dump a ton of villagers onto these box turtles. So they have a very fast train time and good stats, and you don't need an upgrade to get to them. So really, nothing else with Burgundians really matters. Just make Flemish Militia and outmass your opponent.
Now, the issue in that game, because we saw the Flemish Militia do well, the issue ended up being that the Flemish Militia do eventually die to archers and feudal, and Flemish Militia still do cost food. So in the game where the Burgundians went down, it was because they simply just spent too much food and gold to compete with the uptimes. I think that's notable because Mihi is Italian. It's already cheaper for him to go up to the next stage, and they have good archers. So right now, I'm feeling like Mihi's going to play defensively initially, try and play archer timing against Viper, and of course Viper might want to then play more skirmishers than anything.
Yeah, and I think I mentioned it in chat. I think the matchup yesterday was Khmer versus Burgundians.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I thought that was a really good civ and choice to deal with Burgundians, right? Because Burgundians are going to be going for the Flemish Militia stuff. I mean, they do it almost every single time. But Italians, quick age up, as you mentioned, and you have good archers that even gets the extra armor. So if you just lean into that defense early on, you could find yourself in a very nice spot in late feudal age and going for a counterattack.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Like, initially, the way I saw this map, it was if you don't have villagers on shorefish, you're dead. You got to have villagers on shorefish all the time. Yeah. In theory, I kind of agree with that statement. But on the other side of things, it's like, if you're making a unit that doesn't cost food and you can just get enough food to get Castle Age, maybe you then just slaughter everything up here on the very exposed resource. So it's no longer like collect food, spend food for both players. Some people are actually just choosing to take the low-risk approach.
Yeah, and I think that in a game this big, players not being super greedy or risky would make a lot of sense. Neither player has really been super greedy this whole series.
Yeah.
It's been more aggressive. It's been more unit-focused.
Yep.
So I think that is actually going to be the most likely case here in this game, as we have now Mihi building the mill over here on the box turtles, and Viper not doing so yet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is surprising if Viper hasn't done so. But I think for now, Viper's happy with the food rate that he gets from the deer. And maybe Viper's going to switch it up here because a barracks at this time would not be for Flemish Militia. You can't make a lesser version of the Flemish Militia like you can the regular militia. So is Viper going to play Man-at-Arms here? Like, why barracks at that time?
Huh. It feels like you're... I mean, there's something to be said for about catching your opponent off guard. I mean, there's always going to be value to that. But on the other hand, why not just do the thing your civ does super well, which is going for the Flemish Militia? Or maybe you could go Men-at-Arms into Flemish Militia. I mean, it's not impossible, but you don't have the food for that necessarily.
I don't hate it. I also don't hate that Viper just got the scout hits there. That'll be frustrating for Mihi, because Mihi, part of the advantage of being faster to feudal age here is going to be having that scout to potentially move around and attack some things. But yeah, maybe it's just too militia to just disrupt a little, right? Maybe it's not Man-at-Arms because of that investment. Or maybe Viper's just not going to do anything with his barracks at all, and we're just so used to the timings meaning one thing. He hasn't done anything yet, so...
Or he could just build the barracks as he had the villager on hand and wanted to wall, and then we're just thinking
he's like,
way too much
yeah,
into
we're
this.
just talking... We're just really... We pride ourselves on knowing exactly what's going to come from every decision.
Yeah.
But Mihi's got to be a little
Sometimes we
confused,
like to
though.
overthink things as casters.
Mihi must be a little confused, though, because he hasn't seen a single mill out here. And even he has done that, and we think he was going to go archers. There's the archer range for him. Now, when your scouts compromise like this, you're very uneasy about scouting actively in important areas until you get the speed boost. So now he looks for the barracks. Now he sees gold. Again, I think because it's Burgundians, he will assume it will just be for the Flemish Militia. And now Viper's scout moving forward. And Viper will also probably check the shoreline. But again, I see some people asking, guys, this game is so important. For Mihi, it doesn't change anything. But for Viper, he wins this. He goes into the round of 12 playoffs. He loses this. He's 4th place. We will not see Viper anymore in Season 5.
And like I said earlier, I still think that knowing that you knock Viper out of the tournament, who is somebody that we would expect to get stronger the later the tournament goes on.
Yeah,
And is somebody who usually shows up in the playoffs, even if he, can kind of mess around a bit in the group stage. I still think that's something that you really want to be pulling out all the stops and trying your best for.
Yeah. Also, $30. I don't think it's high up on their priority list, but hey, $30 is $30. Type of one in chat if you'd like some extra $30 right now. Like that's something to play for here as well. $30 per win still there. I just think the pride. You finish a tournament when you get to play so many high level players. You want to look back and say, I was the one who was able to get wins from pretty much everybody. But here come the dreaded Flemish militia, but also the skirms, and that's because of the food eco. But saying that Viper hasn't been on the shorefish the whole time, but it's kind of the dual
not
threat.
the whole time. He hasn't been on them at all, T90.
Yeah.
And he's going only over to them just now. I think Viper was just playing super safe in case Mihi was going for a fast rush, which obviously wasn't the case.
Yeah.
But that could make unit production a bit more tricky. You can see Viper not really able to produce much of anything right now.
This is interesting as well. The scout went down for Mihi, so he cannot look to see exactly how Viper's walling, what Viper's doing. He also doesn't have the scout against any of the skirms. The tower for Mihi is kind of standard. I would expect Viper to maybe do the same. Viper's probably thinking about his woodline and his shorefish more than anything, and he sees the gold villager there. But that's fine for Viper. Like, you don't need that much golds. You could easily just pull away to the town center.
Yeah, you're totally fine at this point here as Viper. His villagers are safe. He did get Boson. I mean, I was joking in the chat yesterday that it doesn't matter what any other bonuses Burgundians have as Mihi does snag a Vil. But Viper is actually playing Burgundians, and he's getting Boson, and he's going to be trying to extend his eco lead in both wood and food.
I like that villager snipe there for Mihi, though. And Viper's got a lot of skirms. He hasn't killed many archers with them yet. And Mihi's micro, very confident there. I think he needs something other than archers, though. I think going into a sneaky stable would make some sense. Or you do the other extreme with your food, and you just try and save it. And I see the market, so I think the game plan might be just wait and get to Castle Age.
Yeah, and Italians, cheaper age up once again, could come in super clutch. And then, I mean, the thing with Italians is they have such a broad tech tree. You can really take the game in any direction you want if you get a quicker castle age here as Mihi, especially as he's unlikely to be losing a ton more villagers. Just good defensive game state here for our yellow player.
Viper's probably thinking through. He's like, okay, if he's... I've already shown skirms I have good upgrades. It's likely he could add scouts. If he adds, more scouts, I can then add Flemish militia. And I can continue down that line. And I think he's thinking about it. He's looking around. He doesn't know what Mihi's doing, and now he does. You see the market, and you should know.
Yeah.
We might see Viper drop his own market, and then try and get to Castle H himself. The other thing that Viper could try is Viper could just make Flemish militia right now, get arson, and go out and attack that tower. But that feels like you needed to plan for it a bit earlier in the game, right? So... it should be no surprises for Viper.
I feel like you can still just play a bit more defensive and go up to Castle Age and be fine as Viper. He's starting to add in some farms at this point. He's got Horse Collar and a Wheelbarrow. His eco upgrades are actually looking like a real Burgundians player. And, I mean, yes, he is going to be slower, but you can still hit Castle Age with a nice eco advantage, and he's already a few hundred resources ahead.
Yeah, but his army is very clearly not in a position to recover at home. So he does need to be extremely careful here. And the archers go to this woodline again. And Viper, oh, man, clutch save there. He saves the villager. And Mihi is going to back away because he knows that Viper will likely react to this. Falls back to his base. And Mihi, kind of in the same situation as the previous game, where he won't have a lot of resources to work with when he makes it to the next stage. But it's not like the previous game where there's a lot of different ways for Viper to hold. Viper will try and play tower defense, but we've seen games end in early Castle Age all the time on this map.
We do. It's very rare that we've ever seen a game go to Imperial Age here, but, I mean, if this is the series, right, where we have the aggressive maps that end up being a bit more passive, and we could easily see this. I wouldn't even hate it if Mihi didn't, like, play super greedy, but just, apply some pressure with your archers and then add TCs behind it. I think that would be fine.
That was really nice from Mihi there. He sniped all 3 Flemish militia, and he's dropped... Actually, he was dropping a stable. He actually canceled that idea. But Knights would actually be very nice if you know Viper's playing into skirms. You're right, though. It's been
Yeah.
aggressive maps. The way I advertised it was, with these maps, we won't have long games. But when the players are both so evenly matched and both so good, then the games tend to go late. But evenly matched doesn't matter for Viper. He needs a 3-0. Improvements from the other rounds to this round does not matter. Does not send him to playoffs. It's got to be the win. And, oh, nice find. Very nice find with those skirms.
And those are immediately 3 archers going down. This is not what you want. I mean, in theory, you love what Mihai's doing. Make sure your archers are in an aggressive position, so as soon as Castle Age comes in, as soon as those upgrades come in, you can pounce and get a lot of value. But Viper, knowing that, his own skirmishers were in a great position to receive those, and right now, Mihi has been slowed down, but Viper's still a little under a minute away from Castle Age.
Yeah, this is where Viper's eco could go all over the place. And by that, I mean what type of resource you're collecting. Like, not having a market right now can hurt you so much because you're going to be transitioning off of food. You're going to be transitioning off of wood and gold all the time. And very frequently, you're going to end up with one resource is floating very, very high. Whereas if you have the market, you could sell off that food, buy wood. Like, let's see. Will Viper be able to get Elite Skirm right away? Will he be able to get the blacksmith upgrades? Add town centers? It feels like it could be kind of awkward.
Well, he immediately gets Elite Skirmisher and Vodka Arrow. That's not really going to be a problem.
Yep.
So those are going to be the important upgrades that keep him alive. It will take him a hot second before he can really get the wood he needs to add in an extra TC, but he will get there, I think, without too many hiccups.
Yeah, and luckily he's able to just toe the line, and you can tell Viper's scouting, he's thinking about the other things that can happen in the game, right? Town center positions, even the stone for more towers and more town centers. Look at Mihi. He's all in here. He's not looking on the outside at all. He's dropping a siege workshop. Like, he is not thinking about the adaptability of his civ. He's thinking about killing Viper. And Viper just continues to defend perfectly.
I really wonder about this. Maybe he sees the score and thinks things are worse than they are, but Mihi hasn't lost any villagers. He's doing fine.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, huge investment, University Ballistics, and a Mangonel all coming in. He's on the 2 ranges. I mean, he really needs to basically straight up kill his opponent, and Viper has skirmishers with both attack and defense upgrades, and isn't that far away from a castle.
Yeah, but, I mean, where's the castle go? Do you have an answer once the siege comes in? Because the siege makes things a whole lot more complicated right now, and Viper doesn't know about it. So it's similar to before. The previous game, he was surprised by 3 mangonels. Here, it's just going to be 1. But if I'm Viper, I kind of would want a second TC right now. I would see no reason to add my own siege because I already have skirmishers for the crossbows. He does have skirms counterattack. It's actually very difficult for Mihi to deal with. Having to send siege home would be a nightmare.
Yeah, you do not want to have to be dealing with that at this point. Now, Mihi does have a defensive tower to help him out, and Viper himself is going to need to react to the units that are charging towards his base. But now, the angle that Mihi is choosing to attack from is having to go up this hill, up the monocle, so to say. So he's going to actually be looping back around. I don't know, what do you think of this pressure from Mihi?
Well, I like the defense there. Viper's skirms are flattened. I think he's trying to push Viper off of golds more than anything. I mean, it's tough to reinforce, but unless Viper has his own mangonels coming from the hill, this isn't necessarily that easy for Viper. Now, he does have the skirms there. I personally, I'm with you. Just push down the range, then push the TC. It takes you a bit longer, but yeah, if you could just do that, that's still an important area for Viper to get, and Viper's got to be careful here, man. He's losing some skirmishers. Maybe it's worth it, though?
Yeah, he's
maybe it's
gonna
worth
get
it.
the Mangonel. Mangonel gets some modicum of value, but... Well, I guess Mihi still has the big blob of archers, and they will continue to press forward.
Still no villagers on stone for Mihi. Just 2 vills on stone or something. It would tell me he's thinking about going into multiple town centers in the late game. But the way he's playing this right now doesn't seem like he has any interest in that. But maybe a part of that is how the series has gone, right? Like, he has been aggressive against Viper, and he's not quite had enough to boom into the game. So for once, he's going to stay 1 TC to try and break this guy. And then it's also in the back of Mihi's mind, maybe he knows he's already 2nd place. So you might as well, just for, time efficiency, just send it here.
Well, Viper is going for what we can call the suburban castle, right? You know, you don't want to be with all the noisy, smelly city people. You know, you want your nice estate out in the country. It doesn't really help protect his main economy, but he is just going to be moving as many villagers as possible over here to the outside.
Yeah, very, very odd placement of the castle, especially when your main TC is being pushed. You could maybe consider a castle there, but maybe for Viper, he just wants this to be a surprise attack. He's going for +2 armor already for the Cav, and he'll likely send the Cav over to Mihai's base. And like we saw before, like Mihi is no real like focus at home. So a couple random units into the shorefish at the very least, and Mihi could lose 10 villagers in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be so careful at this situation. Fusilier are on the way. Viper's even picking up some relics, which is extra good for Burgundians. He is relocating his economy. Like, this is not a simple or easy thing to do, guys. You don't want to just, like, take 20 villagers and move them halfway across the map. But Viper, just little by little, has been evacuating this central area. He only built 4 farms here, so that's not that much infrastructure that you have to leave behind. And now Mihi gonna have to try and rotate here, but this is where our suburban castle will gain its value.
Well, it's a crazy switch. I'm expecting Mihi to just push the TC, but he actually goes this direction, and I think Viper, he thought all of this area was going to be completely safe. So, yeah, I guess the castle looks pretty clutch now, but it does mean that Viper gets pushed off of the fish that he wanted, and he can't easily take the fish on the left side either. But also, Mihi's like kind of caught in two minds. Are we pushing a town center, or are we pushing the shorefish? Because he's got all this siege and crossbowmen in the middle, and Viper's main town center is still standing. So, like 5 mangonels, 25 crossbows. Viper's got 4 Custilier, 10 skirmishers. Like, Mihi has to actually destroy him here.
Yeah, I mean, he's 5 mangonels, T90. That is usually enough to completely level a base, but Viper, he is just adding TCs here on the outside of the map. The land development is coming in strong.
And the counterattack, too. And the counterattack as well.
Wow.
If Viper's not under immediate threat, if he's already planned to lose this town center, he can just run around and... I mean, Mihi has not been ahead in score at all, so there's no positives there for him. He's only 1 TC, and he knows Viper's got a castle already, so he's feeling like he's significantly behind in villagers right now. If he starts to take losses, there might not be a lot of real fight to him, which would mean if Viper would be in such a good spot. But honestly, though, the military count for Mihi, it's going to pay off. The town center will be down. The houses will all go down. I really hope he continues to fight. If I knew that this win didn't matter and Viper had like 6 different units in my eco and I was struggling, I could so easily justify the tap out being down behind in score. But we don't want to see that, obviously.
Guard tower coming in once again. And yes, guys, Burgundians do have fully upgraded towers minus heated shot, so they'll get the job done. Oh, but T90, the peasants. The peasantry.
You mean Mihi's peasantry?
Yeah, the peasants are just like, you know.
What? Where are they going? What are they doing?
They're going to the strip mall in the suburbs, okay?
I mean, there's just too much happening right now. Mihi had to clear up the counterattacks. I think he might have, like, misclicked his villagers this way. And they're going to be dead. And now Mihi will look, and Mihi will just see guard towers everywhere on the hill, which means it's very difficult to push. Mihi will clear up Viper's raid. But, oh my goodness. Viper now 15 villager lead, 3 town centers on the outside with a healthy farming eco.
Wow. And the big issue for Viper was that food income.
Yes.
He didn't have as many villagers on the shorefish as he would have liked, but those towers, they secure not only the shorefish, which is huge, but also the farming space behind them. So he's going to be able to establish that. Both of his main units, the skirmishers and the Custilier, they are very food intensive. So on so many levels, this was a great move from Viper.
Yeah. And it's been, but if I were to give a one-word explanation as to the difference between Viper and Mihi today, it would be like resistance, right? Like Viper has that next level of defense, and in moments where Mihi has the superior army, the defense has given him time to cook up his eco. In the last 2 games, it's been the towers, right? And so, yeah, just like well played. Mihi will continue to try and push town centers. But Viper's just able to just drop a couple more guard towers. It's just crazy. Like, typically someone in Viper's position would have their own siege. But he's like, no, I don't need that. He might need it if this tower doesn't go up, but tower goes up.
Fine. It's fine, probably.
Yeah, left side, Viper sees crossbows and mangonels. Still 28 crossbows for Mihi. It's a good engagement for Mihi. Viper needs to back away. But 71 villagers for Viper, 3 town centers, great eco upgrades, and Mihi is still just 1 TC. I feel like at this point you could have a second TC. You could have even a third TC, but maybe Mihi's just so committed to the attacks that he doesn't feel like that's ever on the cards now.
Yeah, and something I really want to reinforce is that the way Viper is playing Burgundians, I think is so much better than what we've seen from a lot of people, where they just laser focus. Okay, that's a huge Mangonel snipe there from Viper.
It's huge.
Holy cow.
Huge.
What I wanted to say is that he's actually playing to the strengths of Burgundians. He got the eco upgrades, and he got them early. He even got the farming upgrades on a map where we usually see players just, vomit, 15, 20 bills on the shorefish. But no, he's still playing to the long run. He's still being Viper.
And he's 4 relics as well. Like, the 4 relics are huge with the Burgundians. You get some food income with that as well. Again, the scouting, man. Like, the previous game, he ended the game with 99% of the map scouted. Here, we're not even an imp. Look at this scouting from Viper. And look at how active he is in these different areas to see if Mihi's expanding. Obviously, we know Mihi has not really expanded. And that Mihi is probably running out of time to ever get any damage done. But Viper, I think I was rightly critical of his performance in the early rounds. It was clear, he wasn't quite in this shape. Maybe wasn't as prepared. Maybe wasn't, maybe there's a lot of different factors. But he's only gotten better this season. And because of how a couple things played out with different sets, he got a little bit of good fortune. And he will likely be in the playoffs this week, which is exciting to see. Because if he's playing like this, good luck to whoever he's up against.
Yeah, that would be the second place finisher of Group A, if I recall correctly.
Which I believe is, at the moment, I don't think it's confirmed.
Oh, yeah, Group A is the one that hasn't finished yet.
That would be, we find out tomorrow, it's either Barles or Leary or Tato. It's probably Barles.
Yeah, that's...
Congratulations, Barles. You got second place in a really tough group. You get Viper in the round of 12. Oh, my God. Getting second place is going to feel like a freaking punishment.
The Barles video on his reward for finishing second in the group is going to hit pretty hard.
I mean, it's not a new conversation. In previous seasons, I've had players come to me, like, because they'll play a player in, like, the 4th or 5th round where they're, like, super lights out mode, and then they feel like, well, my opponent's got a worse version of them in the first 2 weeks, and I'm like, sorry, I can't make a rule that requires people to be at 100%. Like, people are human beings and they have dips in form, but man, Viper has played so well. I think he knows he's got this game locked down. Mihi continues to fight, and another castle from Viper, and Imp comes in, and Mihi is about to be raided, and I think any second now, Mihi will tap out.
Yeah, I mean, there really isn't a whole lot here for Mihi, and there's the GG as soon as he hits Imperial Age. 11% difference in eco efficiency this game in favor of Viper. That is wild.
Just so good. So clean. He had it all today, right? He had it all. For Viper, he had the military into the eco, the perfect transitions that you want, all the tiny little details that you want at high-level AoE. And for Viper fans, for Age of Empires fans, if you've been following the whole season, you've been waiting for this Viper, right?
Yeah.
And it's good to see it. It's good to see it. So obviously he's in good shape. We'll pull up the brackets and speculate a little bit of where he goes to, but we want to conclude the group and see what this means. I think Mihi shouldn't be disappointed at all. This was likely the result that was going to happen for you anyways, so I don't think getting swept is necessarily the biggest bummer. But it was Dragonstar winning 2-1 over Dark today. We then had Satau winning 2-1 over Vivi. And then Viper with the 3-0 that he needed. Satau will be first place with 11 wins. He went 5-0 in sets. Satau had an amazing season. Mihi has 9. Viper also has 9, but loses the tiebreak against Mihi because of one less set win. And then Vivi, unfortunately, no playoffs for him. Will be platinum again next season with 8. And then Dragonstar and Dark will be relegated to Gold League for the next TTL season.
Man, that's rough for Vivi, though. You have a better set differential than Viper, but you still lose because you didn't win as many games. I mean, that's how this format works. It's what makes the play all threes worthwhile, but that's still on a personal level got to sting.
Well, there's just so many games, right? It comes down to one game there. One game in any of the sets. And for Vivi, it's like, I immediately think back today. It's like, he might be like, why didn't I ban Chinese on Stranded? Like, why did I not ban Chinese? Why did I not, like, you know, the games where you lose a villager or something? Like, it all adds up. So, yeah, I think Viper's fortunate, right? Like, Viper needed help. Viper absolutely needed help. Like, if Vivi got one more win in that series against Satau, the 3-0 for Viper wouldn't have been enough, I believe. So, yeah, hurts for him.
Yeah, that's correct.
That's what Viper does when he's in good form. So, Orlu, if you want to stick around, the goal is to interview all group winners. We have Satau waiting for us. Would you be down to maybe interview Satau? I know Viper just won, but
sure, yeah.
Can you see the interview channel in the TTL Discord?
Yeah, that was my next question. Yes, I do.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think it makes sense to talk to Satau a little bit about his experiences. He also won earlier today. I'll meet you in there, Orlu.
Okay, see you in a minute.
Hello, Satau. I know we just watched the Viper series, but you won earlier and you're first place. How are you feeling, my friend?
Well, obviously good. But yeah, I think I played really good. Finishing first is something, but my level is satisfying me. So,
I mean, you were 5-0 in sets. You beat everybody in the group, and I think many people impressed in Viper's case. Viper was maybe not quite as sharp in the first weeks, but you played Viper last week, and Viper was playing amazing. You beat him 2-1. Vivi, people underestimated this season, and Vivi got 8 wins. And then Mihi as well, your teammate. So I wanted to ask you your goals. Obviously, everyone wants to win the whole thing, right? But like realistically, when you looked at the group, what did you feel your chances were in the group stage, and what were your goals before the 5 weeks?
honestly, I was thinking I could be first or second, because like even if I consider Viper favorite over me, like overall, it's still a group stage. I could do better against other players than he could.
Yep.
So I was hoping to get first or second. I didn't expect Viper to struggle that much in the group, but I also didn't expect Mihi to do that good in the group. Like, I know he's really good, but he played insane. So yeah, my expectations were first or second, but not the way it happened.
Okay, awesome. Was there a lot of training for you? And it's tough. You got 5 weeks. Some people kind of play it like week by week, and they get the experience over time. Or were you putting in some time to play some sets and get a feel for the maps off of streams and the broadcast?
So I started really chill. And then first match against Dragonstar, I was like, okay, I won, but I should have lost 3-0.
Okay.
So then I started training after the match against Dragonstar.
Okay.
Because it showed me that his preparation was good, and preparation pays off, because he should have won.
Okay. Did you train with Dragonstar? Like at that point, you don't have to face him. I know you had Mihi, who's a teammate, but Mihi you had to play eventually. How did you don't have to share your training partners, but just curious on your approach.
No, I didn't train with Dragonstar. I'm not gonna share about the others, because
sure.
Like some might still be in the tournament. But no, I didn't train with Dragonstar. But I just saw that he trained a lot, and that inspired me to maybe. I was like, okay, maybe I can train as much as him, but just do better, like better execution. Because his game was shaky, but he was still playing like super good Dragonstar.
Yeah. Orlu, go ahead. Sorry, I asked like 4 questions. If you have any.
No, it's good. Hey, Satau, congratulations on first place. I want to know, what is your like methodology of going about preparation? Like, obviously, you don't need to like reveal your strats or whatever, but like, do you try and take it like, okay, these are the maps I gravitate towards and like the civilizations and strategies you go for, or is it some other factor depending on who you're playing with?
Um, I like to train like I'm probably the guy who trains the most against the AI. I train a lot of builders. I want to be sharp early game, and I train a lot of builders. And then before the match, like a few days before the match, I check the games from my opponent, and I spend most of the time thinking about what I'm gonna like do during the games after my opening, basically.
So you do
Cool.
you ever decide your opening based on what you've seen from your opponent in practice games, or do you try and base it more around like what opening you like and then adapt from there?
So I watch my opponent, I decide what I want to do after, and then I like adapt my build orders to what I want to do, basically. So yeah, I decide my strategy depending on the opponent.
Okay. All right. Cool. Well, talk to me about how nice it's going to be. You have 2 days essentially to chill, and you don't have to play in these epic best of fives with amazing players. But then beyond that, the players who win their groups are not someone you're going to directly face, right? Which could be the case for many of these others. We have Hera who won his group. He's there. Sebastian, likely Leary in Group A. So I don't know how frequent this has been for you, Satau, to like get that seeding advantage, right? And get to relax as well. So thoughts on what that means for you? Obviously, it's great, but share your thinking.
It's nice to. It's always a really good feeling when you can watch the other plays.
Yeah.
And be like, oh, those noobs are playing for top 8. I'm already in top 8. You know? So it's always a nice feeling, and you can relax. You don't have to show your strategies.
Yep.
That's probably the feeling Viper and maybe Lee get when we are playing qualifiers and they are just watching us play the qualifiers.
Yeah.
You know, but it's a really nice feeling because no matter what happens, I'm top 8, and it's obviously a good result in the S tier tournament.
Okay, sick. ACCM Vinchester are playing the round of 12 before you. Obviously, beastly players. So thoughts on who you will potentially face? Of course, they're both very good.
It's hard to say. Like, I think Winchester is playing the best Age of Empire of his life, but overall, I would say ACCM probably has like a slight advantage versus him overall. But I don't know. I think it's going to be maybe the closest set. I can't say who will win.
Okay, awesome. Well, thanks for hopping in here. Orlo, I don't know if you had any other questions, but we just wanted to congratulate you, Satau.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I was going to ask about ACC and Vinchester, but you did that first. So
Okay.
nice job.
Awesome. Well, hey, Satau, thanks again. Congrats on all your preparation paying off. Enjoy the bye, and I'll see you in the quarterfinals, my friend. Take care.
Yeah, thank you. Have fun. See you. Bye-bye.
See you.
Yep, well done.
Alrighty, Orlu, thanks for hopping in there. Crazy finish to the group. Viper makes playoffs. Maybe we'll have a Viper interview at some point if he wins his round of 12 sets. But yeah, at the moment, we don't actually know who Viper will be up against. That is going to be fully decided tomorrow. And tomorrow we've
I actually
got
think it's
3 more
likely
sets.
Tato, someone pointed out, because Leary's playing Barles. So, I mean, Barles could, in theory, beat Leary, but assuming that, you know, Tato beats Repard and Barles loses to Leary, then it's likely Viper would have to go up against his former teammate.
The percentages are kind of weird here, right? Because we don't base it on expectations with just like pure like probabilities. But way this group has gone, Repard has not gotten many wins. So yeah, like if Tato were to win 3-0 or something, and then, you know, Barles were to lose 3-0, that would shift it and put Tato into the second place position, yes. So I guess we'll see how those games go. I don't know. Repard's been doing some pretty crazy things, but winning multiple games against Tato is unlikely, and then Leary looks like he's kind of unbeatable right now. So yeah, a weird one.
Yeah, it's going to be fun for sure, though.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. So the other storyline, there's a slight chance that MBL gets relegated. I would only be if he got swept. So MBL, actually, hold on. There's also the chance that MBL could make playoffs. So if he wins 3-0 there tomorrow, his chances are there to maybe squeak into the third place position if Tato drops games. But yeah, we'll find out tomorrow. It will end group stage tomorrow before we move into the playoffs.
All right, man. Looking forward to it. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll reach out for more casting, man. I had a good time.
All right. Yeah, anytime, man. Thanks.
Alrighty.
Bye.
Take care. Chat, thanks very much for showing up today. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for all the viewers. I know some people have stepped away during the interview process, but it was a good day of AoE 2. It's fun when it goes down to the final game like that. We didn't necessarily have that the previous 2 days, so I felt good from an entertainment standpoint today. But yeah, it's been a long journey to get to the conclusion of TTL. Technically, the season started back in October. We're currently mid-March. And so you guys probably recognize the last 2 months have been live a great deal, covering all of this through all the different leagues. But we're getting closer to the conclusion. So again, thanks for watching with me. Thanks for supporting the stream. Thanks for just your interest in this, is awesome because it's an idea and a project which is so exciting to me, and I love the game. And yeah, thanks for being awesome. I can't say much more than that because you guys are just the best community out there. So for the most part, I could not ask for a better chat. All right. Thank you very much, Iron Fist. Thank you, Viking. Thank you, Battle Chicken. Thank you, We Ride Pterodactyls. Thank you, Cruz. Thank you, Lodrog, for the gifted subs earlier. We had a donation from We Matt at the wrong time, but I love you. Thank you for that. You're welcome for streaming on YouTube. Thank you, YouTube, for watching there. And yeah, thank you to my mods. Thank you everybody for being awesome today. We'll be live tomorrow at the same time. All right. And we'll do the final 3 sets before we move into the playoffs this upcoming week, which is the bracket that I just showed you. So the goal is to be live every single day. From what I'm understanding, because of scheduling mishaps, it is possible that we will do 4 sets, 4 best of 5s on one day. That is still TBD. That is what I'm understanding when we are looking at the scheduling and trying to talk to players right now. So there may be a day I will need a lot of your energy. Obviously, this goal was to avoid that, but, we'll see when we get there. Thank you very much, everybody. I'll answer a couple questions, I guess, if you have any, but otherwise I'm out of here, man. I'm going to go relax, enjoy the rest of my afternoon before we dive back into more TTL tomorrow. So any good memes? There might have been some really good memes. People were getting so tooty with me on the colors situation. It's insane. So much attitude at the start of that series, man, with Viper and Mihi. They're both known for picking yellow, and Mihi picked yellow first. Like, tell Viper to show up earlier. I get the confusion, but I guess chat just wanted to have some fun, right? I don't think they were genuinely upset with me. Okay, memes. Looking for any memes. We'll look off based on the last set here. This is good. This is a good one. I wish there was a way that Hardy could just toss the memes up during the broadcast instead of me having to pull them from Discord. Red Snake suddenly attacked. Yep. That was so funny, man. T90, what do you think about the new Champy changes? I think the devs, they weren't concerned about balance. They were concerned about people being upset, and I think they over-nerfed them. And I think they'll fix it. They said, we'll fix it down the road. But it's like during a tournament, they pushed out a patch in DLC during a tournament. Many people around the community were not happy, and I think they were just like, we gotta overcorrect to just like, we gotta kill the champions so people don't hate the champions. And I think they'll probably make some changes later. That's my take. I could be wrong, but yeah. T90, what's the sword thing? I wasn't here. Yesterday at the end of stream, I had to pick my fiance up at the Renaissance Fair. She showed up on chat, and she was kind of drunk, and she was like, hey, pick me up. And she also texted me and said she bought a sword. Chat wanted to see the sword today, so I showed the sword on stream. That's what the sword thing is. She also said phope. She said she bought a phope sword. So that's why chat's been saying phope. There's other memes here. Is there a sword meme? What? Yo, this is so good. What the? This keg of mead hath given me great cheer. I drove a hard bargain with your swordsmith. and hath claimed this phope sword. And here, I have it right here. I could show you the sword. So, the sword, I got to be careful. It's very sharp. So, the sword, it looks exactly, I mean, not exactly like that, but they clearly made the meme format after the sword, so it's pretty dope. Again, I was like, oh, let's check out the sword. I didn't realize it's like really, really, really freaking sharp. So, yeah. That's the sword. That's the phope sword. So, pretty cool. I could be a Mameluke if I want. So, can you show the handle? Yeah, I guess. There's the handle. Handle looks sturdy, looks cool. So, she apparently negotiated that. She drunkenly negotiated it. And according to her, she struck a hard bargain. But I think, let's see, we had one person who was intoxicated with cash in hand, clearly in love with the sword. We had the other person who is selling the sword. I mean, who do you think ended up getting the better of the dealer? I'm sure it wasn't that good of a bargain, but apparently saved $30. So, talked him down $30. So, pretty sick. But no, that's cool, man. I like that. She's obsessed with swords. So we have like 4 or 5 swords, but we don't do anything with it. They just like, that's just her thing. She gets drunk at the Renaissance Fair and she buys the sword. Some people have bigger issues. For her, that's her weakness. I think that's pretty decent. So, anyways, that's it. That's it. Nights is $30 is a lot. It's equivalent to winning a game in Platinum League. True. I'm not trying to minimize what we're doing here with TTL. I'm just saying that, like, you know, it probably, whatever price he quoted for the thing, he probably was a little bit higher, and then she, you know, depends how good this guy was with his craft. I don't know. Thank you for watching, guys. Thanks. I had so much fun. Great day. I really appreciate you guys. Hope you had fun, too. I'll see you tomorrow, all right? I'm going to go swing this sword. I'm going to go hack down a freaking tree or something, dude. No, I got to go put this away. See you.
Send your scout to find my base. You will find him trapped behind a woodland waiting for his fate. You are one step behind. Try to pre-war all your berries while you miss my sneak militia. Making woodland verse your worries. I am one step ahead. Always one step ahead. You are one step behind. Always just one step behind. I am one step ahead. You don't think I'm going. I just got my range behind your business. I'm eager to departure. You are one step behind. Try to buy you with a castle and you see the price of stone. And now you'll never be up faster. I am one step ahead. Always one step ahead. You are one step behind. Always just one step behind. I am one step ahead. You can go cold use your nights. When you step into the fog of war, my pikes are there to fight. You are one step behind. Send your voice to forward castle. That mango will be waiting, making sure it's a disaster. I am one step ahead. Always one step ahead. You are one step behind. Always just one step behind. I am one step ahead. Send your raiding army over. Have them running into castles, trying to keep your composure. You are one step behind. Out of gold, out of ideas. Why don't feel